Okay, are we okay? All right, so I'm just gonna go around the room. Judy? Sarah? Here. Tim? Here. Roberta?
Here.
Dean?
Here.
Oh my gosh, Julie. So we're missing Larry, Jason's on his way, Alicia's out, and Carl is not able to make it, so. We do have quorum though, so we're gonna keep rolling on that. So, was everybody able to look at the minutes from the last meeting? Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. All right, let's get going. I think if there's nothing else right now, so, how are you? Great, good. Good to see everybody. Yes, thank you for being here. Okay, so I told Julie I'm doing this new thing where we're gonna have you guys ask questions. So I'm gonna jump right in. If you're all aware, we have our dairy product quality and safety program, which consists of 5 objectives and then our 5 supplemental projects that I'll give some updates on as we go through. So starting with the DPQST, just some high level impacts to date. We have published 8 peer review articles so far this year, 2 industry articles going out to Dairy Foods Magazine and American Dairyman. We've submitted 2 requests for additional funding to leverage our investment into our applied research programming. I will say that the opportunities for applying for funding right now are very slim. We have we're still waiting on the review of the federal program for agricultural research to be reopened. Those closed down late January, and we have lots of ideas to submit, but nothing to submit to right now. So I think that you're going to see this broadly, that there's a slowdown in submissions to other organizations because the federal grants are not open right now. There have been some other opportunities, and we are searching for them very actively and applying as we can. We have amplified our investment with over $400,000 in additional funding awarded year to date. Something that's picked up a lot is the industry workshops and trainings. We've trained over 700 people so far this year, which is a huge increase for us. So we're very busy on the training side. Our workshops are very busy. We have a lot of requests for in-plant workshops. So these are private workshops that we go and do for an individual company. We're quite busy on the food processing development laboratory. That's our pilot facility. We still have a lot of requests for our rapid response team. So this is, everything from, some consulting phone calls with industry to full-blown investigations in facilities, taking samples and helping them solve problems in those facilities. And just a reminder, they are paying for that, so that your dollars aren't paying for that, but obviously you're paying for the foundation of making sure that we're available to the industry for that. And then, of course, our fluid milk processors are still going pretty consistently with 30 processors. I do want to say note about Objective 2, which is our sort of pre-pasteurization, contamination monitoring. So we're looking at a couple of different points within the system, from the raw milk tanker truck, the raw milk silo, after the separator, after the homogenizer if it's available, and then after the heat exchanger and then the finished product, looking for contamination with those organisms that can cause those bitter peptides and bitter compounds. And what we're seeing at this point is, so these are bacterial numbers in the raw milk tanker. We do see a pretty large increase from the raw milk tanker into those raw milk silos, which would indicate that there's either, long holding times, or there's some contamination there that's not being resolved. They're cleaning and sanitation, and potentially growth of those organisms during that point. We see a pretty big drop after the separator, which makes sense because we know that during separation we get separation of bacteria during that process as well. and then some additional contamination that occurs before the milk is pasteurized. I did want to point out, we only are really seeing, functionally a one order of magnitude reduction in bacteria from before to after pasteurization, and that's because these populations tend to be ones that are a little more heat resistant. Those thermodurics that we had been doing a lot of investigation with, so we don't see a huge reduction in numbers, and then pretty similar in the finished package. So I think this is going to be really helpful. At this point, we've got overall numbers. We're looking more into those populations, and that's something that's going to inform how we address this contamination. On our supplemental project side, the water and aerosol project is in its second year, and we have about 6 months left. We're on track to finish that project. Most of our work at this point has been in Objective 1 and Objective 2. I did want to spend a little bit more time on this project because we have a lot of data at this point. We're learning a lot of things, and I think it's really interesting and really relevant. So I'm going to show you a few different plots, and just so we're all oriented correctly, this is bacteria count here, and then the different colors represent different test groups of organisms. So the heterotrophic plate count is like a total bacteria count, total coliforms, total gram-negative, aerobic spores, and yeast and mold. And so this is all 50 farms that were enrolled in this study, 2 sampling points. So this is 100 data points for these different groups of organisms. What I'll point out, first of all, is the total coliforms is the lowest group that we found, and that makes sense because people are actually testing for this. The state is testing for coliform, and it's a better controlled group because of that testing. When you find a high level, you go in and you do some sort of intervention to control that contamination. But generally, the rest of them are fairly high. So our total level of bacteria is quite high. Gram-negative, that's like Pseudomonas, right? So Pseudomonas is relevant from a product quality perspective, from a spoilage perspective. They can also cause certain types of animal health issues, right? So they're still pretty high there. Aerobic spores, obviously those are very relevant to product quality issues, quite a high level of those, and then also those yeast and mold. When we break this down, sorry, this is probably a little small, by sort of one of our samplings was during the warmest time of year, and one of our samplings was during a colder time of year. And then we also sampled at the inlet point at the farm, so where the water was coming into the farm, and then at a point of use for the farm, which was often a hose that was being used in the parlor. And so for almost all of them, what we see is that during the warmer months, there's a higher microbial load, which makes sense. And across almost all of the parameters, we see an increase in microbial load from the inlet point to the point of use, okay? So that's the big point here with these plots. The one exception is the spores. So these are, resistant structures that are not metabolically active. They're not growing. So we don't see any impact of the time of year or the temperature, the ambient temperature on those organisms, which makes sense because they're not actively growing. What's really interesting is we also looked at E. coli and Listeria in the water, and at the inlet, this is across all 100 samples, about 10% were positive for Listeria. Most of these are Listeria monocytogenes, which is a human pathogen as well as an animal pathogen. At the point of use, so again, typically a hose, that increases to about 13%. So we do see this increase in the number of positive samples for Listeria. Same thing with E. coli, so just over 10% positive at the inlet point, but it almost doubles to the point that you're using that water in the parlor. Switching over to the processing facilities, so we've done one round of sampling in the processing facilities. We have one more round to do. And again, this is microbial level here, and then the heterotrophic plate count, coliform, total gram-negative, spores, and yeast and mold. The first thing you'll notice is there's almost no samples that have coliform. Again, this is something that we're monitoring for, so we don't see it. But a lot of presumptive Pseudomonas, probably not all Pseudomonas, but a lot of it is, and a lot of spores in that water in the processing facilities. Because of the relevance of these organisms to the finished product quality, I think this is a really important finding that we see so many of these. When we break this down by sort of where in the system, so we have, again, the inlet and point of use samples, but then we also took a lot of in-process samples, because water systems in dairy processing facilities are pretty complex often. So they might be doing different treatments, they might be doing reclaimed water, so reusing water either from the milk that they've taken the water from, or from previously used water that came from their original source. And across the board with the various types of organisms we've looked at, we do see an increase generally in the system and at the point of use from the point of the inlet, with the exception of we find very few yeast and mold and very few total mold in these samples. If we break this down by what source the dairy processors are getting their water from, it could be either municipal, a mix of municipal and reclaimed, just reclaimed, or well. Obviously, the municipal has the lowest incoming microbial load. The well tends to have the highest, which is not surprising based on what we learned on the farm side of the study. What's really striking here is the reclaimed water looks like a pretty high microbial risk. So a lot of these processors tell us when we go in, oh, we're doing a lot of treatment, we're filtering, we're doing all these things. That water is going to be perfectly clean, and in most cases it hasn't been. And there's a lot of spores, and there's a lot of gram negatives, and there's a lot of things going on there. So I think that this has been a little bit of an eye-opener both for us as well as the facilities we're working with as far as how that water quality looks and what the risk is to those facilities. The other second-year project that we have ongoing right now is the modeling pasteurization survival. We've worked on all three objectives during the first 6 months of 2025, and I'm just going to touch on a couple of things. So the model that we built is probably the most complex model that we've built to date, because we're looking at the entire system from the raw milk microbiota all the way to the finished product microbiota. And so it includes a variety of different steps. So the community of bacteria in the bulk tank, what happens to each of those different types of organisms during pasteurization, as well as potential recontamination of that product after pasteurization. We look at what happens to those, the distribution of those organisms into different containers during the filling operation, and then how they grow during storage. And then what we end up with is sort of a total bacteria count in an individual package is what the model is predicting. But what we're able to see is what is the contribution of these different raw milk microorganisms to that finished product concentration. And so that's what is shown here. What we can see really clearly is that the total count increases as we expect it to. But there are two organisms in particular that really drive that level in the finished products that originate from the raw milk, and that's Microbacterium and Bacillus. And so we've done a couple of projects over the last few years that have focused on these different groups of organisms. So Microbacterium is a thermodoric bacteria, and you'll remember we did a bunch of sampling on farms and in processing facilities to look for Microbacterium and other thermodorics. So we learned a lot about where these organisms are entering into the system and what types of factors are related to this organism. So we feel pretty confident going forward as far as understanding how to address this. And the other is Bacillus, which is a spore former, which obviously you guys this board funded the original spore work 20 years ago that our lab did, and now we are sort of the international experts on these types of organisms. During the raw milk project that you funded, 2024 and 2023, we were able to really focus in on Bacillus and the other aerobic spore formers and what factors at the farm level are impacting the level of the spores that are getting into that milk. And so those projects are really, supporting the outreach efforts that will happen with this project, because we can pull on what we've learned and really focus in on these organisms that are causing the most impact to the finished product quality. So the next three projects are all in the first year, and we are mostly an objective one for all of them, I would say. So I'm not going to go into much detail because we don't have a ton of results. We started sampling for all of these, but for the ice cream project, we're sampling 5 ice cream facilities. We just did our first sampling last week or the week before. Time isn't real to be right now, but this is up and running. It took a lot of effort to get this in place, but we have sampling underway. With the cocoa powder project, again, we've been working on objective 1, so we're almost done with objective 1 actually. And I'll just say one quick thing because I'm excited about it. We've done these methods before to look for spores in cocoa powder, but we did make some adjustments this time because we've never been able to successfully collect cycle-tolerant spores from cocoa powder. So those are the spores that are actually causing spoilage in chocolate milk because they grow at low temperatures. And so there's always been sort of this debate, do they all come from the raw milk, and then you add the cocoa powder and the sugar and everything and they just grow faster, or are they actually in that cocoa powder? So we redesigned the method to look for the cycle-tolerant spores, and I'm excited to tell you, you may not be super excited, but we're actually finding those cycle-tolerant spores in the cocoa powder itself now because we've made this adjustment in the method. They're at very, very low levels, but it's high enough that it's relevant in a container of chocolate milk. So, so these are just some of the preliminary results from that testing, but yeah, this is really important because it kind of answers that question of, is the cocoa powder contributing those spores to that, to that product? And then the suitability of dairy powder for reconstitution and distribution in warm climates. Again, our work today has been on objective 1, so we're characterizing our collection of isolates for gas-producing subtypes based on our previous work that was funded by the USDA that showed that aerobic spores are relevant to gas production in dairy products and not just anaerobic spores. And we're working our way through the characterization of those isolates so that we can move on to the next phase of this. I think I did it. And good job. I did? 14 minutes ago. Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much for your continued support. A few photos of my team. I did want to introduce you guys to Chris. She's a research associate on my team. You'll see her in a lot of these pictures, but she's been working with our students and our staff on a bunch of these projects. So I would love to take your questions, if you have any.
I'm super excited that you're about the cocoa and you find the spores. I mean, and that's super important.
It's so important. Yeah.
So, yeah, I share your excitement.
Yeah.
So
wonderful.
The raw milk study. Did you look at? Maybe you have, and I missed it. Whether farms using a chiller and the milk's hitting, in the tank at 38 or 40 compared to ambient temperature.
Yep, that is data that we collected. It did not rise to the level of significance in any of the statistics that we did. And then we did a smaller, separate study, industry study, where we used the chiller versus no chiller, as a variable that we wanted to stratify our data by. It was a small study, but we also did not find any significance when we did that. So now that's on the microbial load, and so I suspect that really what we would see more of is maybe a sensory impact of that, because we know when we have this mixing of warm milk and cold milk that's in the tank, we can get some impact on the fat, and that could potentially have a sensory impact, but we're not seeing that as a big factor in the microbial growth. Even when we hold that raw milk for a period of time after it doesn't seem to be something that's really driving the outcome for the microbial load.
Okay, that's interesting. I got one more. The cow water, in Batavia, we're trying to recycle the cow water, and you're talking about the microbial load of that. So the filtration does it exacerbate or does it grow it because of the filtration process?
So what I suspect is happening is probably that filtration and all the treatments that they're doing are very effective. But then that water still has to travel from the point that it gets treated or filtered or whatever through a bunch of pipelines that are probably not effectively cleaned. So I think it's getting recontaminated. And those systems are just generally not set up to be cleanable. They're very complex, and they don't think of it as this, risk. They will tell you, we work with the dairy plant, that, let me frame this correctly so I don't make any, or divulge anything. They had been struggling with some contamination for months, and they've been working with them to figure out where this was coming from. It happened to coincide when we started collecting water for this processor side of this project, and I said, you know what, let's take a look at the water. And sure enough, same organisms we're finding in the finished product in that water system. It hasn't solved their problem completely, but nobody even thought, let's take a look at the water system for this, right? So I think that we're just scratching the surface of what's happening, both at the farm and in facilities with cross-contamination from water.
Okay.
Who else has a question?
Andy?
In the beginning, you said you had 8 peer-reviewed articles, and are you seeing adoption or buy-in for all this in the industry?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we always publish in a peer-reviewed journal as a baseline. It's just our obligation to do. But we do a ton of outreach with these projects and with the information that we get. So with the methods that we're creating, with the, here's you're having this problem, here's where to look, right? So we integrate all of this into our extension workshops, and we're reaching a ton of people through those workshops. We're doing our food safety office hours, so we're regularly getting webinars on this information. We have a bunch of fact sheets that are pretty well, viewed by industries that are downloading them, and they're asking us for information on those. So I don't know that we're reaching a lot of people in industry with the peer-reviewed, the paper itself, but we're reaching people in the, 15 other ways that we're communicating about these things with them, definitely.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On the cocoa, are you geared up enough that the plants can bring you cocoa samples?
Yep, and they are.
Awesome.
Everybody is concerned about cocoa.
Yeah.
Because they see it all the time. They know it's causing issues, right? And so what they don't have right now, and what I'm hopeful to be able to look at soon or through this project is one of our goals, is giving processors some data-driven recommendations for thresholds, right? Because right now they get these powders in and they don't even know what to ask for as far as what's too much, what's too little, what methods should we be asking the third-party labs to do. And that's why I'm so excited about that method.
Because the spread is big.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And now we have something that we can say, okay, use this instead. And then you can set yourself a threshold and say, I'm not going to accept anything over this level, right?
Yeah.
And because we're looking at the actual organisms that are in there, it's going to depend on if you're making an HPSC chocolate milk, that chocolate milk, or a ESL chocolate milk, which of those different organisms you're interested in. But now we have, the method to say, use this method, set this threshold, because then we are doing the next step, which is to actually test those cocoa powders in a pilot scale milk production, so we can
find that there's sources of cocoa powder that are high, but, I mean, I'm assuming there's only so many sources of cocoa powder. Is there some way to treat them, or heat treat them, or is there some way to disinfect these?
Yeah,
Or are we just gonna flush chocolate milk?
it's a really, really good question. So there are only a limited number of actual suppliers of cocoa, but they have different grades of cocoa, right? So they have like, you know, their aseptic cocoa that's meant to go into, which we've done all the testing on the aseptic, and it's not as clean as they want you to believe, but they're not looking at spores, they're looking at other organisms,
That's
right?
important for everybody to know though.
Mm-hmm, exactly. There are methods. Heat doesn't tend to be a good method because these spores are just exceptionally resistant to heat. So, and especially with dry heat, so because cocoa is a dry powder, you can't get the same kill with spores with heat application as you would if it was in a liquid formula, right? There are other methods like irradiation that are used in some cases and not in all, but really it goes back to production practices. Just like with raw milk, right? It's an agricultural product, tends to be very much small farmers who are harvesting, and there's just a lot of...
And the regulations aren't the same as our regulations.
That's right. Yeah. We're not growing cocoa in the U.S. So, you know, there's very little consistency. So I think that while there are methods, we're always going to see this, and the best thing that we can do for our processors is give them the tools to say, I will accept this product or I won't, and then leave it to the manufacturers of the cocoa powder to make a higher quality product that will actually result in a better quality finished product for the dairy industry.
So is this just a dairy-specific problem, or does it carry over like into the candy industry and confection and all that stuff?
Yeah, it's a good question. So, like in a chocolate bar or something like that, the sugar content is so high in those products, and it's not a liquid, right? It's a solid. They don't see the same types of issues, but in any kind of chocolate fluid product, you know, alternative beverages or whatever, they have the same issues with spore formers in those products as well. So it kind of depends on the intrinsic characteristics of the food product, whether it allows the germination and growth of those spore formers or not. If it does, then yeah, they have those same issues.
So like chocolate pudding or ice cream?
Chocolate pudding, ice cream mix, any of those things have spore issues as well.
Okay.
So, we feed brewers grains, which in the fall, we struggle with the fact that they make a chocolate beer.
Mm.
And I struggle with the fact that our cows don't do well on it.
Mm.
Yet I can't control what load of feed I get.
Yeah.
Could it be these spore formers coming through?
Yeah, that's
It's not liquid, it's not
right.
going through a liquid
Well, if you
process.
put it
And does it get into the beer?
into the rumen, then, well, with the beer, the alcohol content is going to
It's gonna kill it? Okay.
So that's true. Now, as a feed, we've had cocoa nibs, we've had a variety of different types of chocolate in feeds that we've had in studies that we've done right on spore formers, but it's never so many that I think we could tell if it was causing an issue, right? It might be like a case-by-case issue. Now, the biggest problem with feed that has spores in it is that after, you know, the spores don't really do anything during the digestion, right? They just kind of get popped out the other end. But when you have a high incoming level, you have a high outgoing level of spores. It essentially just concentrates those spores in the manure, and that absolutely is a factor for what ends up in the milk.
In the milk.
Yeah, definitely.
But it seems interesting because usually we would add, I'm an expert, right?
Right.
We would usually add the chocolate after the mash. So I'm surprised that maybe they're still collecting the nibs from the fermenters, but maybe they wouldn't have it in with the grains.
I have no idea other than when it comes as black, and they tell me it feeds the same, but when I
Or
have,
maybe it's just that it's the darker one.
and it's mean to go all out of direction, I just wondered if the spores came through as we look at these different things you would never think of.
Right, exactly.
In the same token, there's candy in my grain too.
You know what else has really high spore levels? Just the molasses is like loaded with spores. And we've done, the testing on some molasses that's going into feed. And it is incredible how many spores are in molasses.
If somebody wanted to test that, how would they do that?
Who's a nutritionist?
Yeah, so there are third-party labs who will do spore counts. After 20 years of working with spores and third-party labs, I have deep distrust of the ability of a lot of third-party labs to do this enumeration. If somebody thinks that they're having a problem, send them to me, and we can do that for them. I've had too many circumstances where, especially at the processing level, they get wildly different results from every lab they send the products to. It's something that my team trains for years and has to go through, tons of side-by-side training to get good enough to actually do the testing and the enumeration, because these are not like normal bacteria. They're very, very difficult to work with. So I do have trust issues. But I'm happy to help anybody who needs help.
That's really nice. I appreciate that. That's good conversation.
Yeah.
I think we need to keep rolling here. But that's really good, and if anybody has more questions for Nicole, I know she'd be
I'll be here all
more
day.
than willing to help, but thank you, that's good. Appreciate your hard work, you and your team.
Thank you. So I'm gonna stand in for Carmen here for, just 2 minutes. She is at the, Institute of Food Technologists meeting, today, as well as Julie, and other folks from Cornell, so she's gonna be here. If she started, she's gonna be here. But she is currently the interim director of the, Dairy Center at Cornell. You all know the, mission of the Dairy Center. Just a couple of points. We have a growing number of faculty who are interested in doing dairy research, dairy-related research. So here are a few, and I think we probably could add a couple more now to this slide. So these are folks who have funded projects that are related to dairy innovation, dairy safety, processing, chemistry, all of those things. So this is a huge part of what we do at Cornell in the Department of Food Science. I did want to make a note that we had our 2025 annual meeting in April of this year. We had a really successful meeting, good engagement with industry. We had a lot of attendees. We had a keynote talk by Tim Billman from CEO, the former CEO of Fairlife. We had Emil Nashet from BMI come and talk on trends in the industry and the state of the dairy industry. We had a panel of folks from New York State processors talk about opportunities in dairy processing. So we had Kevin Ellis from Upstate, Greg Scholin from CMI, we had Skip Hardy from Walnut Ridge Dairy, and again, we had a representative from CMI, Rohit Kapoor. We also did a panel on bird flu on the dairy industry, because at this point, we obviously have not had any positives in New York State, but this is still could be very detrimental to the New York State dairy industry, and so we had a big conversation on that with a bunch of different stakeholders, and then obviously presentations on the dairy research that's happening at Cornell in the Department of Food Science. We'd love to get some more, here are a couple photos, some more engagement with producers to come to this meeting. We know it's a really hard time of year though, so I'm open to hearing ideas on what you think might be a successful way to reach out to producers, or even pivot a little bit and do something earlier or later for engaging the producers. We're doing so much good work, we want to make sure
I think when I talked to Sam about it before, it's the same days usually as Farm Credit, Farm Business Summary. So I know that prevents me from being able to go a lot of times, but I don't know if anybody else has other conflicts. But, I don't know if we can get firm credit to move anything, but anyway.
We've talked about, maybe doing something later in the year too, that's a little smaller and more,
I think it's really important, it'd be really important for farmers to hear what work you're doing, so,
I think more a winter meeting would
a
be
winter
better.
meeting would be better.
Yeah.
The upstate, that's our annual meeting week.
Right, exactly, yeah, so,
Yeah.
right.
But I think there's a time that, there's a reason you have it that week too, right?
It's the easiest time to get the rooms because the
Yeah.
students are gone.
Right.
It's very
Yeah.
spring,
That's
right,
fair.
the students are.
Right, yeah.
Okay, then I'll turn it over to Dave. And you're gonna watch time, or should I, jump up and down and wave my arms? You can do. I can get a big stick.
Good morning,
Morning.
and we're working. I've got 11 minutes and 4 projects. The technology transfer is the first project that I'll talk about. We have a project that's in the second year on heat stability of milk proteins, and some very interesting results from that. We're in the first year of the shelf-stable milks with improved sensory liking for children, and we're in the first year of the methane reduction feeding strategies. This is combined with Joe McFadden. We're in the second feeding trial right now, and I'll give you a little bit of update on each of these projects. Our objectives support producers of light and heavy cream in the technology transfer, and this is the time of year when problems happen, when it's hot. And one of the things that we have a tool that we use that's really helpful, that's called a laser light scattering particle size analyzer. It's an expensive piece of equipment, but basically it is in our lab because of the USDA federal milk markets. And it's used to check the homogenizers on the machines that determine paychecks of dairy farmers. When it's not doing that, we can use it for other things, and we're trying to help the industry in terms of assessing damage to cream and its negative impact with its properties. We run that particle size analysis, and particularly in upstate New York, the handlers, we work closely with them in identifying where the damage is happening and getting it corrected. We help dairy processors adapt new processes and testing to increase, to respond to this increasing fat and protein in the milk supply. We focus mostly on the cheese makers, cheddar cheese makers, and it's very individual from one plant to another in the Northeast, that when that fat and protein come up and the fat is coming up faster, it's out of balance. It's creating composition problems for the aged cheddar makers. But the solution to it in terms of standardizing the milk is a bit different from one plant to another, given the way they're set up, their equipment, their process. So we've been working with them individually to try to get the best solution. The other thing that's happened recently is that now we've had the fat go up, and Van Amberg's been working on getting the protein up to come up with it. But I'm starting to get calls from Greek yogurt folks on separators plugging in terms of separating the curd from the acid whey. And it seems that the rise in protein, it's outside the range of what the physical design of the equipment is in terms of milk composition. So sometimes be careful what you ask for, you might get it. We're working with that, and actually with GA in terms of separator and design and nozzle size as far as reacting to the change in the milk supply. We support an expanding base of processing facilities in the shelf-stable milk protein beverage area using ultrafiltration, and I think you're going to start to see more in the microfiltration area. We provide support on methods to control heat exposure and limit thermal damage to milk components that's a cause of gelation in those shelf-stable products without microbial spoilage. The There's at least one plant in New York that's copied our system that I built for assessing heat damage, the oil bath system, and they're using it. And there's several other companies around the U.S. that have copied that design now too and made their own to do in-house testing to look at heat stability of the milk. What we're finding is that a lot of things happen in the process. Like Nicole said, nobody thought about the water pipes after the thing that cleaned up the water. You know, you got to keep the unit running. It's slower. We turn up the pressure, and nobody thinks about the fact that the temperature went up on the steam, and it's doing more damage to proteins. So we're very actively working with troubleshooting and problem solving with processors on that. This is the second project. This is on milk salts and heat stability. In year one, we determined the rate of change of heat stability that occurs as lactose and soluble mineral are removed in ultrafiltration, and the critical concentration at which heat stability starts to decrease rapidly. This has been some surprise. Removal of all the lactose and the soluble minerals gives the largest increase in heat stability. Instead of hydrolyzing the lactose, if we take it out, the heat stability gets better, physically by filtration, removing it instead of breaking it up. So most of the increase in heat stability was achieved by removing about 70% of the lactose and soluble mineral. So you can leave some there, and that's important for flavor. But our recent results, so usually you hydrolyze that remaining lactose to make a lactose-free claim. Our results show pretty clearly that lowers the heat stability a lot. And we're trying to figure out why that's happening. But there's a number of companies now that are approaching us with this idea of, why don't we just filter and take all the lactose out, get rid of that problem, both in terms of nutrition and this impact on heat stability. So we're working with companies on that and really creating new data to understand factors that influence the heat stability. The objective in year two, which is what we're working on now, we're working on the bringing back the flavor. When you take out all the lactose and soluble mineral, the milk is like a sheet of white paper. It doesn't have any taste at all. And so we're trying to figure out what we do, what we've removed, that key milk flavor, and how to bring that back without changing or decreasing the heat stability. So we're focused both on the denaturation of whey proteins that are in the milk and their relationship to the aggregation, and we're using microfiltration to remove those. This is a very interesting balance because we can bring the protein up with the caseins. The calcium is riding with the casein, so we'll bring up the calcium per serving. These proteins that we take out, when you blast them with heat, make that sulfur eggy smell. So what we're working on is taking them out, and actually we think their value will be higher in other uses than they are in that beverage. It'll give us better heat stability. So that's what we're working on now. This is the third project. This is the one driving towards the issue. If we have children in schools and we give them UHT milk and HTST milk, they always prefer HTST milk from a sensory flavor point of view. Can we, with the filtration and things that we're doing, remove that objection and get UHT shelf-stable milk, which will have less frequent delivery and no need for cold chain to remote schools, but not have that off flavor. So our goal is to try to get that shelf-stable milk equal the sensory flavor preference of HTST milk. So that's kind of in a nutshell what we're trying to do here. And we're in this process. We've got the microfiltration process up and running. And and that's working well. And we're working with reverse osmosis and nanofiltration systems to try to tweak that flavor to be what the kids like. The fourth project, this is the one on impact of methane reduction feeding strategies. This is with Joe McFadden over at Animal Science, Mary Drake at NC State. We are in the determination of the impact of these feed supplements that are seaweed-based. One is synthetic, the others are extracts of seaweed. And what we're doing, there's 2 feeding trials this year. The first one is a dose response on 3 different additives to see whether it's reducing the methane, what level is needed to get a 25 to 30% methane reduction, but also what does that do to the production per cow per day. And we've selected a moderate level of these feed supplements to try to not depress milk production per cow, but get some benefit in terms of methane reduction. That study's been completed. Joe has selected the levels, and we're right in the middle of the follow-up study using the optimum levels of those additives. So that's where we're at right now. This week, the samples that we have, we'll be starting some work on volatile compounds among those 3 different feeding treatments plus the control to look whether it's changing the aroma characteristics of the milk. And I'll stop there for questions. I think we're pretty close to being on time.
I think maybe the composition of milk has been higher out west, longer than it's been here. And I think that some of the plants ran into that Greek yogurt issue in Idaho maybe 5-10 years ago. I wonder if there's some discussions that could be had on that.
Yeah, I think it really...
They're more of a Jersey breed out west than here. And I know as we've added up to 40% of color breeds in our herd, our protein has gotten much.
Yeah.
It's much higher than it ever was.
Yeah, I think it's been a challenge for the equipment company because they're the ones that really have to do something to make the equipment work right. And it's been hard to get their attention on this. I think the one that can get their attention is Javon. Yeah, that's the way it goes.
I was at Kirk last week, so that's the same study for the methane that's the same thing I saw there last week.
Yes, that's correct. We're doing the milk.
To see what your results will be from that.
Yeah, it is changing the milk composition. At the highest doses, I think they were seeing a 4 to 5% decrease in production per cow per day. And that's what we've really got to be careful about because if it takes more cows to make the same amount of milk, you're not going to come out ahead.
Exactly, but that needs to be known so that we can get that information to decision makers.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And the aroma and the
Yep.
composition of the milk is huge.
That's going to be important.
How it affects the environment.
Yeah, because some of those feed supplements are a little smelly.
Yeah. And quick question, this is probably for, are there projects, because I thought there were projects that were dovetailing with USDA money. Is are we having trouble with any of that or no?
Right now, I mean, mine was the last one that had a hatch.
Okay.
Was the cheese one.
Okay.
There has been no new USDA funded projects.
Right.
Except for
But the
some
current,
people made it. The current ones are fine.
okay, that's good.
Yeah, but the bird flu ones are probably still USDA funded or not?
They're FDA funded.
They're FDA funded.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. And with fair season and everything, with increased bird flu testing, we're still negative. Awesome.
Hello, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good.
So, good morning. I am the postdoc working for Julie Goddard and Sam Nugent, and today I'm going to be presenting on reduced glycemic index milk enzyme technology. As a brief refresher, the whole point of this project is there's a growing consumer base that is low carb conscious, so we're looking to focus on that. And there is a lot of information out there that suggests that milk is not a low-carb beverage, but everyone in this room knows it is a fantastic low-carb beverage. So the main takeaway and motivation of this project is that we look at the current label, and the consumer and doctors see that there are 12 grams of net carbs per serving of milk. And this takes up a large portion of their daily allotment of 20 to 50 grams of total carbs. So through leveraging rare sugars, what we hope to do is develop a future label where the amount of rare sugars added to the milk will be subtracted out and reduce the total net carbs, making this a more influential and powerful choice for low-carb conscious consumers. So the market opportunity that we're focused on is lower carbohydrate milk, but there is a research need. We need a technology line to be able to develop this low-carb milk. And at the end of the day, what we hope to do is have farmers benefit from increased fluid milk consumption. And the overall project goal is to take lactose and convert that into a rare sugar blend. How we seek to go about this, and this is a little bit of a refresher, is we're going to leverage 4 enzymes, which are in bold on the slide, to produce our rare sugar blend, which are the 3 sugars that are highlighted in yellow. So by producing these sugars, one of them, allulose, has been shown to actually stop the spike in glycemic index after consumption. So this is what low-carb consumers are looking for. And the progress to date is we are working on identifying the ratio of enzymes and conditions that optimize the conversion to the rare sugar. So we're looking at the full cascade. And just an example for the 3-minute talk is we have isolated an enzyme, ribulose 3-epimerase, and in less than 5 hours, we have a 33% conversion, which is fantastic based on literature, converting fructose to allulose, which is one of our target rare sugars. So, in general, we're making great progress towards the KPIs for the project, and the idea is developing this technology to help New York State dairy and provide a competitive edge to New York State dairy farmers. So your funding has gone towards supporting me. I'm very appreciative of that, and thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Just looking at that, you have to hold it for 5 hours. I don't know if, like, it'd be hard to use it in, like, the fluid milk side, but yogurt or something like that and putting it back into yogurt would make a lot of sense.
Yes.
Like drinkable yogurts, or because you have the process of waiting to make the yogurt.
Yes.
You still get your kick.
Definitely.
So.
I believe that that's another project direction that Julie is considering, of potentially engineering bacteria to do that for us. So that way you don't even have to add the raw enzyme. Bacteria will produce it and generate all that sugar for you. So it'd be a part of the fermentation process.
Nice.
There's also opportunities, I think with lactase, right, it works better than a powder. You can add it cold and just let it go longer. So you could still see some conversion, won't be as fast, but in a full, right, milk tank.
Oh, okay.
So obviously it depends on the enzyme dynamics, so that's all.
Interesting.
Anybody else have questions? Very interesting, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I have 2 projects. The first one is under no-cost extension. The reason I requested a no-cost extension was, as I reported, this technology has been licensed, we have a company that is a startup company that wants to practice this technology, so we had requested a no-cost extension. I wanted to give you an update on that. So we have, in this one, nutritionally supplemented puffs for babies, elderly, and the general public, 3 kind of categories of products based on milk protein, which currently do not exist in the market. So if you look at, this, one of the samples that I showed you is a savory product made out of, with white cheddar coating and puffs as indicated here in terms of composition. So when we licensed this technology, to a company, one of the questions they asked was, can we make it without using additives like sodium hexametaphosphate and trisodium phosphate? These are the two chelators we add to make them disintegrate in the mouth very quickly. These are generally recognized as safe ingredients. They are extensively used in processed cheese and other products. But given these days, everybody wants a very clean label. They don't want to list something that a customer cannot even pronounce, sodium hexametaphosphate, So they said, can you make it out of a simpler ingredient or take it out completely? We cannot take it out completely because then it will not have this property of self-disintegrating in the mouth. So we had to look at other ways to do it. And so these are calcium chelators, and you can see the one we use are a little chemically, very involved, but these are used. So we looked at two natural chelators. One is citric acid, the other one is casein phosphopeptide. This is part of the casein molecule, the protein of milk. If you take one part of that, it has been isolated and demonstrated that it works as a chelator as well, because this is how it chelates calcium in milk to begin with. So now this is available as a natural chelator, and we try to use this to show them that this can be very effective. So as a result, we evaluated this performance of this product, and okay, so we looked at water diffusion coefficient of this product. And here's the water diffusion thing, so you can look at the one we have here is sodium hexametaphosphate, and this is CPP. And they perform really almost the same. So it's a good news that we can substitute, not put sodium hexametaphosphate, but part of the casein molecule itself as a chelator and make this product. So it seems like, we are on the right track in terms of helping them make a product that does not require sodium hexametaphosphate or triphosphate. And water diffusion is very similar, so this is the product that they're going to start making. In summary, that we can say that we have made this self-disintegrating product, and they are very good in terms of taste and sensory properties. One last thing what we are looking at is also in the same process, how can we also put some bioactive materials if necessary? So something that has a nutritional quality. And we have demonstrated successfully that can also be done. So this project is at the end, and we are happy, and thank you very much for your support. I hope we can see some commercial activity in this domain sometimes within a year or so. Next project is on flash freeze spray drying of milk, protein concentrate, and related dairy products. The reason is, can we have either spray drying, is one technology that's practiced. The other one is freeze drying. Freeze drying is very expensive, very good quality product, but very expensive, and it takes a long time. Spray drying, very short, but the product quality is not as good, especially when the ingredients are heat sensitive, like milk protein or milk concentrate. So we have designed a project based on this, where we can take the product here, liquid feed, and spray it in the chamber where we bring carbon dioxide, and at very low temperature, it freezes the product when it's sprayed, and it freezes in the chamber, and then it sublimes. That means water evaporates, and the frozen product becomes powder. So this is something in between freeze drying and spray drying, so it's a spray freeze drying, and it's a very good technology if you can make it work. And here is the lab setup that we have generated in our small lab, and it looks like it seems to be working. And we are using like a hair dryer to make the hot air, and a small cyclone separator, and the setup is shown as indicated in the diagram. Now, one of the things is the nozzle and injector assembly is the heart of the process. How can we do that so that it will spray and freeze at the same time? So here are some of the nozzle designs that we are working on. Next one. And here is the diameter and throw diameter, and all these details given here. We have really tested several of them, like 4 of them shown here. Is round opening versus square opening in different diameters and dimensions to evaluate which one is most effective in terms of doing what we need it to do, to spray and freeze at the same time, and then it water sublimes. And the result, you can see the nozzle performance, depending on how much vacuum it creates. So it changes the quantity of the material that's poured in, and then 73 grams in 2 seconds to 30 grams in 2 seconds, and that affects the temperature and how it is frozen. So you can see in here it pulls up so much that it's frozen, but it's not dried. Here, when we pull in press, it's partially dried, and still some work is needed to make it completely dry. But so far, we have been able to spray it and partially freeze dried. What partially freeze dried means, it's not totally dry. It still needs to be dried further so that it becomes very powdery. Next one, please. So the next step is we design and fabricate some new axial nozzles and see how we can improve the effectiveness and to smaller frozen particle size, and use milk protein concentrate for testing the drying efficiency, and change the drying chamber temperature to about 70 to 90 degrees so that drying is expedited. And so we are working on this. We are 6 months into the project. We still have 6 more months to go. And thank you very much for your support. Any questions?
So your cheddar coated puff reminds me of like the Cheetos, like the puff Cheetos. The mouthfeel would be similar.
Right.
Is the process from Cheetos, is the chemical they use, is it kind of similar? What would be on your label, or would it be better? What you're trying to accomplish would be better, I would assume.
So it will be like 100% milk protein.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing else in it. It's all milk protein.
Right, right.
Number 2 is it dissolves in your mouth very quickly. So we can integrate the texture for babies versus for elderly, or people who have dysphagia, who have swallowing difficulty, and they have very, they need a product which is high in protein. So we can give them protein, and it's high, shelf stable, very transportable, very lightweight.
I'm just thinking of scalability. A large company like that, if they can make a healthy Cheeto,
I mean, Cheeto is, two things. It doesn't disintegrate in your mouth as quickly.
Okay.
And number 2, it's not protein.
Right, right. No, I know.
It's not. So we are trying to give them very, the baby puffs. Most of the baby puffs, if you look at the serving size, 7 gram serving size, 6 grams carbohydrates.
Okay.
Here we are getting 7 gram serving size. The baby is 5.5 grams of milk protein.
Right, right.
So that's our selling point, but the cost is high as well compared to Cheetos.
Gotcha.
So nutrition is not cheap, so hopefully we do have a market of its own.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Again, you'll keep seeing me as long as we've got students running on these projects. Expect me around for a bit. All right. First project is the technology transfer for the Northeast Area Foods Research Center, where, again, it's trying to make sure that all this great research that we're doing gets out to companies, starts to get implemented, things like that. Our major activity there is our annual meeting, which Nicole already talked about, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time there, but it was I wish I had been there. I was not there this year because I was running another conference. But it was a wonderful meeting, a lot of participation. We've also, keep our interaction with industry, the New York State Cheesemakers, our Manufacturers Association meeting this year. I think we had 4 of our team presenting different technologies, to the industry. We have the Northeast Area Foods meeting coming up in September that we'll be presenting at, the American Dairy Science Association meeting that we were just at. And then, because I was running the Ice Cream and Cultured Innovation Conference, I also made sure that some of the work here on waste reutilization was presented at that. So that's getting out there to a wider audience, and that will continue to move on throughout the year. The next project is really the research project. right? This is on health and wellness ingredients, right? Galactose, we have lactose in our milk, made of glucose and galactose. Glucose, high glycemic sugar, right? A lot of calories. Galactose is a low glycemic sugar, right? Important for glycogen replenishment in the body, so it helps with energy. I think there's a lot of potential for galactose-based products, but how do we get there? We're looking at then fermentation, right? So using yeast to ferment out the glucose, leave behind the galactose. We can then concentrate that and dry it. So this project was really understanding what yeasts are best for isolating that galactose. Yeast makes some byproducts like ethanol and organic acid that can also make it hard to dry. So we've been looking at a new yeast strain that actually does not produce ethanol or organic acids, or at least that was the potential. And so our work at the start of this year was really going through a battery of yeast. And the takeaway here is that we have this on the red yeast strain here that leaves behind all the galactose, right? Uses up all the glucose and then doesn't produce any organic acid because the pH remains high, and it doesn't produce any ethanol. So we got a strain that does what we want. We want to now optimize. The next step is to optimize the fermentation time, the concentration of yeast, and understand what the impact of lactose content does on that fermentation. And then as we optimize that, get those ideal conditions, we'll then take it up to the next step where we'll be working with Carmen in year 2 on then concentrating that galactose stream so we can get a syrup. So it's got a lot of galactose, a lot of good minerals. Start using that as an alternative to sugar, better for you syrup, and then the next piece will be drying. And I think there's going to be a lot of potential for scale up here when this finally gets to the end there. There are some particular dryers. Galactose is very hard to dry, but there are dryers out in the market, and one of the largest dairy companies in the state, I went to visit them a couple of weeks ago, and they are putting in those dryers already for some of their other products. And so there is a pathway, right, to scale up for this kind of process. So I'm very excited about this project, and it's moving along quite well. Questions on that? We'll wait to the end. So the next one was a small project building off of the work where we were using yeast to acidify dairy in place of bacteria to make novel types of cheeses and yogurt products that didn't have some of the issues with virus contamination, phage contamination, and things like that. This project then was looking at, we had this successful, remember the Yoda cheese that I brought back a year or so ago? That was a very fruity cheese. There's some yeast that also add kind of dairy buttery notes and things like that. So this project is then looking at supplementing that fermentation with these other flavor yeasts to see if we can optimize that piece on the flavor, and then afterwards looking at some of the impacts on cheeses like mozzarella that are used in cheese making. There were some attributes that we saw in our first cheese that might make it good for milk. And so right now, again, this is a smaller project, does have a little bit of money from USDA as well, where the student that did this project has left. We're training the new student on how to grow the yeast and then how to make the cheese, and then we'll dive into actually using those cultures. So that training is moving on. The next one was kind of the last piece of a trailing project where we were looking at taking this enzyme called lactose oxidase that generates hydrogen peroxide, which is an antimicrobial compound off of lactose, and trapping it in bees so we can control how we use it in milk, and so it doesn't over-acidify or over-treat the milk. And so we're putting it in bees, right, looking at it to control spoilage microorganisms and then controlling listeria. That work was all very successful. One of the last little pieces, a little bit of money left. We did some work looking at its impact on raw milk quality here. And so what we did is, this is old data, but this chart right here is, we took these bees, we put raw milk in there, and we looked to see when we stored the milk at actually ambient temperatures, this is kind of a little worst case scenario of how was the treated milk, how would the microflora grow out. And what you see here is with multiple treatment times from 1 hour, 4 hours, and 24 hours, the treated milk, right, we see a slow outgrowth of that bacteria, right? So we can use this to help improve raw milk quality. Now, we won't be here in the U.S. storing our milk, right, at warm ambient temperatures, but even at cold temperatures, right, this will help treat it and show that we can improve the quality and shelf life of that raw milk. But there's also potential in other areas of the world where they don't have a cold chain, that then the system can be used, because once we pull the bees off, we already know from earlier work that the impact on the milk is stopped, right? So now we have a controlled method that doesn't require refrigeration to kind of help maintain raw milk quality. So I think that's pretty cool. Now we're just really trying to get the students to finish writing so we can get that stuff out the door, and that little piece of money there will be left to cover the publication costs when that peer-reviewed paper comes out. And then the last project that we have going on is looking at in-package pasteurization of milk. This is using a system commonly used in beer where we actually fill the bottles first and then we pasteurize at a lower temperature than what we do for aseptic processing, and then seeing what that does on milk quality and milk flavor. And so, we had last year, this project was pushed back a year because we had some issues with visas and getting the students in here. But now the project is running well way. Nicole is working with us to kind of make sure the students stay on track. You can see here's everybody drinking the milk, and right now we're focused on the plastic packaging, on the quarter gallons there, and then the 8-ounce packages, and really then mapping the temperature profile of all the milk in there to make sure that we're getting the right temperature and time. And then we're going to be looking at the microbial quality and then the flavor on that. So it's chugging along. It is a very straightforward project, but it is moving. So other than that, those are the 4 projects, quickly.
Questions?
Yeah.
I have one question.
Yep.
Doing the in-package pasteurization, especially on plastic.
Yep.
Is there any issues with heating the plastic?
Right. So we have seen, depending on how you stack the plastic, if the weight's off, there'll be some deformation of the.
That's not what I'm talking
But we haven't seen anything as far as flavor or as anything leaching into the milk. But we'll have to look out for that for sure. Yeah. But good question.
Great, thank you very much. Y'all did a good job of keeping that.
Yeah, try to keep.
All right, let's see, so. Yep, how are you today? I'm good, how are you? Great. You want to run this clicker for me? Yeah. Let me know when.
So I'm Ann Diefendorf. We're both from Scary County, we're in County. We're in the first round with you folks, and we certainly do appreciate the opportunity to be able to work with you folks. The extra money that we've had to work with has been very helpful. We've been doing it either out-of-pocket donations. And we do find that this is very important to have that one-on-one connection with the simplicity of just educating whole milk. We did come up with a new logo, and we felt that we really needed to identify ourselves in New York State. And some of the things that we're still on schedule with a lot of events that we're doing. We did Greenville, FFA has invited us down 2-3 years in a row, and we handed out 800 bottles of chocolate and white milk. We also hand out stickers, and we educate with the children, and these are nursery kids all the way up through 12th grade. The school nurse comes out, all the administration will come out, and they say, how can we help you? The kids are absolutely awesome. I want to say one of the best conversations that I had that day, and I don't think Dwayne heard the conversation, but kids are going around to all the different stations. They have animals there and whatnot. They come to us last, and we hand the milk to them. All the kids take the milk and stickers, bags, or whatever. And there was a group of 3 teenagers that came through with an adult. I don't know why they were a separate group of 3, but I can tell you why, only by description, that they were dressed in the gloss. Okay, so I knew I had a challenge in front of me, if you will. They were reluctant to try any milk, and this is how we get folks to actually taste that difference between
what they may be drinking in school, or at home, and try the whole milk, taste the difference. So these 3 students came through, and we were talking to the adults, the woman who was with them, and they were very reluctant to even try the milk. But through conversation, each one of them eventually did take a milk, and they tried it, and they were like, oh, wow. We actually had a conversation. Before that, there was this wall of just no communication whatsoever. So I felt that if I could break through to these 3 students, my job was done that day. And hopefully they got on their social media or whatever and got within their group and said, hey, no, okay. It's okay to drink. So those are the types of things that we do run into. These kids are all receptive. But when you run across that one person, I don't know, and you actually get them to try it, it's an awesome thing. And we're pretty simple. Our basic goal is to educate. Whole milk has just been, I don't know, totally misled by the word whole. They still think there's still people who just absolutely do not know. In fact, we asked one girl if she drank 2% milk, and the question was asked her before she walked away, how much fat is in 2%, and she didn't know. The 2% on the label means it's 2% fat. She was very proud of herself that she drank 2% milk, but just still didn't even know that it meant it had 2% fat. So this is how we educate. Like talking one-on-one with people. So these are the events that we have completed. We have reached over 2,250 people. Since then, we did a parade at Cobleskill. We handed out 1,500 bottles of milk. And as we are walking down through the parade, it's all on ice, it's on wagons. The bale is painted on the wagon. It is, one of my new things is now is whole milk, 3.25% fat, 3.25% fat, taste the difference. And that's pretty much what people will comment. Oh my gosh, I really taste the difference. Jay also did 2 parades up in his area, in the Argyle area. He did 800 bottles of milk. It can be done. People will say, well, how do you keep it cold? You keep it cold just like you do your water, just like you do your sodas, just like you do all your beverages. You just all on ice. And then people are like, oh, wow. Think outside the box. We do get a lot of positive feedback from that. We do visit with the parents. We hand out the milk to the kids first as we're traveling up through, and we visit with the parents too. This is whole milk. We really specify that it's what we're handing out is whole milk.
Are you handing out the little cartons or the little or the little plastic bottles?
We do 8-ounce bottles. They're hard to find.
Yeah.
In fact, we were supposed to get 8-ounce bottles from our locals on Dygert because they did get a machine to be able to do 8 ounces, but they didn't have the bottles yet. Okay. So they are hard to find. And if you hand out a paper, carton, that the kids normally get in school, they'll ask for a straw. Because it's hard to get past that carton flavor.
Thanks for the children.
Yeah, that's the kids love those.
They will love one. It's a cute bottle. It is, it's very well decorated. It's, yeah, they absolutely.
Whose product is that one?
This is mine.
They're huge supporters of what we do. And I heard too, we were very disappointed that they didn't have, anything set up for it yet. So this is our budget. We'll add another maybe $3,500 to that we spent since since we did that, and that was mostly on milk. I've done, few signage.
Made up a few new banners,
Yeah.
you know, 3 farmers who care, and they said,
You expect most of your budget, like, through the summer for fairs and
This is when we
such, right?
started ramping up, yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
quite frankly, because we didn't get the money for so long, we were like afraid to spend money and then.
but right now, it's actually really kicking into gear.
Yeah.
We've had so many phone calls, New York Power Authority, they've got a bunch of different events, they'd like us at every event if we can, and that's probably impossible. All the fairs are calling us, 4th of July parades, other little parades, yeah, it's really starting to gear up now.
Good.
These are all fairs that we have been to. Some of that stuff is up in Jim's, area. So yeah, we've got a busy summer ahead.
So do you have to buy those, or are people donating those for your,
Buying what?
the milk?
Right now, we're buying them.
Yeah, we're buying it, yeah. And we were, up until this last year, when we had the grant, we were purchasing it and so on, and then getting it, given to us. Tigers has been nice enough to step up, Kings, Battenkill, Rhinebrook,
They've been donating.
been donating, because they want to get that nice message back out there as well. So if we didn't have that, I'd probably have a wife that would leave me because I was spending a lot of money. But anyway, so now, this is a real helping hand that we can do more, you know, because we were limited. We were doing it all out of pocket, and we were limited. So now we can really get the message out there.
And we did have agribusinesses, donate.
Yeah.
Also, along the way, because we've been at it 6, 7 years.
Yeah. We'd actually like to see, more local, do these 8-ounces, because like Rhinebrook, last week when we did the 4th of July parade, it takes me 1 hour and 45 minutes to drive down there. Time you load the milk, time you ice it, you know, that's a 5-6 hour day plus the miles. And we'd love to see, Tigers is gearing up for these 8-ounces. And we're like, oh, come on, because these are the perfect size for the children. Perfect, they love it.
Anything more than 8 ounces, you'll find gets wasted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The little kids won't drink the whole thing, like we would go with them.
Yeah.
So that's just our monthly, financial summary. I didn't know if we were to include any of that or not, but, mostly travel. More examples of, events we've gone to, Jay, with, some kids. We did go to, June Dairy Day at, Albany. And we did it last year too. It's, well worth going to. And I did get, a friend of mine who's a retired cafeteria manager to go, which was a real eye-opener for her. She actually helped last year, the fair told her I was told that we had one of the nicest booths there that day, because we were educating, we had 2 different kinds of milk, white and chocolate. I felt it was important to do a June Dairy Month sign. All this signage that, that I had made up, this one here, I just want to show you. This is the most photographed poster. Actually, I have a hard copy of it. It's quite big. This is photographed just about everywhere. People are amazed at what's in milk. So when we were there that day, there was one assemblyman who came up, and he's looking at it. He said, "There's one thing missing on there." And I said, "You tell me, and I'll put it on." And he said, "CLA." And I said, "Yep, you are correct." So with that said, I got online, and I did find another one that that did have the ingredients of dairy fat on it. And I think that's what I'm going to, and we are going to concentrate on this year. We've always known the fat in milk to be the good fat, and there is a difference in our fat. And it's a combination of, yes, saturated fat, but it's got the polyunsaturated, the monounsaturated, omega-3s, 6s, and the CLA, and we need to get that information. I heard a doctor on the news one day say, oh, put the brakes on whole milk. They were doing a whole food, segment. And she said, put the brakes on whole dairy because it's 65% saturated fat. And I'm screaming at the TV and I'm thinking, but you didn't tell us what the other 35% was.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to get out. So, I will make a copy of this, or maybe we'll try to, maybe folks, it wouldn't hurt to see how much that fat line is in the milk, so that the fat line doesn't go all the way to the bottom, because it doesn't. It always settles up here, we know that. Maybe that visual will help to educate folks. It's really not. But that's one of the things that I do want to work on. All this stuff, actually, when I got done with it, because it was the beginning of June, I took it up to a local restaurant of ours, the Fancy Farmer in Sharon Springs, I will name it. And I said to Nancy, I said, can you display this stuff for June Dairy Month? I said, while people are sitting and eating their meal, or waiting for their meal, I should say, these are conversation pieces. So she displayed them throughout the restaurant. So people like to read, people like to, instead of doing phones, this stuff needs to be all over the place. Okay? So it's just an idea that I had at the last minute. And I think we are seeing whole milk consumption go up. I go into sewer stores. I see they are now doing half gallons of red calf, whole chocolate milk, and that shelf will be empty and 1% milk people. Because they were only selling it in the small 16-ounce containers before, and they would be out.
Yeah.
They have been in the last year bottling whole chocolate milk, and I'm telling you, it'll be gone.
I was shocked the other day, I was telling Ann, I was working on an excavating project, and I came to Coldstone. I said, I haven't stopped at a Dunkin' Donuts in a while. I'm going to treat myself. I probably don't really need it, but I'm going to treat myself to a donut. I always go in and check out the dairy case, and they only had Hood whole chocolate milk and Hood whole white milk in the dairy case, no 1%. So I said, oh, wow, I'm going to grab a whole Hood chocolate milk, and it was very good. And I was like, wow, hopefully we are making a difference. I was shocked. I was shocked to see that. I hadn't seen it.
It's happening. We did do some, Bill Rogers, I don't know, out at White's Farm Supply, invited us out for a couple of years. I painted a bale for him, and we do interviews with him, so we did get some media coverage, a little bit of media coverage with him. Commercials he was playing on the weekends, and radio.
Yeah, he's the host of the American Farm.
Other than that, we make up stickers, milk with a meal. I think we need to push that and get back to that. We do a church supper where we hand out milk with a meal because now we're getting drive-through, because of COVID, and then we put the stickers, on the bag, and, each meal gets, a white top. And we thank you very much for your help.
Go ahead, Dean.
Do you do refresh on your bales? Because I noticed a few around that are starting to look kind of dilapidated.
Oh, yes. I have 6 bales at my farm right now that, I have to paint, yes. It's been rainy season, and then it's been trying to catch up, with the farm and hay. But, yeah, I have 6 of them at the house. They need to get painted, and the problem is, and this is where we run into, help, is getting them loaded. You have to unload them with a skid steer, tractor, whatever. So it's a lot of work. So if anybody has any ideas or wants to help, I did notice the one on, next to the thruway.
John Kelly.
That needs to be,
Yeah.
weed whacker. Yep.
Well, Dean, the main thing, in New York State, all of New York State, and out of state, right here is the only bale painter. She's been the only bale painter. She's been the only bale painter for going into 6 years, which totally awesome, but she's a mom, a grandmother, a dairy farmer. She does PHIA testing, I'm sure you know.
Everybody else.
So she's flat out, we actually, there's 6 or 8 bales at your place that we just purchased, and then when she gets time, she's gonna paint them. And then I told her, we have a gentleman, Phil Davis, right? He's nice enough to help us out with his, gooseneck trailer. We're gonna go around and replace all the bales that we can, because recently in our little town of Seward, down by Colesville, we started a farm mark, July 2nd was the first Wednesday night, 4 to 8. Every other Wednesday night, all the way through till fall, we're gonna do this. We want 97 to be a part of that. So our supervisor has been bugging us to do a bale trail. So we've been talking about it. Why don't we number them? And then maybe what we could do is.
How many do you have out?
Dozen or more.
Well, I've done over 70, and they have all gotten replaced.
Yeah.
The plugs, I paint on those too. The plugs for the ag bag, plugs which resemble the round bale. Those I can take inside, I can fit in my car, I can take them with me. Those actually ended up on the front steps of the Capitol when we went to Chris Take. He introduced his bill.
Yeah.
And they make, they just pop, they just stick out. But yes, that is an issue. For some reason, this spring, that plastic just, it'll like disintegrate with the heat.
But they're 4 or 5 years old too.
Yes, the one down by Walmart, Culver goes in there 5, 6 years.
Yeah.
And I know that one's not replaced.
Just a quick question on some of your expenses. So in January, you had $1,099 in other expenses.
Mm-hmm.
So what are your other expenses that are in that line item? Or in general, you know, just so we're understanding too.
Yep. In January, we had to get insurance.
Okay.
And there was the bank account that we had to set up and the checks and all that stuff.
Okay, so got it. So they went through it. You're a DBA now.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know.
Yep. And pretty much everything is just.
And the travel, when you're like in March, there's travel, but that's just going to different events without doing milk.
Yep, what did we do? I'm trying to think. In March. We did the FFA, we did, when we have to go pick up the milk, we have to go one direction or the other.
Yep. Again, I'm just asking questions because we're new and we kind of like to have an idea of where that money's going, so. All right, well, thank you for your hard work. I think we're at time, right? Yeah. Anybody else have questions, though?
Just a quick one. Have you ever worked, with like a company that, we've got milk from McDonald's, and they give us a good reduced price by it, a little container, no? But we don't have, it's low fat milk. When we could get, we didn't have a processor near us to milk it, and they gave us, just to get milk in.
Yeah.
But I didn't know if you worked with anybody.
Yeah.
Something doing like
So
that.
all the ones that we have worked with, are of course, Ron Evertiger, Stewart, if we need to get white milk, we will go in and we'll purchase white milk. Only because it either didn't get put in the order, or for one or whatever reason. King's, Mountain View Bat and Kill, which is up in James area.
Yeah.
So we are using, everybody's brand, and it's gotta be whole milk. And we do like the small containers, because if we're gonna give it away, I have an issue with giving away 16 ounces of milk, because if there's, a whole family there, you're giving away all the gallons.
All right.
And we don't drink it all.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry, we need to keep
No,
going.
that's fine. Thank you.
We're a little behind. Thank you.
Yes, we're gonna.
behalf of our team. My partner in crime is back in Albany, but also here with me virtually, so she will be popping in to go over her slides as well. All right, so just to refresh on the goals that our projects are addressing, our Dairy for Good campaign is focused on consumer education with an emphasis on environmental stewardship. And our New York Dairy Toolbox is a one-stop shop for our dairy stakeholders and industry partners. And then if Sheree can pop in, she's going to go through the 2025 highlights.
So some quick highlights. Can everyone hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Think so? Okay.
Yeah.
Some quick highlights from this year so far before we dive into more details. We did conduct the media training in January. We realized that we highlighted this in our end of year presentation. We actually didn't include it in here because it happened in January. The end of year was in March. So just wanted to re-highlight that for everybody. It was the Cornell NEDPA Operations Managers Conference. There were nearly 20 individuals who registered and or attended, several farms, folks from Minor Institute, Cornell, NICAM, and others. We dealt with some snow challenges, but had a decent turnout, and everyone who registered or attended received the presentation afterward as well. And that included, we did one-on-one practice, live on-camera and phone interviews, and it was a really good turnout, so we were excited about that. Jumping into Dairy for Good, we're going to walk through some more slides in detail after these highlights for Dairy for Good and Toolbox. But first off, just for highlights, as you can see on your screen, we're really excited about some of these numbers, especially in terms of our video views across all social media. We're beating our cost per engagement goal. And we've been able to do a lot of collaborations already this year. One I wanted to highlight, Genesee Brewery. On Facebook alone, they have more than 104,000 followers. So it's been a really good opportunity to branch out and, build some of these relationships and do some of these collaborations. Now I'm going to kick it over to Sam.
And in terms of highlights for our toolbox, we've had the inclusion of the toolbox with several of our partners' communications and on social media. We've continued to work with Cornell for review of all the materials that we've been sharing, and one of the major things that we've done in the past 6 months is work on the translation of all the materials on our website. And Teresa will go a little bit deeper in Dairy for Good.
So quick snapshot of what the Dairy for Good campaign encompasses: strategy, content creation, management across all platforms and web, designing the graphics and reels, shooting video interviews with our cameras and drone, and then the paid social media campaign. Next slide. Thank you. So we've already had some great video shoots this year, including with Shane Sincere with Adirondack Farms on the benefits of anaerobic digestion. Did an interview with Champlain Valley Agronomics on the benefits of drag lining. We did 3 interviews at Cornell, one with Mike Van Amberg on cow feed and nutrition, one with Tom Overton on Kirk, and another with a research student. And then we also went to Genesee Brewery, as well as Zuber Farms. Since Zuber receives truckloads of spent grain from the brewery regularly, we are working on actually finishing up a video from that visit in the next week or so. And we love being able to go on site. Sorry about that, Sam. We continue to learn more and more at each video shoot, which we're really seeing the benefit of, especially when it comes to our messaging and scheduling with social media too. We really are enjoying these video shoots. I just want to raise one other thing, just some roadblocks that we have been experiencing. In case others have experienced this, we've in the last couple of weeks received 5 or 6 no's from Farmer Voices, following email outreach and some Zoom discussions. Completely understandable given the media policy landscape concerns. But we just wanted to raise that for the group, just for full transparency. We have 3 outstanding shoots left. 1 is coming together. But in case anyone else is having challenges with that, and maybe it's a discussion offline to talk with the board too on some ideas you have, but just wanted to raise that. So for our next slide, social media highlights year to date. Our social media growth and impact For example, over the past week since we submitted our presentation, we've already seen our Facebook following grow to up over 6,700. So just in the last week, over 200 more followers. We're really starting to hit our stride in growth across all of our platforms, which is really exciting to see. I think that's a testament to both the A/B testing we're doing in our paid ad campaigns as well as our organic reach. And in terms of our video views, we're continuing to track our total video views as shown here on the screen. You can see we're up over 2.2 million for the year so far, but we're also this year even more focused on the total number of 50% video plays, and that number is up over 230,000. And while that number is less, we believe it's more impactful because those are the numbers, those are the folks who are actually staying tuned in, watching a minute and a half or more of these videos and really learning from the content and taking the time to listen and learn. So while we're still continuing to track that total video view number, which means anyone who watched any amount of time of that video on their social media platform, in terms of our paid campaign, we're really watching the 50% video play to inform how we're continuing to target and message moving forward for the rest of the year. And then the next two slides, these are just screenshots of our cat. We've got our paid ads here. And then the next slide, our organic posts. We're on track to meet all of our goals for the year as of right now, which is great. And now I'd like to turn it over to Sam to go through the New York Dairy Toolbox.
Thanks, Reese. So we've developed our New York Dairy Toolbox to improve communications with dairy producers and industry stakeholders, with our focus on sustainability in this project as well. And in the first 6 months of the year, we have really worked to incorporate the translated materials as part of our campaign. Those are all the things that we designed and completed in 2024. So with that is the entire Dairy Toolbox website, which is the homepage and the About Us, as well as all the materials that are housed on there, including the fact sheets, infographics, social media graphics, the sample messaging with social media graphics, and all of our videos from 2024 with translated captions that correspond to that. So here's just an example of the homepage, some of the fact sheets, some more examples of fact sheets and our infographics over there, social media posts, and things. All of these are able to be shared and downloaded from the newly updated Spanish page. And then next is the collaborations that we've been able to work on to help share the information on the Dairy Toolbox and the Dairy Toolbox itself. So we have the Northeast Agribusiness and Feed Alliance. Our friends at New York Dairy have helped to promote us via their blog and on social media. And so as you can see, these ones are primarily blog focused, a little bit of shares on social media, but next continues 4-H, our partners at 4-H, our partners at NYSDPO. NYSDPO has included our Dairy Toolbox linked into at least 7 of their most recent e-news articles from March to June. They have about 850 or so contacts that goes to. So we found that even individual dairy farms have been sharing those materials on their social as well, which we'll see coming up in a next slide. So continuation of our partners either sharing our posts or downloading and sharing the individual concepts on their own feed at their own time. Here's continued examples. The Real Taste in the Dairy has, I believe, over 75,000 followers, which is a great reach with that industry. Allen Farms, as an individual family farm, continuing to share materials. And now we are looking ahead to the street.
So looking ahead for the second half of this year, we'll be finishing up editing videos. 2 of them have already been posted and are being included in our paid campaign. There's several in process being edited and approved right now. And then we have, we're scheduling out those last 3 shoots as mentioned. We're continuing our monthly collaboration calls with New York Dairy and NYAC to share ideas, content, plan ahead for potential social collaborations. And we're also preparing to move into phase 2 of our New York Dairy Toolbox website, which is expanding to include resources from some of our industry partners. So that's what we will be heading next. And at this point, we'd like to pause for questions.
Questions, anybody?
Do you have an idea of how many people are using the New York Dairy Toolbox at this point in time?
I don't have specific numbers. I think it's just based on the shares that we're able to find. We're continuing to follow up with our partners. Like, that's when we were able to get a little bit more specific with their list. The other partners that we've shared it with, we have to circle back with and just see if they've incorporated it and see how many clicks or shares they may have had, but we haven't been able to get those numbers as of yet.
Do you know how many downloads from that toolbox you've done?
Bruce, were you able to look in the back end of the website at all on that?
We don't have the total downloads yet, and I think when we were building out the Spanish version of the website, it kind of shifted how the back end was reading. So we do need to work with our web partners to make sure we have the accurate numbers on those, but we can share those following this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
That'd be interesting, and I'm really, for some reason, somehow I missed the Spanish, the translated version, so I'm really excited about that. That's very cool. So, any other questions?
Thank you very much, and thank you for your support.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
So we can take, I think, we can take a break right now. I'm sure everybody needs a bathroom break, and we'll get.
How are you doing today?
Doing swell. Glad to be here.
Very good.
We all, we're rolling? Cool. All right, let's get into it. All right, so we were talking New York Dairy. So as you all know, but just to break down sort of the 3 buckets of activity for our project, we've got our New York Dairy, the media brand development and operations, website, organic social content, our ongoing community collaborations. Then our creative development for this year, continuing with the I'm New York Dairy campaign, but the new piece of the puzzle for this year is doing some creative partnerships with some New York-based creators. And then we have our paid media, so our Instacart and paid social activities from the brand. So we'll talk about just some high-level summary stuff right now for 2025 so far. So we filmed 4 of our I Am New York Dairy features. We've got 3 out, so we're feeling like we're on time with that. Our Instacart ROAS has remained on target. We are improving year over year in terms of our social stats and tracking, so we're excited to see some increased reach and exposure and followers to the brand. Website performance and ranking are continuing to improve, so we'll get into that. And then we've had one of our strongest organic launches to our I Am New York Dairy that featured Lute's Feast, so we'll show a little bit of that. And then just some things we're continuing to work on and monitor, so slower start to paid social, average performance of our creator collab content, we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then coming out of just the branding discussion, a top of mind thing for us is finding sort of a leaner way to create on-farm content. So I'll get into what we're thinking, sort of follow-up thoughts from our team just regarding some of the feedback from the branding meeting. So we'll talk first here about the New York Dairy digital brand. So just some website things we've been working on. We have a new page structure to our campaign page. So all of the I Am New York Dairy features that we have filmed live on a part of our website. So you can go there and see it's just a different interface that we think makes it a little bit easier for people to explore. We're working on a farm explore page leveraging the I Am New York Dairy content we've created. One of the key, or a lot of the keywords that we're ranking for right now seem to be individuals looking for information about how dairy farms work, just general curiosity. So we're trying to think about a way to package a part of our site that's really geared towards sort of an informational discovery of how does dairy really get brought to life. We need to do like really foundational education on that, so we're working on that experience. And then, as always, our consistent blog publishing. So we do blogs on a weekly basis, and that's been a big part of improving the SEO of the site. So just a check-in about general performance of the site. One thing that's really exciting for me, I started reporting on keywords that we were ranking for back when I think we were ranking for like 50 to 60 keywords. Now we rank for over 960, and we've seen a pretty massive increase in 2025, to the point where not only are we showing up for keywords, but if ever you do a Google search and you'll see other people ask, or you'll see sort of an enriched response to that search term, that's called an SERP feature. It's essentially Google formulating a response to your search based off of information that they find on the website, and we are populating over 470 of those. So that shows that Google and search engines are looking at our site as a quality source of information, and we're attracting just over 1,600 organic page visitors month over month to the website. So a lot of this has really started coming online this year, so we're excited to see continued kind of positive reinforcement from Google that we're doing the right things. We just need to stay consistent and refreshing our content. So now we'll get into social media. So this is talking about we call them our community collaborations, where we're putting together content with DPO partners as well as other dairy organizations, farmers, producers out around New York State. So 35 unique organizations have participated this year. I think we've had a 100% repeat from the organizations we did collab posts with last year, 130 posts created with 118 accepted collabs, and that sort of gives you a flavor of what some of that content looks and feels like, whether we're pulling videos or photos from them to put together a post that talks about whatever they're doing, their story, their background, or their team.
Jacob, 1 second. I see you have them clicked. That's people that will let you use some of those. What are those 4 boxes for? I see the third one's mostly checked.
Oh, yeah, so this will be, this is actually a communication tracker for how many times have we reached out to this organization.
Okay.
So it takes a lot of just back and forth to get someone to notice us, or in some cases to even respond. So this is tracking, I think, if they've responded to an initial outreach, has the collab been sent, has it been approved and accepted? So it's kind of a tracker for us to monitor how collaborations are brought to life. This is sort of our team internal database. It's more or less just a screenshot to show kind of the volume of outreach we're trying to do to bring things to life. Another new thing for this year, we talked a little bit at the end of the year last year about trying to bring some more personality and faces to the brand. So we've tried 2 sort of ongoing collaborations, one with Dalton here, answering questions that people are submitting, showcasing his story, doing little compilations with his videos that he's sending to us or photos that he has. And then we're doing a series with Bartlett and White Eagle with 2 of the young girls on the farm, Brindley and Reagan, who do a Fact Friday-based series. So they shoot the content, we edit it, we put it up as a collab post, and we've been doing that for most of the year. So just 2 examples of how we're trying to incorporate more individuals as recurring features on the page. So these are more built-out collaborations than what might be sort of like a one-off showcase with some farm photos. So constantly kind of testing different formats for these community collaborations.
Was he the foot-long farmer before you started featuring him, or did you?
Oh, it's Hannah's husband. So she put us in contact with him, and then Hannah from Nyack. And he was excited about it. He has a whole digital brand that he's building himself, so a YouTube page and things. So, we're kind of playing off of his motivations there and tag teams and stuff. So far, just traction across social, 8,200 total followers added to date. Facebook's our leading platform this year with over 3 million impressions. We really haven't launched paid yet, so all these results are really coming from organic content distribution, which is really exciting for us to see. So, as we continue to launch our paid campaigns later this year, we think we're going to see a lot of fuel on the fire for some strong growth this year for the brand. High-level numbers, so across our 4 platforms, over 58,000 followers, 7.4 million impressions today, 3.5 million people reached, 6.2 million video views, and over 159,000 engagements. These numbers are basically are very close to our year numbers last year. As you can see, there's been a pretty intense increase year over year in terms of our exposure and reach on our organic content. I'll get into a little bit more about that, but definitely excited to see at least that reach number. So this is kind of a follow-up from the branding conversation. I know we were talking about some of the kind of content sources we use. So I wanted to just add some numbers because I think I threw out some in the meeting, but wanted to follow up on it. So we created 159 unique posts this year, 26 of which have featured content from other dairy organizations outside of the state. So these are organizations with large followings that we would reach out to and ask if we could repost their content. The content you see on the left side is showcasing our highest performing, or some of our highest performing content. That's all New York based. And then what you see on the right side is some of the highest performing content from those other like content partners essentially. So this content actually showcase, like we talked about, Chobani News, our I'm New York Dairy content, farmer partner content. We are seeing really good performance from this. Over 60,000 views on when we talked about the Chobani facility announcement, almost 60,000 views on our Dalton video. So we have good examples of New York content performing. I think those things are very important for the brand. Some of the content that's driving significant new viewership is those other pieces of content. So I think you can account for 2 to 3 million total views that are driving a lot of reach and new followers to the account. So, when I think about operating a digital brand, I think about content that builds reach and content that builds depth. Those things work together to build a brand. So, we're not by no means posting the majority of these things, but these do help bring new traffic and visibility to then have followers that are getting a lot of this depth and more material content. So I just want to share this sort of visual follow-up from that. I hope this is helpful, but just wanted to put some more kind of numbers and specifics on that conversation. We got our brand and social cat here year to date, and we'll get into our creative development here. So let's talk a little bit about this, just some of the big buckets of creative we're working on. Our creative campaign, blogs, farmer partner clubs. I think that number is actually wrong. That number was right on the other side, 130 instead of 144. Social content, and then ongoing dairy partner series. So you can see the blog experience, thumbnail for one of our I'm New York Dairy videos, and just do more of those higher performing organic pieces of content with some of our just ongoing evergreen social content. So now we're getting into I'm New York Dairy. So our creative campaign we're running again this year that we shot 4 features so far of. So far we've shot with Haley McCluskey. She is a dairy advocate. Her brand on social media is called She Likes Milk. Then we worked with Loose Feed, Dr. Isaac Angel, and then Josh Hollow to film our next 3. And then looking forward, we're planning to get out with Dwayne and crew to showcase one of their events. And then we've got some other targets but nothing else locked in at the moment. So far, the collaboration with Haley, this was our first time working with an influencer creator as a part of this campaign. So not only was she a great story to showcase about her journey through dairy and agriculture, but she was also a partner in some of the distribution. So we were able to do collab posts with her account to get our campaign out. So we created, I think all in all, we've got 7 pieces of content and then plenty that we can remix and continue editing into the future. But she was a great partner for this and someone who we hope to continue collaborating with. We've got a lot of ideas, but just trying to think about what we can do with our budget and more this year. But cool to bring a creator into the mix and see the impact there. And then Loot Speed, this was our second one we filmed, our second one we put out, and on Facebook in the first 7 days we had almost 30,000 views, over 1,400 interactions, specifically over 120 shares, to over 275 likes, and just some really great commentary from the community. And this kind of doubles down on something we saw last year, I think I mentioned, was just when we find sort of a local business narrative that seems to drive a lot of support and engagement and sharing online. So this was just a great example of rallying a lot of support from people who were familiar with the brand, had a positive experience working with the company, and then we saw that, impact when it went from an online standpoint. So Facebook was the highest performing distribution touch point for this one. I don't think the other platforms had this much performance, but that's kind of what we see. We'll see one platform really take off, and that's what it happened for Loot Speed. So the I'm New York Dairy distribution as a whole, just to summarize this, we do our website distribution, our social media distribution across our 4 platforms, and then we'll get into doing more paid social, where we're essentially putting paid behind our long-form videos and our short-form videos to get those out to the greater New York State community. Going one step further was just creator collaboration. So when we teamed up with Haley, not only did we do I Am New York Dairy campaign distribution, we also wanted her to create some of her own sort of what we would call UGC content around her brand that we could put on our page. So we edited videos, she put together videos. Essentially that one collaboration, I think, turned into 4 or 5 different social media posts that we put out together. What we're trying to be intentional about this year with our creator collaborations is doing what we would call like a multi-activation collab. So as opposed to just coming in and doing a one-off post, we want to see if we can partner for a month or a couple months and do a consistent post to give us a better chance to have a good performance from the content. So we hope that that feels like it has more depth not only to our followers but their followers. It also gives us a better chance for that content to perform, given that we're giving ourselves more chances essentially for that content to get seen. So some of these, like I think these 2 videos here were ones that Haley made, and then you will see some of the other ones, or this was one of her videos, and some of the ones that our team edited that she put up with us. Our second creator collaboration so far this year has been with the DeCoker family. So this is a family in upstate New York. They do a lot of sort of home life, homesteading sort of content, and a lot of their content features their kids. We've done one collab with them. We're also going to do another one during the New York State Fair, where they're going to show some of the other dairy activations at the State Fair, including the birthing center and the mobile dairy experience, as well as incorporating dairy into a State Fair showcase piece. Our first piece of content with them, though, was a series they do with their boys called Raising Men. So we did the Raising Men Dairy Farmer edition, and it was told through the lens of lessons that they wanted their boys to learn as they were going through doing chores on a local dairy farm. So that was our first post with them, and then they did some accompanying other activations on their page. So this is our first one. We'll at least have one more with them this year. So going one step further with thinking about how we're creating content on farm. So far, our process for on-farm content creation has been one of 2 things, really. One has been an I Am New York Dairy video, where we send out, a production team to shoot interviews as well as do B-roll on the farm, or we ask the farmer or whoever it may be on site to shoot video clips for us that we would then re-edit. What we've essentially tried to do is compile a list of our highest performing content that we want to recreate with New York dairy farms. So essentially, a lot of our highest performing content has been from those other source accounts. We know what, I'll use the word viral content looks like, but then how do we take that insight and then recreate it on site? So what we're trying to do essentially is work with what I would call more of a social media content creator, not a production team, to go on site, really probably just with a cell phone, to get shots that are in line with our highest performing videos. So I guess a simpler way to explain it might be remixing our highest performing content with a New York-based farm. So this is something essentially what we've tried to cook up based off of what we were talking about during the branding discussion, to be able to remake some of this content with a New York State farm that we've seen perform really well. We got our creative development cat here, and then now we'll get into paid media. So far, we've really just been running on Instacart. So far, we've had a $10,000 ad spend, just over an 11x ROAS there. Attributed sales just at 109, 326,000 impressions, and then that new to brand sales at 29,000. Just to give you a little more insight into how we're looking at our paid media activations for paid social. So we've got our I Am New York Dairy content that we're going to be testing paid with, but then just in terms of looking for continuing to, find performance as well as just good efficiency with our paid media, we also want to test some of our high-performing organic content there. All of that organic content that we would be putting paid behind would be, the New York-based content. We're not going to put paid behind some of the non-New York partner content that we've done. This theme of content has been pretty hot for us this year. We have this sort of communication we're doing about how what people think New York is versus how we see New York, kind of showing the contrast between city and farmland, and that's rallied a lot of support from people kind of championing the idea of how beautiful upstate New York is. And then we have our paid media cap here for year to date. And that is a wrap.
Any questions?
I'll just say that, I sense a little apprehension that you go outside New York, get some content that's really driving a lot of some new looks at New York.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I know this board's been a little sensitive to that, but I think it has a lot of value. I know you see the value, and I ask any board members if there is some apprehension. We expressed that a little bit, but I think it's good.
Yeah.
I really like where you're going with it, and I think it's going to really help drive what you're going to do and bring in, and then using some of that that outside influences and maybe getting some New York dairy farms with the same thoughts.
For sure.
Yeah. I think it's a really good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you, as you present, you can see the little apprehension because you're sensitive to it, but I think it's really good. I like it.
We've tried to be conscious about a balance, and then just continuing to challenge ourselves to say, if we know what's winning, then how do we double down on that with our people? And I think if we can have those things working together where we're still doing, some testing over here, and then we're able to bring those learnings in to move with, a social creator and some New York dairy farms, I think that's a kind of a perfect mix of balance.
But the testing outside of New York, I think is a good thing in the whole.
Yeah, it's definitely driven significant new followers, so that's exciting to see it help drive the overall size of the people we're reaching.
I kind of second that thought. If we can borrow some to drive people to New York, it's the way to go.
Mm-hmm. Positive.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe you can, I don't know, one up it, I guess the way to look at it is because the Rotary went really well, but there's a farm in New York State that has a Rotary that's a robotic robot.
Oh,
they don't have people, so it's they have the robots sitting on it. So it's that's even more automated, even more neat to look at.
The substance is there, it's just getting the person there with the right thing to shoot it the right way. So if we can get that figured out, which I don't think is hard to do, then I think we can execute pretty easily with it. So
So how many paid creators do you have at this time?
We've had 2 year-to-date. Our goal, we have 2 year-to-date. We have one we have a contract out for that's not locked in. So really just 3 connections, I guess you could say, have been established. Wait,
I'm just looking at the dollar, so is that the 32,000? That goes towards, you said,
some of it's prepaid.
Creamy Doters and video production partners.
So that's for the production for the I'm New York Dairy videos, and the creator partnerships are part of that creative development bucket. I think the creator collaborations, it was 6,000 and 10,000, and then the I'm New York Dairy videos will range based off of travel and time for the shoots, but I think we're averaging somewhere between 2,500 to 3,500 for a video like that. But that bucket puts all those together.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
Just in the past, we've had paid creators, right? 2 or 3 a year.
Correct. Well, so with us, we did a really aggressive spend on creators, I think 2 or 3 years ago, and I think learned a little bit the hard way that we needed those things to feel a little more built out. So we took a year off, I believe, from paid creators, and now this year it's been brought back in, and we're coming at it from this angle of, all right, we want to team up for 30, 60, 90 days, multiple activations. Let's not just go do a one-off recipe. Let's do something that feels a little more in line with your community.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're seeing much better results than what we saw before. That being said, we want to bring on, it's funny, some of these creator collaborations, they'll cost $500 and some will cost $5,000 just based off of audience size and sort of the value that they place, or if there's an agent involved or whatnot. So we're trying to balance sort of big spends with little spends. A lot of the collaborations we're talking to right now are with smaller creators. So let's say their following is 7,500 followers to 15,000 followers, but we could get a video for $900 as opposed to a video for $4,500. So that's where we could really up our volume of execution with creators to have many more chances for performance. So the back half of the year, I think we're looking at it like, okay, let's find the smaller ones, really ramp up content with them. So I'm thinking when we do our year end, it'll be like, look at all of these pieces of content we created, and I think that budget will stretch a little bit farther. So that's how we're thinking about it right now for optimizing the back half of the year.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay for me to sit here while
Okay. How are you all today?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good.
Good. I'm just trying to make sure. Am I cleaning it? Okay, all right, great. So first, thanks to the advisory board for this opportunity to report on Dairy Runway. Just as a reminder before we get started, we've received 2 grants in support of the program, right? So the first grant was for a little over $278,000. That was for year 1. Year 1 wrapped up this June, and that grant has been spent down. And then we received a second grant for $225,000 for year 2, and year 2 wrapped up the end of this year, so the end of December. So, our program goals really haven't changed much from year 1 to year 2. We really designed this program to help food innovators develop that entrepreneurial mindset, right? The knowledge, the experience, the technical skills to be able to launch value-added dairy products that is responding to today's consumer preferences, right? So helping them build that foundation that enables them to go out and be more competitive in securing the resources that they need to take their products to the next level. And, really understanding and believing that by helping food innovators launch new products, we are helping to popularize the consumption of dairy. In terms of the program structure, I've gone through this before. That too hasn't changed a lot from year 1 to year 2. We've done a lot to enhance each phase of the program, and I'll get into that a little bit more later in the presentation. Again, it's this cohort-based program. We're supporting 2 cohorts per year. Each cohort is around 6 to 18, and then we've organized the program into 2 phases, with each cohort starting with this intensive entrepreneurial training that's really focused on the customer discovery process, right? And that's really modeled after the National Science Foundation Innovation Core curriculum, which I've talked about before, right? That was designed for engineers who are really struggling to take their ideas from concept to commercialization. And just, again, for the entrepreneurial training, while they're going through that course, right, they're engaging with what we refer to as subject matter experts, right, who are giving them sort of that real-time feedback on their products, and they're also getting that real-time feedback from the instructors and through the customer discovery process. And all of this is really to make sure that our participants are getting, are quickly able to assess whether there is a market fit for their product, right? Okay, so for year 1, looking for a snapshot of recruitment and enrollment. So for the 2 cohorts, we received 53 applications. We accepted 21 applicants, that's about 42%. And then of those 21 who received what we refer to as offers from us, we enrolled 18. So that's about 86% that accepted the invitation. And then looking at have 18% that are selling their product, right? All sales, right? Direct consumer and then also some retail sales. And then we have about 36% who are in that we were promoted pre-market development. So our teams that have graduated from the program, they may be working for either the Cornell Presenter Center, working with the Cornell Presenter Center, right? They may be working with a local BDC. They may be actually working with one of our coaches to refine their business models, right? To identify a co-packer who will partner with them, and to, do additional customer discovery, right? And then we have 45% who are in this category of pause redirected, right? So they have realized, having gone through the program, having gone through the prototyping training, working with their food technician, working one-on-one with a business coach, that there may not be a market fit for their products, right? That they will have to pivot. But they still have the entrepreneurial training and they are still committed to dairy. And one thing to put this into context, I've talked about the National Science Foundation Innovation Core curriculum, right, which is what our course is modeled after, which is what all of our entrepreneurship programs is really modeled after. So that program, the national program, has been around since 2012. They have about 2,500 graduates have come from that program. Of that 2,500 graduates, a little over 50% have gone on to launch startups that reflect the concept that they started with when they started the innovation program. A little over 50%. So here we have 54% of our graduates who are on track to scale their product. So we really are, the program really reflects the trajectory that you see in most early startup entrepreneurship programs. This is the budget for year one. Again, the first grant was for a little over $278,000. That was spent down. I think the board, we had a couple of reallocations, so we reallocated funding from the supplies line as well as the support line and shifted a majority of that into the prototyping line, right? That's really where the bulk of our expenses are. We also shifted funding into additional coaching. So we shifted about $9,000 into coaching, which shows up in the salaries line, but that's not the staff salaries. It went to coaching. That's really where we've seen a lot of need for our team and helping them to get through that prototyping stage and beyond that as well. Okay. So year two, and again, year two wraps up the end of December, right? So over the two cohorts for year two, we received 52 applications, so really like a steady demand for that early stage entrepreneurship in dairy. We accepted 18, so that's around 34%, and then we enrolled 17, so that's about, I think, like 90% accepted the application. Looking at where we are now, and again, we have, over half our participants in the prototyping stage now. So of the 17 we enrolled, 16 have completed the first stage of the program, right, that entrepreneurial training, so that's around 94%. That's up from 88% in the first year. And now we have 14 who have advanced into the second stage of the program, right, who are doing that prototyping. And that is up, so we have, I think that's around 88% have shifted, the 80% who completed phase one have advanced into phase two. And that's up from 69%. So that really, we were able to close that gap. We modified the application, so it's much more robust now, and that's with help from our dairy extension team. So really including more questions about, where they are in the, experimenting with their product, We also have gotten, I think, much better at, during the first phase of the program, during that entrepreneurial training, being able to spot when a team needs additional support to get here. Also doing, I think, more effective pairings with business coaches, right? Really recognizing, like, where is the need and, who out of our cohort of coaches can best address that need. We also have, and I know you're aware of this, we have a longer onboarding process between phase 1 and phase 2. So really making sure that our teams have the resources, access to our dairy extension team. We've had several teams actually go through some of our dairy extension classes, that are tailored to specific products before they're actually getting into the prototyping phase, before they're actually getting into our pilot plan. And that really is helping to ensure that they are making the most of that time in the pilot plant with our food technicians, right? It's expensive, and just making sure that they are really prepared for that. So these are just some, more like programmatic achievements, and I think, I've talked about a lot of this, what we have put into really build up the program, right? And just showing like creative commitment to, recruiting and retaining the resources that are needed to sustain teams through the program. So, recruiting the 10 business coaches, recruiting our subject matter experts who are part of the course. And then also, I mentioned this last time, we now are starting to build a cohort of industry volunteers who graduated from the food science program. So we're working with someone right now from Schreiber Foods, who is working one-on-one with our teams before they go into our pilot plan to talk to them a little bit more about, scaling and developing a formula that can be commercialized. And then also we have supported several teams through our dairy extension courses just to make sure that they are better prepared for the prototyping experience. And then I'll just quickly highlight some of our graduates. I know that I've talked about Carol before I brought in her fudge. She has received an Amber grant. She's also received the Taste New York designation and is in 35 different retail locations. We're also really excited to see that she's applied to Grow New York for this year. Those applications are under review, but it's exciting to see that sort of the start of that pipeline, right, for startups to go really from ideation and closer to commercialization. So that's really encouraging. Team, I know I've brought in their product as well. This is the calcium-based supplement. They too are doing really well. They just secured their second NYSDPO grant. They are selling online and then also at local gyms and some pharmacies, and have gained a lot of recognition with health specialists who are focusing on women's health, which is terrific to see. And they really are starting to think about how to expand their product line and really positioning themselves as, a functional calcium-based brand for women, which is really interesting. And they too are a Grow New York applicant, which is exciting and what we have been really working for and planning for, again, just to see that pipeline. Farmers Home Creamery, this is a team that came through cohort 3. They came in with a soft serve ice cream. One of them, Holly, her family owns a dairy farm in the Adirondacks. When they applied, they were also in the process of applying for a resilient food system infrastructure grant. So they went through Dairy Runway, and the training that they got through Dairy Runway helps them also expand their application for the RFSI grant. And we were also able to help them network within ag and markets to prepare, for, what it would look like if they received a lot of money. And so, they did receive the grant that was announced, I think about 2 weeks ago. And it is for their expanding, cold storage and processing on Holly's, dairy farm. And that is also where they've been producing the ice cream. So that, was really great news. And then I also talked about, Benita from Catskills Market. She too just secured an NYSDPO grant. She also just secured a contract with Whole Foods. So her product will show up in their Manhattan, stores, in February 2026. So that's been exciting to see, her growth. And, so we're really excited, and I think these stories just show that we are starting to see, the success from the program, right? And the beginning of, as I mentioned, like that pipeline of dairy integrators, and see, just, the impact that, early stage investment can have on emerging innovators and helping them get from that concept closer to commercialization. So, great. Thank you. Yeah. Questions?
Do you always have a year one and year two running together, or is it just one and then another?
Well, so far, we've had, year one and year two.
Just year one.
Right, exactly,
Now,
Year one, we had an extension, so it's run for 18 months, so that's why they're running at the same time. Yeah, so we typically have, 2 to 3 two cohorts going at once. Yeah.
So, yeah, you kind of answered my question at the end. You showed some of the projects that are coming to market.
Yeah.
The other cohorts, is there other, like yogurt, are they all unique like these? Or
Interesting. What's the breakdown?
Yeah,
I know I showed that last time I presented. It is, it's really a mix.
Okay.
So, and I will say that, in reviewing applications and putting together a cohort, that is something that, we work with the instructors. They go through the applications as well, right? So there's like a sort of a 3-stage, structure of the application review. So Jen and I review them for program fit and commitment, and then the instructors will review the applications as well. And they're both experienced entrepreneurs, and they are really looking for put together a cohort that is diverse in terms of the products that are being proposed, right? So to avoid having, if we have 6 to 8 teams, avoid having 50% of them be yogurt products. So we've had a mixture of yogurt products, high protein beverages. We've had the supplements. We've had several different ice creams. So yeah, there is product diversity.
Okay.
And we're really pushing for that.
One of them was flavored butters, and then now a major dairy conglomerate has started making flavored butters.
Yeah. Oh, so you're speaking about speckles.
Yeah.
They went to cohort 1. Yeah, and they went through our competition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I see like someone kind of had the same idea at the same time with a lot more money, unfortunately. But
exactly.
It was
And
an interesting idea.
It is really interesting, and I think it is particularly interesting to watch entrepreneurs go through that customer discovery process, right? And a lot of applications that come in, and they all, think that they have this terrific idea, but then actually getting out and into the general public and, getting that direct feedback is really critical, right, for any type of strategy. So, yeah. Great.
Just one question. So on the budget, you guys are going to spend the majority of this year's budget
By the end of December.
by the end.
Yeah.
So
like,
in the
spend
fall, a lot of that will be spent down.
Yeah, so we spend down about 50% of it, and so we still have, I think it's around 7 teams, more than 7 teams that have to go through the prototyping, and that's where the largest expense is, right, is the
prototyping, and then also it's coupled with the coaching too.
Okay.
Yeah. Great, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thanks,
your time. Thank you. So just, this is a general for everybody, all the contractors, just make sure you give yourself enough time for questions within that allotted time, okay? So we can stay going today. Sorry. I just,
Yeah, we're gonna keep on going.
I don't want to deter questions, that's not,
Okay.
that was not,
Okay.
it's not intended towards anybody, it's just to make sure everybody understood the allotted time isn't for just the
Presentation.
it's for presentation and questions. So,
We're doing pretty good.
that's done. Is she on?
Bethany is gonna be joining us virtually.
Okay.
Bethany, just let me know when to advance through your slides, I'll do it on my end.
Hi, Bethany,
Okay.
thanks for being here today.
No problem. We have 2 county fairs going on right now, so I apologize for not being there. 'Tis the season. So this year we've been super, super busy. You can advance to the next slide. Our streaming media, we're a little behind this year than we have been in the past. We kind of changed up our campaign, kind of strategy. We're going to be going really heavy in the fall and the winter. We normally are heavier in the fall and winter, but we decided to do that even more this year. So our goal is 12 million impressions and 30 sites. We are on our 30 sites, but we've only reached 4 million impressions so far. And I completely didn't include our CAT, like our actual expense numbers on my slides. I don't know what I was thinking. But we've only spent 77,000 of that 150,000 budget. So most of the impressions will come in the fall and the winter when people are watching more streaming media too. Go ahead to the next slide. Exploring More. We have had such a fun year with Exploring More. Our goal number of events is 20. Our magic shows is 10, and Cows on Canal Side is 3. We have done, actually, as of today, we've done 12 events. We have someone up there right now, and we've done 2 Cows on Canal Side, but this was for the first half of the year. Rob Allen does not do any of his magic shows until the fall and winter months. As for the exhibit, I know you're all wondering what's going on with that. I will be sending Elizabeth an email from Explore and More to send to all of you on the board, just saying we had a little delay with Upstate side of the funding. We have received their funding. We are now under contract with, like, officially under contract with the builder for the exhibit. So by next week, we should have an ETA date of that being finished, but it is actually moving forward now that we had all the payments made. So we're pretty excited, and we've also decided to add a little more things here and there to make it a little more interactive for everybody, and including Explore More didn't understand how a milker actually, like how the vacuum and the pulsator worked in that. So we're actually going to incorporate that into the whole exhibit. If you can switch slides. Just some photos from our exhibit. We have teamed up with Lisa, who used to be an employee at Explore More, who wrote the book, Bessie's Big Adventures in Buffalo, and she's going to be doing several other books in a series. And she goes around and reads story time, and we bring calves in with her and just make it a bigger event than just bringing one calf or just doing one recipe. We make a whole day out of it. The middle is just showing our Betty Lou Moo that we still sponsor. She is in the majority of Exploring More's advertising without us asking or anything. So we just get that extra kickback out of that. Next slide. Just some more photos from National Milk Day. We handed out, I believe it was close to 300 milks that day, and then had several activities throughout, including the calves being there. Next slide. Fairs and public events were, at this meeting, we're always super low on our number of participants because we're just starting the fairs. So far, we have done half of our events, including sports games. We joined up with NYAC with their mobile dairy experience at Attica Central School for like the grand opening night. We've been at several health and wellness fairs this year and a couple different career fairs. Next slide. School events. This year has been so much fun for me with school events. That's been my main focus, and I've sent the other girls to some of our other activities. This particular photo here is down in the Dunkirk City School District. We started last year, and this year we expanded. We do dairy days at Dunkirk schools, and we did 3 elementary schools this year. This particular school really touched my heart. The majority of the children that go to this school are disabled, have mental handicaps. And this particular girl was nonverbal autistic, and she spent hours out there. The teacher let her just stay, and she connected with these calves. We had other students that wouldn't come within 10 feet of the pen when we started, and by the time they were done, they were snuggling with these calves. And, you know, the big question is, does this sell more milk? Not to these kiddos, but it does to their aides and their teachers and their parents that were there with them and experiencing this. And they're the ones that we get to talk to about the importance of dairy and about these calves. And while they're there watching their child just have the most amazing experience. This was the most special day of the year so far for me. Next slide. Just some more photos. We've been doing lots of yogurt activities and cottage cheese activities. This month, we're out doing a ton of ice cream month activities. We're still bringing our photo booth around. Next slide. This was just some more photos. On the right is one of our trivia blocks, so we can pop up at any event and do some trivia where they roll a dice and are able to start answering some questions there. Next slide. This particular one was really interesting. We had never been invited down to Gowanda before. So we went down to Gowanda for their pen pal program. Their 2nd grade teacher started a pen pal program with farmers from all over, beef, soy, corn, pork, lamb, all of it. And they have pen pals for each, I believe it was 36 pen pals they had. The farmers come in for a picnic and they walk around with the kids that they were pen pals with. And all of us from all over the industry came in and set up different things. We were actually featured on the news on the right-hand side. That's a news anchor from Channel 4. Met her many times because it seems like we're always on the news lately, but we brought the calves down. So not only did the kids and the teachers get to experience it, the pen pals in agriculture got to experience it also. Along with this, we also did a magic milk activity. So we weren't just there with a calf, we had other activities going on. Next slide. Our Cow for Now program, we exceeded our goal this year with that. The goal was to do 60 schools and we did 100 schools. You will see that we went over budget with that a little bit. But we knew we could move it kind of around because we could be under budget with our school programs and kind of shimmy that. Because this is just such an amazing program. The students, they're still using Rhinecrest. Kelly does such a good job. The kids get to watch a video every week. They get their little stuffed cow that you'll see in the middle of the picture with her little ear tag, and the kiddos get to like take turns holding their little cows. They watch the video, and then they have all of their different activities that have already been sent to them that they do pertaining to that. I found that a lot of the schools are actually scheduling field trips. This is like outside of us, but the schools are reaching out to schedule field trips to kind of recap the whole Cow for Now program. So instead of us having to push for that, they actually want it, which is really exciting. Next slide. Assemblies Rob Allen, year 49. I know we talked about it at our year-end recap meeting. He has just been phenomenal. He did 68 schools. His goal was only 60. As of July 1st, he had done 7 park performances, but he does 5 to 6 a week up at Old Cop Beach. So they'll be all done by the end of the year. You can go to the next slide. I think I have more pictures of Rob. Yeah. So Rob is just fantastic. I finally got to see him and was just in awe by his magic and had the crowd just roaring. The kids believe everything he does to be complete magic. There's no other way to put it. He just sent me his proposal for next year, and it included all the teacher comments from this past school year. And I think I've given them to you guys before, but it was a huge manila folder full of positive comments about his program. Next slide. Oh, more pictures. Next slide. Sorry. Buffalo City Schools. Becky is hitting this out of the park. Her goal is 150 programs this year, which is a lot for now. We have 2 people doing that. So far they've done 62. During the summer, she has been going to their community garden program where we either make recipes with things that are growing in the garden, or we just try to connect it with what other activities they're doing in the garden that day. She is booked straight out through the end, right before Christmas, so she will achieve or exceed her goal. Next slide. I have some more photos from our programs. We do our painting programs with the smaller schools, where you'll see that in the upper left-hand corner, where we have different equipment from around the farm, and we let the kids paint with it, finger paint, stamp, whatever they want to do. And as they're doing it, they're asking, what is this? What is this used for? And we can just open that conversation with them. We have our mobile photo booth, our blow-up one, which you'll see our señorita in it. That was at one of our Hispanic schools, and they were doing traditional dance aid, so she got in there and took a bunch of pictures. The middle slide is just our little setup for our career fair. We're doing regular career days throughout the Buffalo City School program during the week. And then on the right-hand side is just some kids enjoying, looks like worms and dirt to me. Next slide. Some more photos. She always does such a good job getting photos. Next slide. This particular event, both photos are at the same school. One was the inside part of the event and one was the outside. This is the Parent Summit at Bennett High School. This is where all parents from the Buffalo City school system and families are invited to come in. It's before school, or it's right at the end of the school year. And they have all sorts of activities going on. The Bennett High School football stadium is absolutely phenomenal. You can kind of see some of it in the photos. But there is, I believe the count was close to 3,000 people at that event this year. So we had our trivia wheel going outside. We had crowns. We were doing giveaways. There was a calf there. And then on the inside, they were doing little ice cream sundaes. Next slide. Social media and web. Same with our streaming media. We're a little behind on that. We're at 27% of our goal of impressions. We are halfway through our recipes, and I apologize. Must be when I sent it in, the formatting kind of moved around, so it's not lined up. We're pretty much halfway there with our recipes and our videos, and our actual video link clicks are at 242%. So we're getting a lot of traction with that. I didn't include on here our engagement rate, but that right now is at 9%, I believe. It's on your CATs. So we're doing really, really well with all of that. Next slide. I included on here some of our dig-in videos. You guys can play them at your leisure. And if you go to the Buffalo News YouTube, you'll see their whole section of the dig-in videos. This season's turned out so phenomenal. the food was just so delicious. We went to a couple of the restaurants afterwards to get some of the food, and there's just lines out the door. The Amplified team with the Buffalo News does such a good job picking our chefs and knowing what is hot in Buffalo at the time. So one of our, you'll see I included a bunch of videos from the Butter Block. She started out by making homemade traditional French croissants, which, if you weren't aware, take 3 days to make. It was absolutely phenomenal. You haven't had a croissant until you've had one like that. But everything that all the restaurants we use this year are either Italian or French, and everything they use, either if it's in our videos or not, is dairy. So they were great ambassadors for dairy farmers. Next slide. Here's some photos from that shoot. You can see the croissants as she's rolling them. She did eclairs, and she did this other dessert that she said in French and I can't pronounce, but it was absolutely phenomenal. Next slide. Our cooking classes. We are right on track with our cooking classes. I've actually, this year I sent with Rob Allen. Rob Allen goes to a lot of schools that we wouldn't otherwise have contact with. And I sent these flyers that you see on the right with him. And we got so much feedback that I've actually had to say no. We are completely booked out, and I've had to tell them that they'll have to be looking into 2026. We have gotten into the Niagara Falls City school system, which really wasn't on our radar for a long time. It's a large school system, and they don't get all the benefits that the Buffalo school system gets because they're not that big. They don't get people that come in and do a lot of things for them. So we went up, did cooking classes. They were the most attentive, grateful children I've ever worked with, and they are looking forward to us coming back. We did 3 of those schools so far up there, and we're scheduled for 3 more in the fall. Next slide. Our influencer. I don't know if any of you follow the Bandits, but they are 3rd year 3-peat champions of the NLL. It's only ever happened once before. It's every single game was sold out. So we ended up, instead of 1.5 million impressions, we exceeded that to 1.8. And when we're talking about the impressions with the Bandits, we're talking about the people at the game, the TV commercials that they air for us, their social media, our social media that we team up with, their website, any of their advertising, their YouTube. So they're all over the place. Next slide. In our contract, we are guaranteed 1 activation where we do an activity in the arena before the game as people are coming in. And it turned into, they loved our stuff so much that they pretty much said any game that we would like to do an activation at, we are welcome to come to. So we ended up, I believe we were at 5 games this year doing an activation where we did our prize wheel. We let people color crowns, which we have a really good idea for a new crown for next season that will tie into the Bandits. But we had a riot up there with them. Next slide. With the signage in the arena, just like with being able to do more activations than we were contracted for, on the right-hand side, you'll see our ribbon banner, which on a slide coming up, I actually have the video of it so you can see how it's animated. We are guaranteed 2 minutes per game that our ribbon banner shows up. And because they love us, I don't know what else to say. We've had over 5 minutes almost every game. So that's been phenomenal. You'll see in the middle photo, we are the first sponsor. We are the #1 partner of the Buffalo Bandits, and they treat us like we are. They're phenomenal to work with. Next slide. We teamed up with the Milkman from the Buffalo Bandits, and if you are not familiar with Connor Farrell, he is the face-off specialist, is what they call him for the Bandits. So he comes out, does the face-off, and runs off the field and goes and sits down. He has scored 1 goal, and it was insane how crazy everybody went over it. He just took the opportunity and scored it. But he is one of the most popular players on the team, and he was such a fantastic sport on the farm. If you go to the next slide. Well, this one's the video. You can just play it at your leisure. I don't want to waste your time with videos. Next slide. What is this? Oh, this is our Connor Farrell video. I invite you to go on and watch them. They are hysterical. He ended up doing a milk chug contest with a calf. He came up to Breezy Hill Dairy, flew up from Long Island because that's where he's from, and came out and spent the day on the farm. He was such a trooper. It was 4 degrees out in Sheldon. And he went and milked cows. He milked 2. But walking into it, he thought we milked cows by hand. So it was kind of eye-opening for him. He fed calves. He had the milk chug with calves. He got in the tractor. And he's looking forward to coming back and doing more filming over the summer to do hay and things like that. Next slide. Oh, that's it. So, like I said, I invite you guys to watch all those videos. They're hysterical. He was such a good sport, and we're looking forward to having him do more things with us throughout the next year. And right now we're in the works of trying to get him to actually come out to Erie County Fair for a day and be in our booth, which would be amazing. We would be packed that day more than we already are. So are there any questions?
Anybody have questions? Are we gonna hire more people so we can do more cooking classes?
Yes, so right now we have a girl over the summer who's been working full-time for us. She's been phenomenal. But in the fall, we have one of our old part-timers who went off to college. She's going to come back and work for us full-time. And that will be her main objective, is to hammer out those cooking classes.
Cool. Anybody else? Great work.
Oh,
You're
thank
gonna
you.
have a busy rest of the summer. Thank you very much.
Yes, we are. It's just ramping up.
Hi, Katie. How are you? Good. How are you? Very good. Right, thank you. Well, good morning, almost afternoon. It's good to see you. Thanks again for having us. I know you've been around for a while, so you know what we do. You know that we are a Cornell University-based outreach program. We contract through the Dairy in the Classroom program with our county cooperative extensions to do direct student education with the goal of building relationships with those students. The goal of making it more than an event. They have the opportunity to get to know that educator, to get to know and experience dairy in a lot of different ways. So we're really proud of the work that we get to do, and really grateful that we get to lead it. So these are our 4 bucket items that we'll be chatting about today. These are the projects that are in progress and that we're working on. I'm going to show you some of our results so far. I'm almost looking to be on 2 slides, because if you remember, we started with just 6 or 7 counties in year 1 of this project, and now we have 22 grants that are giving out annually. So mid-year, right, we came in, we added 2 new counties this year. So we added Chemung County. They were super excited to be part of this program. They've been trying for a few years to apply, so we were really glad we were able to invest in that in this way. And different this time around, we do have another new county, but we extended New York City. So not only are they able to serve in the Manhattan area, but they were also able now to really target time and attention into Queens. So this has been a really exciting addition for us. And when it comes to the work that we're doing to serve these counties, this is the time of the year that we're having mid-year check-ins. So
really proud of that you've done so far? What's been a challenge to you? And kind of talk through those challenges and see if we can solve them. And then finally, how can we serve you better? Do you have suggestions on things that you need more of? Could we do something differently? And we take those suggestions and just try to be better servants to those counties to make their lives, they're very busy, going out and doing the work that we're doing. What are we hearing from those conversations? Number one, what's going really well. Sometimes it's also the challenge is that it's so popular. So there's so much more demand than they have time for in these programs, which is exciting to hear, but we also kind of hear how they're feeling a little overextended because they're trying to say yes to everyone, but now they've got to this place, a lot of these counties have been in the program 1, 2, 3, now 4 years, where they're developing their own parameters. You know, sometimes there's small problems that we're working through, where in New York City, now that they're in more places, again, transportation is hard, and it's hard to bring lenders, and it's hard to bring hot plates, and it's hard to get all those items, cooking items, to those schools. So right, I'm like, hey, because you added on, let's invest in some kits that can stay at those schools, right? So you have all the tools and the tools that you need, and you just, get some coffee or some milkshake for the secretary, right? And you help the admin team and let them have lunch to store that. Somewhere at school, and then you come from school out all your equipment. Sometimes it's small problems with something. Sometimes it's a problem with the across the community. Where it's like, I wish I had a list of all the allergens that I normally see in school in substitution. So from that moment we went into action and that kind of shared drive, we're like, well, let's start a group random. They're seeing these allergies. Let's have everyone say, everyone's doing the same thing, right? So let's put in, what are some of your favorite brand substitutions? Or what are some other ingredients you use to set up this out to be an appropriate experience for everyone? Sometimes little solve it immediately. Sometimes they're a little bigger. But we are really proud of the growth that we're seeing in all of these counties. We have a little trouble with the Orange County. So our North Country friends, it is really fun, but we get so level. They have hired somebody, very sure. So that you can hire on now, and you're here from another town. Okay. But you just and so that's we are hours in their education so far on January 2. The people that you here it's over 840 classrooms with the program. And it's really easy experiences as a whole for our students. This is something very They did a sunshine for Charlotte flavor with orange and lemon and bright fun. They all had orange shirts on, so it was very thoughtful, and very community-driven and oriented. Moving on to our next action 3. This bucket is all about professional development training for educators. Scale this back a little bit this year because we're doing that impact evaluation work. But we have 3, instead of 5, we have 3 of those scheduled. So we're going to be in Steuben County, Albany, Schenectady, Chemung County, mostly a little bit later in the fall. So we're already in process working with them, getting up registrations. Albany and Schenectady, they recognize what they do and do not have, but they very much wanted their teachers to see full process. So we're going to put them on a bus, and we're going to bring them to SUNY Cobblestone because they have their dairy processing facility up and running. So we'll be able to show them farm processing, and then final product, we're going to make some ice cream with them during that process. What I think is really interesting, the Malone Elementary, if you remember, we did a teacher training up in Malone last year. That was one of our locations, and we were a brand new county. We just brought on. This teacher came to that training, what she learned, and then her classroom dominated. So, really, we're seeing that consistent engagement follow-up. So I really want to get my hands on this tool called Salesforce. The university, are you familiar with the customer service management where you're like following your consumer? I want to follow these teachers, right? Where do they start with us? What's their point of entry, and how do they continue on engaging in our program? So that's an aside that's on my list, but I'm seeing from the wider scope of back in the classroom. But right, we're seeing them engage, and they've never engaged with us before, but they're sticking with us. Now they have an educator in their classroom. Now they're doing this competition, and they're probably going to do mac and cheese challenge in the fall too. So I really love watching their journey. I wanted to quickly mention In Full Bloom down here. So Back in the Classroom is turning 40 years old this year. If you can believe that, Judy. Judy probably can't. She was there at the ground level. But we're celebrating 40 years, and we're celebrating with a conference, our very first state conference. We hosted the national conference. It's our first state conference at Cornell Agritech. They're incredible partners. So we're going to have about 100 teachers joining us for the conference over 3 days in Geneva this August. Built in is traveling workshops. So we have some acts and some conversation up to Spring Hope Dairy, Little Bend. So hopefully that might work out. If not, there's some other great, wonderful farms in the area. So we're hoping to make sure that every single one of those 100 teachers gets an experience to visit a dairy farm while they're with us. I did send a little invitation to Elizabeth, and we are doing celebrating we're having a celebration during the conference at Agritech to celebrate our 40 years. So if anyone's able to join us, we'd love to have you at our legacy and celebration on August 5th. Finally, I want to spend some time on our final bucket, which is our dairy. This is kind of the investment in the educators and in our program growth. Dairy in the Classroom Educator in Service is going to be in Oneida County this year, so in between Rome and Utica at CC Oneida. And we're going to be doing all of those things there. We're going to be having every single program has to bring their best. They have 15 minutes to bring their favorite lesson that they teach. And so here you can see magic skills being done. And so they're like, every educator says, okay, yeah, we do magic milk. Yep, it's a great conversation. But sometimes they watch other people teach a lesson, and they maybe talk about it in a way that they teach at different grade levels, or bring a different approach to a different subject matter, and they become really inspired. So this is one of the things they're saying that is one of the best parts of how they grow their program, is the inspiration they get from the others during that paired teaching. And so what they want more of, they want this more often. So they want us to do, we're trying to figure out doing some Zoom sessions. They want some more conversations for their own growth and development throughout the year. And to build on the relationships they've made. We also have friends come in. We've had Coordinating Plus Communication come in. We've had Dean come in. So we're excited to bring those partners to build a little bit more of that awareness and understanding of how that works. This is going to be in September. The other piece here is a program evaluation. So this is new this year, and we really wanted to finally just take a good look at what we've been able to grow and build over the last 4.5 years. We call it a 3-prong approach. The first piece of this program evaluation is to help our educators be better themselves. Doing a paired mentorship program where we pair a more experienced county with one of our new counties. Some of those county educators, they come from a non-formal and formal education world, and sometimes the classroom and classroom management can be a challenge for them because they've never been in that lane. So we're going to help them. We're going to send somebody to evaluate, observe, give some feedback to that newer county educator. We also want that newer county educator to come and watch that veteran educator teach also to see what they can learn about their lesson development classroom management. The next prong of this is student knowledge growth. How can we evaluate and see the changes students are having in their understanding and their own agricultural literacy of dairy as it impacts their daily lives? And finally, that third piece is teacher motivation. We have a lot of classrooms that are allowing us to come in and take time out of their day as they prepare for state tests, as they prepare for their requirements in their own classroom and the time frames that they're trying to reach. Why do they give us that time? What is that teacher motivation? So we're excited to lead that piece. And a little context, we established National Agriculture in the Classroom. We received some funding from USDA and NYSDPO. We've been a long time, for 40 years, almost 40 years, have been receiving a grant. It was up to close to $1 million in the scheme of the federal budget. We're like a rounding error. We get that. We're not that much money, but as you know, they've cut across the board. So those have impacted us at the national level. The national team develops our curriculum matrix, writes new lessons, does all the website support, and helps do agricultural literacy certifications for educators, thousands of educators across the country. So as we think about what our essential services are, we've had to cut back. Sadly, one of the people who was impacted by this is Dr. Amelia Miller, and she's worked for the National Center team. She was kind of like first in, last out. Her whole job at the National Center was to develop evaluation. Let us learn a little bit more about why ag literacy research, how is it impacting us, and let's help our state programs do a better job of understanding the impacts they're having within their states. So I thought I was getting free services from her all year. I got a half year of free services through this program because as of June 30, she was done at the National Center. So Amelia was able to do all the question development for us. She worked collaboratively with us with the hope that we would be implementing this fall. Well, Amelia, we were able to bring her on half-time and through the end of the year, so just until December 31st. She's going to work with us half-time to do the implementation of these projects. I have built in, as you saw, the $15,000. That's about what I'm going to use in services. I talked to Kristen about a line change, but because it's under 10% of our overall budget, it's just interdepartmental switch. So we're going to move what I thought I was going to have to maybe pay a grad student to do some data analysis, some carrots for some teachers to get them to fill out the survey. We're just moving into a salary line. So it's great for us. Amelia has deep experience. She worked for Michigan Farm Bureau, which houses their agriculture in the classroom program. So she was on the ground doing teacher training in their mobile lab. She's got a deep understanding of food and ag experiences and research and evaluation. So we feel really lucky that Amelia is working with us for the next half year to implement these evaluation projects, and we can't wait to tell you what we find. That's our biggest update. I am really looking forward to what the next 6 months looks like for us, spending more time with our dairy and classroom educators, and celebrating 40 years of ag in the classroom. And you all have been a huge piece of our growth and trajectory into what our next 40 years looks like. What questions do you have for me?
So it looks like Amelia has a lot of value, and so is there other states or maybe your halftime to keep her going in some form of that role?
No, not at this point. Ag in the Classroom is structured very differently across the country. We're one of the only programs housed at a land grant and also
also receiving outside state legislature funds or outside grant funds in this targeted way. So other states have not jumped on the bandwagon to hire Amelia to finish up their evaluation project. We can only hope that, and this is a university world right now, you know, it's really tough. So she's gotten a lot of closed doors for her next step. She's got some other feelers out there, but she's committed with us at least half time through the rest of the year.
Good caption on that. I would say you did good grabbing that opportunity, so.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely love you said that, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Lots of interesting stuff that you're doing, and congrats on 40 years.
Thank you.
It's great to see the program ramping up. I, think it's a really important thing, especially for our rural schools, but the New York City schools, that's interesting too. How many schools in New York City are classrooms? Do you know that number?
Yeah, they are in, it's a higher time investment in the schools that they're in. So in Manhattan, they're in 3 schools, and then in Queens, they're in 4 to 5. One of those, I say, or 2 to 5, because one is really an after-school program. But they're getting in the door, which is great. And we're partnering a lot with their farm to school program in New York City, which is super robust. And they're actually super invested in taking students on farm tours. They've gotten a new grant about a year into a grant where they really want to ramp up that classroom connection in New York City. So we're trying to take it. Great. Yeah.
So you got 22 counties that like to see it grow. It's a challenge that I think San Luis County, that they hired someone to get the program rolling. Of the funds that they were providing to those counties, what portion is there a portion like supporting their new hire? I guess is my question. The dependency of this to keep the program rolling.
They've had, because of we don't know that they up yet, so what they've done so far in the year, first half of the year, they still have a presence in counties using some of the staff that they take your time to go to these area-based programs. They haven't a lot. What they're going to do is take what they did not use the first half of the year and hit it hard almost full time with an educator in the next 6 months to make a good impact and get them more for hopefully the next year. Does that answer your question?
Kind of, yeah.
Do you want to know how much what is supplied by this grant?
Yeah, I guess for the salary of the new hire.
So every county receives $26,000. They can decide to split how much you need for the skills and supplies, how much you need for your time.
Okay.
So usually it's about $21,000 in most kinds of them. Exactly what they want to do. $21,000 per salary is that kind of PPP. And then they will usually they supplement with 40 counties that they have. Sometimes they're really great that they help secure funds under kind of consider a number to get another half to generalize in the classroom so that all that one person is recognizing the whole thing is there too big.
Okay.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Did I shut it off? Uh-oh. Did I shut it off?
I see a green light here, so you should be good.
I don't think it.
Normally the whole top part.
No, it says lost server connection.
I didn't shut it off.
We're not blaming you, Dean. I'm not blaming you.
I don't touch it.
Next time you won't sit close to me.
I'm not touching nothing.
It shows green over here.
Yeah, but usually it shows a green bar.
Yeah, the bar usually. Uh-oh, where's Sean?
Mine says end call and shows it.
Just when we thought everything was working right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, you don't want to say that. They're coming. I don't know.
No? So I have one
Buffalo.
thought.
So Kim, do you have anything to say, Howard?
Yeah.
You just have to be careful, huh?
He is so good about that. And only asking if he doesn't know, it's just phenomenal.
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, I'm, I'll be concerned. They really, I can't have that.
Hmm.
Other one lives on Friday.
No, I think you pushed the button, Dean, you weren't supposed to.
Mhm.
I don't think I did.
$6 a gallon, or $6 a gallon, right?
They have chickens, they
Oh.
got 8 eggs at home. I gave it $3.
Sharice says she can hear us.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Okay, so
Even with Sally,
maybe
They can hear.
Sharice says she can hear on the,
Okay,
Great.
they can hear.
so I don't know why it says.
I'd say let's go and
make cookies.
keep on it. Thank you, Elizabeth.
All right.
Thanks, guys, for being here.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for the opportunity. We're going to run through our 2 projects. We're going to start with the Dairy Cow Birthing Center. Obviously hasn't happened yet, but a lot of planning up to this point. So want to say thank you to our host farms this year. We have 5 confirmed host farms at this point: Easy Acres, Elmer Richardson, Willow Crest, the Boover, and Fruit Haven. So a variety of locations, a variety of repeat farms, and we've got some new farmers volunteering as host farms this year as well. Putting our schedule into play for the next month. We're going to have some volunteer training that Emma is going to lead, so thank you to her and Dane for putting that expertise out for our volunteers. So we're going to have 2 days of that, and then these are kind of the nitty-gritty details, but it's a full week to set up before that opening day, and we welcome everyone starting on August 20th. All right, so this year for programming, if you remember last year programming was brand new. We had some that worked amazingly, some that just due to timing and calves being born or other obstacles didn't work out because of the way they were set and planned. So what we did is we went back to the drawing board and said, okay, the ones that work great are the ones that are calling like pop-ups or like a drive-by kind of programming. So that's what we're going to install this year. It's going to be very much like, wow, we have a big crowd. Let's pull this bag out, this activity, and kind of capture the audience that we have at the time. Same with like the drive-by. So Milk for Health did the Magic Milk last year. Repeating that again this year because it's very simple. Whoever is walking through can do this activity quickly and then keep going. So capturing that audience rather than trying to set a time and get people to come into the birthing center. Aspiring Veterinarian Program, so that was a huge success last year. We ended up with 10 students that worked with our volunteer veterinarians to see what a large animal vet does, interact with the public. Repeating that again this year, it's gotten a lot of hype on social media and online so far. A ton of people have shared it, so if you've done that, thank you so much for promoting that. And we should have applications due on the 18th, and then we will work with Dr. Carrie Telgen to select those applicants and then match them with their veterinary partner for the day. So repeating that again, it was a lot of fun. We had some really great feedback from that. With our messaging, so our wall is coming back and it's a lot lighter than it has been in the past years. We did some maneuvering because installing that every year has been a chore, but we have made some improvements last year. And so the messaging, we're reusing a lot of our messaging. It's coming on year 5 of the wall being there. So we've had 4 years of different messaging. So taking
a lot of those pieces from the past 4 years and reusing them on the wall this year, to show a different message with the same, interactive pieces. We'll have the storefront as always, having milk and cheese for sale, in addition to some other products that we're trying to get in this year to try new things, individually or single serve, yogurt, no freezer items, just because that adds a layer of needing freezer space and all that, but seeing what we can get as far as other things to see how those go over with the crowd. And same thing as far as merchandise, our cow hot cold packs they go over very well every year. Having the trivia wheel there, having our fans, having our beanie caps and our ball caps, so all of those will be coming back. As far as our social media, every year we contract that out. Same thing this year, we will have somebody else working and doing our social media for us during that 14 days, or the duration of the fair. And we will have our live stream, so showing all of the details of the birthing center via YouTube. So the birthing center does not happen without volunteers. So we have put our volunteer schedule out to everyone that has volunteered in the past. We've promoted on social media, that if people want to volunteer, to reach out to us. So a lot of opportunities. One of the things we always get is there might be like Cargill employees, or we've got some sponsors that their employees want to come volunteer, but they might not feel comfortable on a microphone or talking about the industry. We have other opportunities for that. So the storefront is a great opportunity for people that want to support what we're doing, but might not be able to answer the nitty-gritty details about what's happening in these pens right here, or feel comfortable getting on a microphone like our farmers do. So a lot of opportunities. So volunteers are our farmer and industry representatives, not just our host farms, but a lot of other farmers. Our storefront will have lots of microphone opportunities. And then the mobile dairy experience is also going to be at the state fair right next to the birthing center, so same footprint as last year. So we'll have a lot of volunteer opportunities in the mobile dairy experience as well. I think all of our student opportunities almost filled up. We invite local 4-H groups, FFA groups, youth groups to come and volunteer for a couple hours in the morning or the evening to help with chores. They're kind of that welcoming face at the mobile dairy experience. Is kind of a brand ambassador to welcome folks into that experience. So a lot of opportunities for people of all ages to support. So let us know if you aren't on that list or want to join or have questions about that. Let Hannah or I know if you want to join us. The mobile dairy experience, I feel like Hannah and I were just talking that we feel like we talked about this event, but it really did happen this year. A lot has happened since March 18th, but we kicked off our mobile dairy experience on National Ag Day in Attica. We partnered with Ag in the Classroom when they announced their national ag, or the state Ag in the Classroom Teacher of the Year, who happened to be also the national winner. Fun circle here is Dale Mattoon, dairy farmer, past chairman of NYAC. That's actually his sister, who was the Teacher of the Year. So it was kind of a fun story that she has dairy roots and a dairy background, and that's where we kicked this event off. Great event. We worked with, I'll come back to that page, we worked with 2 local farmers that provided calves. They had a huge event, so outside of the school days that we were there for the 18th and 19th, 2 school days. Excuse me, we had a press conference. Again, collaborated with Ag in the Classroom to do that press conference. And then we had an evening event as well. So the school opened it up to the public. The gymnasium and the cafeteria was filled with different vendors, all related to agriculture in their community, with a lot of different events and activities going on. And then we were part of that. Reginald's family brought a milk truck, so we could talk about the whole circle there. And then a couple of cabs. That really kicked off our year. They set the bar really high for us for school events, which was great because we learned a lot there that, you know, having cabs there, having farmers there, what worked, what didn't work in terms of scheduling. Want to introduce you, if you've not met our dream team, I call them our Moo Crew, Brian and Ryan. So Ryan is our tour manager. Ryan is on the left, and then Brian joins him as well.
So Ryan grew up in the dairy industry in Rensselaer County, New York. So a lot of folks were questioning early on of, gosh, are you really going to find unicorns that fit this job description? And we did. We found a great guy in Ryan from New York with a dairy background. And then he came with Brian. They came as a team to us. We interviewed 8 people, 4 different teams. And so they had worked together in the past. When you think about these guys are traveling 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, working together, same hotels together, driving together, riding together. You want them to be able to get along for 7 to 9 months. And so we worked with the company Trigger House, who we talked about before, to find 2 people that had already known each other, that had already come together as a team. So Ryan was interested in this position, and he said, I'd love to work with Brian. Brian had less dairy experience, but it has not stopped him. So these 2 came. Brian is from originally Knoxville, Tennessee, lives in Goodyear, Arizona right now as well. So these 2 knocked it out of the park. They started a little bit before, a couple days before here. We did a lot of training. We also did some training on farm, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but we'll talk about where we've been.
So looking at our map, so one of the goals that we had was to try to get as far and wide across the state of New York as physically possible, also being conscious of mileage and fuel and those types of things. So we have had, this is, you see as of July 7th, so when we put the presentation together, we've done 23 events. Majority of them were school events just because of the way the school year falls. But we've also done the Children's Museum in Syracuse the most. We've done food festivals, on-farm events, so, like on-farm fast. Since then, we've done big trucks and tractors events in Sackett's Harbor with the Robbins family, the Queens County Farm Museum, so all the way down into Queens, cheese festivals, Lions Club, Rotary events, those types of things. What is ahead? Oh, sorry, what Taste the Buffalo? Yeah, Taste the Buffalo. So that has happened. That's on our what's ahead as of this slide. So Taste the Buffalo was this past weekend. Eileen went Saturday, I went Sunday, and it was our best event yet, I would say. As far as attendance goes, sun was shining. It was perfect. It was great, and we had roughly 5,000 people come through the trailer. So it was a phenomenal event. I mean, just lots of people, all ages, saying really positive things about the experience itself.
Yeah, and I would talk about some of the conversations I had. So my goal is to kind of spend a couple hours and spend the entire day there because I just kind of got sucked into talking to everybody. And the positive comments and then just the genuine questions. And they ranged from everything is organic milk healthier to, well, where does chocolate milk come from? To the milking process, because we have that milking simulation there. The questions were across the board, and people were just genuinely interested. So it really kind of takes what we've learned from the birthing center, as we said, that people just have questions, and that was very true this weekend as we talked about. Food, and that was really the connection. We had a lot of people inquire. I don't have a calf there, so again, people want to see the real animals. We didn't have it there because it's a food event. We weren't allowed to have live animals there, but we said, connect with us, we'll get you to some more events, come to the state fair, we can make connections to Milk for Health, to some local events in the area too. So really, really great event to kind of kick off the festival season for us.
Yeah, so that's where the shift of now where we're headed to. So previously we've been really focusing on school events just because they were in session. We knew we wanted to get to a bunch of those before they left for summer break. And now over the summer, we're hitting the larger festivals. We're hitting the fairs, those types of things that are more open to the public. So I think it's going to be really awesome to see. We've already kind of done across the state, but we still are going to make one last trip from end to end of New York State by the time this tour season ends, which is another really awesome thing to see. When people say, well, when is this going to be in my area? The likelihood of you getting to see it one more time probably this season is pretty likely no matter where you are in the state. So some of our successes that we've had with the MDE since we've started, so again, year one, we have definitely learned you don't know what you don't know, for sure, as any first year exhibit. But there have definitely been those successes. So the Moo Crew, Ryan and Brian, A+, 5 stars, really, really lucky to have them as our ambassadors on the road, and just standing back and watching them in their element is phenomenal. If you have the opportunity to just walk on the trailer and really just observe how they interact with the public, I think you'll be impressed. It's really, really cool to see, and just, you know, see how they're promoting the work that you all do. Trigger House, so that is the company that we work with, the agency we work with, that helps us with the coordination and the facilitating of the events. They have been awesome to work with. Their team is very, very involved. They have other New York projects, so they're familiar with not only the area, but also the food side of things, the dairy side of things, which is great. It brings another level of understanding that we needed.
They run the I Love New York tour through ESD, so Trigger House is kind of familiar with a lot of these events too, which kind of helped us get our foot in the door with some of these bigger festivals.
Yeah. Another success is having a pretty full calendar from our kickoff in March through the middle of October, when we're hoping the weather holds out long enough for us to end this tour at a DFA event, mid-October, right? Yeah. And then the team, so I'll kind of combine these into one quick story, is Brian and Brian being on tours in the past for more large corporate operations. They came up to us a couple weeks ago and said that farmers came onto the trailer and recognized them. They said they felt like celebrities because they knew their names, because they saw our blog posts or saw them on social media, and they said how awesome it was that the industry knows who they are, and that they also get to know the industry. So having that close-knit dairy community that we have, for better or worse, it was a really, really awesome experience for them. They really appreciated that. They said they really feel supported by the industry. Whenever a farmer comes on the trailer, they introduce themselves, they talk to them about where our farm is, those types of things. So it's been really great to see that.
So another thing that we do is these event recaps. So we are provided a recap after every single event from the team on the road and from the Trigger House team, with data, with attendance, with impressions, with would you go back to this event? What were the challenges? And so it's not all just sunshine and roses, because there are definitely some challenges that we're going to go through on the next slide. As we head kind of into the festival season, there's a lot more PR and outreach opportunities. We didn't do a ton with the schools, being that they weren't all public events. We do say farmers are always welcome, and so we talk to farmers in that local area, or tell that we're working with, please invite farmers, please invite folks that you work with in the community. So more to come here. We just kind of kicked it off a week or two ago, working with Corning Place Communications. We worked with Burt Media on a lot of social media promotion as well. So a lot of continual media outreach for some earned media. As I said, not everything works perfect. We're still working through our challenges. When it's 95 degrees and you're going down the highway, you have blown tires. So I've had a couple of those phone calls that, hey, we're on the side of the road, or we put it along to the truck stop, we're fixing it. The team on the road, Ryan and Brian, are 100% transparent with what's going on. Hydraulics and water. We're all dealing with water this year. We've got some hydraulic concerns that we're working with the company that built it, getting things fixed, getting things updated, because everything's covered under warranty for those issues. The water and the leaking, when our first couple of events, as they were shutting down, there was some water leaking where we didn't believe it should have been. We were correct. We really pushed the issue that this is not right. The company is making it good. So we dealt with rain, as we all have. So some of the events that we really anticipated being a little bit bigger. One example is Queens County Farm Museum. We really anticipated that being a little bit bigger in terms of attendance and engagement, but it rained both days in June. And so even the farm museum said our event is usually bigger than this. So we take that into consideration, as we all are. And as Hannah said, we're learning a lot of what works, what doesn't work, how can we change things, and we're doing that continually through the tour.
Where were you there in that picture?
June 14th and June 15th, we were in Queens.
Oh, that's in Queens.
Yeah.
The picture.
Oh,
sorry, I thought you were talking about those.
That picture was our month, down in Hudson Valley. We were there end of June, I believe. Yep. That one was at the MOST, Museum of Science and Technology. We worked with, I think, Emma and the team. We had some dairy ambassadors there. We had Emma brought her calf there. So a lot of engagement there as well. I think Joel was there, so some farmers visiting for that event too.
Until it rained.
Emma was there. I want to drum about it.
Yeah, it rained a lot.
It rained.
Yeah.
A lot. I mean, yeah, if it was raining at your farm, it was like
it rained. So kind of as we wrap up here is what's next. We are on the road from now till about October 9th. October 8th and 9th, we're going to be here at the DFA office for an event. And we have a lot to go on between now and then. The guys are going to pull the trailer into the state fair in early August. So from now till then, they have Seneca County Fair, then Saratoga County Fair, and then Garlic Fest. And then they're going to come to the fair where we have kind of a 2-week downtime to give them an actual break, but then also for us to do some updates. We're going to do some updates on some AV things. As I mentioned before, like the added signage, directional things, these are ideas from the guys on the road of people don't know to pick up the microphone or the speaker and put it to their ear so they can listen. Okay, so it's just little things like that that they're telling us how we can make the experience better. So we're going to work on some of that during the state fair, before the state fair, when we have kind of a 2-week maintenance update. Some warranty work is going to happen after the fair as well. So this trailer is going to go back to Craftsman in St. Louis at 100% of their expense to work on some of those warranty issues that we had talked about. And then we're continually fine-tuning things. We want to continue to look at other measurement tools. How do we continue to talk about the impact that it's making and continually make that better and measure that? We're going to already start to look at our 2026 schedule. We had over 150 inquiries sent to us for this year's schedule. Our goal is 40, so we can only go to so many. So the best thing is we already have a database to start with for next year. We probably won't repeat many, if any, of the schools because a lot of schools were kind of kindergarten through 5th grade. Some of them brought their high school classes out, but if we go back to that school, we're going to hit the same kids. And so we had a lot of inquiries from schools. So again, we're going to try to be as efficient as possible as we put that 26 schedule together. Also a reason why we have the team on the road giving us feedback on repeat events, not a repeat event, with the fairs and festivals too. We're going to continue to improve school outreach pre and post that event. So we worked with Katie Carpenter to provide us a lot of in-school resources, lesson plans, content that can be used before we get there, and then continue that learning in the classroom after we leave. We want to continue to do better there, share it in a more timely manner, and that was all about us learning how long teachers want this stuff, and we provided it probably with not enough time. So we want to continue to improve that communication with all of our events. And then the final thing is we are asking all of our event hosts, how did things go? How is the pre-event communication? How was the event? How can we get better? Would you like us back next year? All kinds of questions. So we're compiling all of that as we go. And we will say we will see you at the fair in 36 days. So with that, we will take any questions, if there are any.
So what's the feedback from people going through?
Yeah, great question. And so we have a happy or not, we talked about that, right? So we have a happy or not feedback system. So when you walk in, there's a happy or not kiosk to ask, how much do you know about dairy? Rank it really high, really low. And so we get that, and then at the end, right before you go out on the exit, how was your experience today? There's a couple questions. How would you rank your dairy knowledge now? And then you can also, on that end one, type in a lot of feedback. So we get that after every event. That Happy or Not report is in our event recap. So we get that, and I would say 98, I'm gonna throw that number out there, is positive. It's been actually really interesting to see data from different generations, how they tell you they like it. So Super Sigma is really great, apparently. If you didn't know that, we get that from it. Which, yeah, oh yeah, that's like so cool, I guess, in our talk.
And when we have conversations too, so for example, on Saturday, I was talking with a gentleman, after he walked through himself, and he spent probably 45 minutes in there. And at the end, I asked him, do you have any questions? And throughout, I was engaging with him. But at the end, he said, this is the best thing I've ever been through, best thing I've ever seen. And I said, tell us that. Like, tell us more. And so I point him over to our iPad with feedback, and I timed him. And he spent 10 minutes typing his feedback. We haven't gotten that report back yet, so we don't know what he said. I took his photo. He gave me his email address. He has mine. He's one that wants to stay in communication. And I would say that is 9 times out of 10 is just the wow factor. We are capturing some footage of that too, just to show expressions say a lot. So when people walk in, not just wow, they're there conditioning, is wow, look, there's a farmer. The best story I can tell you is that when the farmers are in there, whether they are farmers that are pictures are on the wall, or they're farmers in the video, or they're farmers from the local area, that makes all the difference. They're looked at as celebrities. The best is when you're standing next to a farmer, they're talking with someone, and then that visitor sees that farmer's face on a video, and they're like, hey, you're on the video in here. Holy cow. They're treated like royalty in there. So that's one thing we want to continue to see grow, is the farmer involvement of just being there.
Are you tracking, not just for your information, but for others, like feet to the door, or where can I find the mobile dairy, like live?
Yeah, so we are tracking numbers like through the door, and then Trigger House has an equation to determine impressions. So, and it's based on a lot of different numbers of how many people saw it when they drove by. So is it hidden behind the school? That impressions is pretty low. If it's located and they see it driving down the highway, that impression is really high. So we have those for every single event. And then social media, we're tracking that. And then I'll talk about what Jeff is doing.
Yeah, so social media is also doing, not necessarily tracking input, but as far as like promotion goes. So they have like a map that shows where each event, public event, is going to be throughout the state, and it kind of shows on there. So they're promoting it that side, so we get those numbers. But also just as people are coming into the trailer, we have 2 ways of tracking that. So there's a laser that detects people walking in, but there's also, they are hand clicking visitors as well to just make sure we're accurate as far as that laser sometimes, isn't the most accurate. So they actually found a new tool to try and get a more accurate number. So we're roughly at a little over 20,000 through the trailer at this point. And we are anticipating meeting our goal by the end of the work. So,
especially with some of these bigger events coming up, that's what the summer is meant for. And some of the tools we're looking into, we talked with Trigger House. They've had success in the past with installing some technology that measures how long people stay. And so similar to our YouTube channel, is we can track, how long do people watch the live video? You'd think pretty low number, but people are sitting there watching the live video for 20 minutes. And so we want to kind of track at these public events where it's self-guided, how long are people staying, what's keeping them there, what's engaging them, so that we can continue to do the right thing and continue to improve on the things that we need to.
the other thing we can track too is like in different areas of the trailer, there's different opportunities for people to scan something or do something. So we have all those metrics as well as like those touch points. So how many times did this product wall get scanned during this event? Well, if we're at an elementary school where there's, 4 teachers with cell phones and everybody else doesn't, we probably didn't get a lot of hits for like Taste of Buffalo, you know, continuously seeing people scan that wall, you're gonna have different numbers. So we have those too to kind of help us see which pieces in the trailer work for which event. So yeah.
Anybody else? Very good work, thank you.
Thank you.
I think
Absolutely.
all the
You all in
information.
Or on Dairy Day at least, right?
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, how are you?
Good.
Hello, everybody.
Nope.
Yep, go ahead. All right, I'm Anne Marie Splitstone, and Heather and I, we're both here from DMI, and we're excited to appreciate the time today and for the funding and support. This chart may look familiar. When our CEO Barb was here before, she emphasized that a lot of the focus and efforts that we're doing is really to optimize all the dollars across the entire checkout program. So how can we best harness that? We do a lot with our states and regions, two of which we're here obviously with today, but also across the entire checkoff to make sure that we're doing accountable, fewer, bigger, better ideas, that we're making the dollars go farther, and really have our focus on value and volume mindset. So that's a constant effort we're focused on, and hopefully you'll see the results of that in some of the overall results for the DMI work. I'm going to talk to innovation and exports, and then Heather will do reputation and sustainability. This should look possibly familiar to folks. Our objective has not changed. We're continuing in the innovation group to focus on technology-powered breakthrough innovation and research, really with the goal of advancing U.S. dairy's wellness and our product leadership. So that is the focus of all the things that we're doing. There's a bit of an eye chart. Don't worry, I'm not going to cover all of it, but wanted to give you a breath of some of the results for 2025. If you look on the left side, those are among our existing partnerships where we have long-term relationships and the things that we've done, predominantly focusing on innovation in the dairy space. If you look in the upper corner, it's Taco Bell, doing a lot of work with beverages with them. We love beverages because particularly younger consumers like a lot of milk or cream in their beverages, so we have a lot of volume with the innovation we do there. They've got a cool concept called Live Mas Cafe, where it's really re-looking at how we can transform beverages in Taco Bell, and it's doing exceptionally well. It's still in test market, but should be coming to your market next year. We also developed a fully 100% cheese taco shell, which is amazing. It's almost 2 ounces of cheese. It's test market as well right now, but that should be expanding next year as well. Pretty exciting stuff from them. We look at McDonald's, our longest partnership. They have had some challenges with volume. They're the biggest food service player, and but we continue to look at ways to innovate with them. And I'm excited to report they've actually done a full restructuring and turnover and understanding the importance of innovation, of which dairy is a huge player for them. So we feel good about some of the new players that have joined at very senior levels on the innovation and menu development side. So expect to show you even more as we move forward. But some highlights from the first half of the year. The snack side is doing really well, and McFlurry is driving volume. And Shamrock Shake is just the thing that keeps giving. Every time they bring it back, I love it, and it brings them back into McDonald's. Looking at Domino's, really seen the focus the last couple of years. We've gotten into a ton more innovation and very incremental. So last year in September, we launched 5-cheese macaroni and cheese. It continues to do really well. We're still in year one of that. And very, again, incremental. They're in the pizza plus the macaroni and cheese. And another big launch was stuffed crust pizza. And if you've seen in the advertising for that, a lot of Domino's consumers thought they already had it. They didn't. But it is doing really well, and it's bringing a lot more cheese into the pizza that consumers are buying. So 2 big innovation moves with them. And everything Domino's does is a permanent item on it. So it continues to give. It's not with some limited time offers. And then Dairy Farmers America, we had 2 big launches with them. In your market, it's mostly in Target. If you haven't seen it yet, it will be expanding nationally throughout the grocery chain. But Milk 50 is really getting to folks that are looking for that balance in their dairy and the calories that they get, high protein, low sugar. It's doing very well. And then True Moon Zero, again, playing to consumers, and particularly moms' concerns about sugar levels in chocolate milk. So that is there as well. On this side over on the right, we've really been working on getting much more industry outreach. So in addition to our big partners,
We spent a lot more time on pre-competitive activity and trying to reach more people and get more innovation throughout the industry, not just with the players we have been working with who use that as more of a catalytic effect to get people to follow them. This is just some of the players that we have been talking to. Pretty excited on the opportunity with both Dunkin' and Starbucks. Again, they're seeing that protein coffee is a popular trend. Beverages with a lot of dairy in them are much more appealing, particularly to younger consumers they're trying to attract, and we want to be driving dairy volume. So I should have more to report with you on that. No formal partnerships yet, but a lot of what we're doing is getting the information out there, getting them to look. Starbucks gave us a little heads up that with the move with Alt, they're seeing that drop off really well, and they're really passionate again about dairy and doing more stuff with us there. So I'm expecting some good stuff from them. There'll also be a number of yogurt players on here like Danone, and actually just got back, was out here and talking to Giovanni, so more should be with them as well. And health and wellness, yogurt's got a lot of really great claims. You might have seen Danone's done a lot. That was work that our scientists did, Chris Ciafelli and his team, to support how well yogurt has to drive away the opportunity against reducing type 2 diabetes. So a lot of that research, it takes a long time to come, but once we get it, it's making some really powerful claims. We're also talking to some cheese players, so Gento, Philly, a lot of cheese capacity coming on board. We need to make sure that they continue to innovate. So a lot of that work is sharing all the research we have and the claims we have more than necessarily new product innovation. And then I'll get to another slide that goes into more detail on some of the new players in your market. Nutrition and product science, that continues to be a big focus for us. We need to be able to know what's coming down the road, and in order to do a lot of the partnership and the innovation that I just was talking to, we need the science to back it up. So some of that was a lot of the research behind yogurt, and we continue to look for the key areas in the demand platform where we saw dairy really had the opportunity to win and to be the reason that people can improve their health, heart, weight, grow and perform, supercharge nutrition. So that's where we're spending a lot of our science efforts and making sure we're very proactive in getting out the claims. This is just showing, again, the goal is we're doing a lot of this work. Now we need to make sure that across the industry people are aware of it and leveraging it when they're doing their thing. So we were at IDSA for the first time. We're going to go back again this year. We were at ADPI sharing a lot of the research. Expo West had 65,000 people that come through, and it was a real change in the last couple of years. As we've gone there, we're bringing entrepreneurs there and innovation. We also bring some of our bigger partners. This year, we brought General Mills. Last year, we brought Dairy Gold. But really talking to consumers, understanding what the questions, and over and over they go, is this real dairy? And we're like, yes, and that's all, thank goodness. And they love it. So we get to see it, and we get to inspire them and see what other innovation is out there competing. And then we're also at CheeseCon again, another place to talk about the health and wellness benefits. Another key focus is we've been working, and we have for a long time with the universities, but really putting a proactive stance on building that expertise and making sure that some of the brightest students that are out there are going into dairy science, not just food science. So we want to get them passionate, so we do a lot of work with the big universities. Most of the largest relationship we have is here in New York with Cornell. We do a great deal of projects and research. We've talked to you about the encapsulation work that we've done with them. We go and do guest lectures and try to inspire people to stay and get excited about dairy science. We've been there a lot talking about high protein beverages, which again, you can see hopefully the circularness of this. We're doing research in it, we are creating claims, and then we're going out to partners and inspiring them to spend money and innovate in those areas we think most promising. We're also doing a lot of product research competitions, again, to inspire the students to think about dairy when they're doing a lot of their work and what they want to do. And we've seen a 50% increase in the amount of students that are participating and trying to do this. And the prizes are very small. Mostly it's recognition and pride of having your idea picked by people in the industry who are good at judging that. So a lot of great work there. And then we've really been trying to engage more with our processors and support industry growth. So in your market, we've talked to Cayuga about developing new formulas and how could we potentially help and do that. We've shown them all the innovation concepts. So a lot of the ideas we have before we did science, we have where the demand opportunities were, but we've gone even further to ideate and quantify potential new products. And then we're taking those pre-competitive concept ideas and sharing them broadly in the industry to see what might be a fit for where particular processors are trying to go with their business. So when we find a fit, then we'll do what is helpful to help them take it to the next level, whether that's helping them figure out how to manufacture it or maybe modifying the concept of it so it fits better with what they're trying to do, but spending a lot of time there. Upstate Niagara, we've done the same, and we're planning to do some innovation ideation sessions with them. So we'll come out with the folks on our team that do a lot of new product innovation, both from the science side, the strategic intelligence side, and work with them to figure out what would be important for their innovation pipeline. So that's coming up. And then DFA, I showed you the launch we did with them on Milk 50. We were with them from start to finish on that one. So it launched. We're also helping them with some confidential food service growth. That's really a focus for them. They're trying to see how they can do more with their food service partners versus just answering the requests that come in, but helping them proactively bring big ideas to them. And we just actually met with them last week, and there's some exciting stuff that hopefully I can share in the not-too-distant future. And then I'm going to switch to exports. Similar to what we do on the domestic side, we have a lot of partnerships that are trying to drive dairy and make sure it's, in the case of exports, that it's consistent preferred supplier in the market chain. And so when we do partnerships internationally, they're required to use U.S. dairy if they're not already. And sometimes we get some big conversion, like with Domino's. Saudi Arabia was not using U.S. dairy. Now they use it exclusively. So can get some big volume wins. A couple of key highlights from what they've done in the export partnership side. Really cheese focused, obviously. On Pizza Hut, they're now using 30% more cheese on their pizza. So just every pizza they sell, they're selling a lot more. So that was a big win, and consumers are really happy with it. So it's also selling better. Domino's, one of my personal favorite innovations, you look here, it's their volcano platform. So it is a big cheese dipping sauce in the center of the pizza. We've done a lot of great stuff with Domino's internationally, but this is the most successful thing we've done so far. We're seeing 76% purchase intent to buy it again, and 70% new customer rate. So we constantly, even though we've been there a while, for those of you who have talked to for a while, they used to see this as like the thing they do for the holidays, very infrequent occasion, not like pizzas in the U.S. And so to continue to move that number up is a big focus, unlike here where most people love pizza, which needs them to continue to have it. Here it's still in the growth engine of adding it into their things. And then the last one is McDonald's Japan. We've been going after this for a while, trying to get them to switch to U.S. dairy as their supply in Japan, and I'm happy to report they have done that. There's a lot of testing whenever McDonald's changes anything, and so they have decided to do it. That was purely, constantly calling on them. There's no dollars invested other than people time to get them to do it. It's currently in test, and we think there's a lot of potential for other international locations of McDonald's when this is successful, which we think it should be. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right, so on the reputation side, we're really focused on making sure that at the end of the day, consumers can feel good about all the great products that Anne-Marie took you through, both from what it does from their health and wellness perspective, as well as making sure that they understand the great farm practices that happen on farms every day. And the good news is, I don't know if any of you have seen the headlines lately or in the social conversations, but dairy is having a big moment, and it's really fascinating and makes me feel so good. When I joined DMI in 2018, the headlines was nothing like this. It was the categories declining, plant-based is winning, who wants dairy anymore? Well, lo and behold, 5-7 years later, we're seeing headlines that say dairy is back. Milk has got its mojo back, right? And they're talking about cheese, they're talking about yogurt in different ways. And if you peel back the headlines, what you're actually seeing is that consumers are coming back to dairy and natural dairy because it is natural. It's a natural, wholesome source of nutrients that they're looking for, and the big one that they're looking for right now is protein. And so we can win in a game where consumers are increasingly turning to food as medicine, as Anne-Marie talked about, and the innovations that they are driving through with the industry and with all of you are having their moment in the headlines, which is really great to see. One of the things that kicked off the year for us is Instacart. If you remember, going all the way back, it seems like ages ago, the Super Bowl. But if any of you saw Instacart's first Super Bowl ad, milk was the only non-branded item that was featured at the very end of that commercial spot. It was a spot that got a lot of attention, a lot of positive social viral conversation and replays in social channels. And what was fascinating about this one is the CMO of Instacart reached out to the CEO of MilkPep and said, hey, giving you guys a heads up that our Super Bowl spot's gonna feature milk. Do you guys wanna participate and do a campaign on the platform? Young Ronnie calls me on a Thursday and says, we can't participate, we can't make it happen in time. You guys, can you make it happen in time? I called the team, and then 4 days later, we had content up on Instacart, which I think for us was a quick turn moment of being nimble to capitalize on an opportunity. And so we ran a 4-week campaign purely focused on fluid milk and then highlighting the creative of the cow on the motorcycle, which came from the commercial. And what was good here is that we, $3 million in sales of fluid milk. The one that I always look at as a stat of new to category. What this means is that we were able to attract 10% of the people that purchased in that time period had not purchased fluid milk on the Instacart platform in a 4 to 6 week time period. So that was good for us. It shows that we're attracting people back and that they're purchasing in the category. The other thing about e-commerce, which I'm sure you'll hear from our friends from a day in New England, is it's a really good way for us to understand what nutrition, health, and wellness things are motivating consumers to click and actually make that purchase, so we can optimize our content overall in the digital space based off what we learned what works in the e-commerce space. The other thing that we try to do is make sure that we've got credible third-party voices in the marketplace highlighting dairy's health and wellness benefits. You'll see here just 2 executions from the first half of this year. The first one was with a paid media partnership with USA Today. It was a 4-part series talking about the importance of dairy foods to cognitive development, specifically in those first 1,000 days, and the role that iodine plays. And so you'll see Dr. Bob, as we finally call him, he is the president of the American Academy of Pediatrics in Ohio, and he did a content series for us with USA Today that really just focused on the importance of dairy foods and nutrition into maternal health. One of the things that we pay close attention to, in addition to just time spent, is how far people scroll in the content. That tells us that they're engaged, and this was one of our highest performing content series with USA Today. We do a number of them throughout the past couple of years, and it showed that people really were engaged with this topic, especially mothers. In addition, we continue our work with Mayo Clinic, not only on the research and science side, but making sure that we're leveraging their channels to reach consumers, as well as, in this case, medical professionals with content highlighting dairy's benefits. You'll see here that most recently, the thing that we've done is a webinar series with their cardiovascular unit as part of their continuing education series. So think about reaching doctors who are younger in their career with content that talks about dairy's health benefits to cardiovascular health and debunking myths. So that is a new application for us that got really strong participation. You'll see here 2,500 users of that webinar series, well, it's a smaller number than what we see from our consumer marketing efforts. 2,500 doctors watching a series talking about dairy and cardiovascular benefits. Is a win for us because hopefully they'll go back and counsel their patients on the important role that dairy foods can play for them. In addition, on the school side, we've been pretty substantial effort working closely with our state and regional peers, boots on the ground in the marketplace, to look at how can we modernize the actual recipes that are going into the school districts. We know that there are standards that are changing related to reduced sugars, which could impact flavored milk. We've seen increasing state regulations, different regulations across different districts impacting what's served in the school meals. And so the teams have been working closely to think about how can we modernize those nutrition recipes, work closely with those school nutrition directors and get more content that could support them in thinking about how dairy foods across the portfolio could play a bigger role in those school meals. So that is an effort. We just actually launched a marketing campaign to reach school nutrition directors with that content that we've been working on. You'll see there in the middle, we continue with our See Dairy Differently campaign to inspire folks to take a new look at what the industry is doing when it comes to sustainable practices. This ad here was our first one in 2025 that really talked about cows being a responsible consumer and highlighting that byproduct story. We hear all the time from dairy farmers, could you please just tell folks byproducts? It's a great story of the practice that we're doing right now on how dairy farms work with others in the community, whether it's citrus pulp or almond hulls or distiller grains. There's a whole host of things that go into nutritional cow feed that actually reduce landfill waste and can help from an environmental perspective.
So the national standards for dairy fat are getting loosened up. New York State, I'm guessing, is probably not willing to loosen, so how can DMI help with that?
For the school meals?
Yes.
That is from a regulatory perspective, anything on that regulatory side, we are working in close coordination with National Milk Producers Federation. IDFA also is playing a role there to make sure that we are going and talking to, nationally, USDA, and then also then with the individual state and trade associations to make sure that they're having those conversations across a variety of different regulatory standards when it comes to school meals.
Okay.
So we're making sure to provide them all the science that shows all the nutritional benefits of why whole fat dairy can work, and then we give that and equip that to them to go have those conversations locally. There is a whole cross-functional team that meets on the regular to talk about exactly that. And then our ongoing issues and crisis, we've had a number of issues this year, spanning animal welfare, but making sure too that we're working together to make sure that our teams nationally and locally are equipped to handle different crises. So crisis skills and trainings have been a big focus for us this year. There we go. And then on the sustainability side, it's all about, and Lori was here with you all last time, there we go. Advancing the science and the proof that we have to be able to show that we are a sustainable supplier of quality nutrition. I know she talked to you about the Dairy Soil and Water Regen Program. We've got 2 farms here in New York. We're about halfway through with the research that's happening on 100 farms across the country, including those 2 here in New York, to look at soil practices and water practices and how across different regions, how that can contribute to overall environmental progress and growth. We actually published our new LTA. So this is a publication here, the Environment, Science, and Technology. It's one of the most revered environmental science publications and journals in the country. They actually published the LTA that we did to really get a new baseline assessment for our environmental on-farm footprint. And so this was published just a couple months ago in May. And what it shows from a GHG perspective is that our overall GHG emissions intensity in the U.S. decreased by 10%. At the same time that because of all the volume and the demand, our production actually increased 28%, and absolute emissions increased 10%. So what that tells us is you all, frankly, are becoming much more efficient and continue to be efficient in dairy production and milk production. At the same time that demand is going up. And so that was a big story for us. We'll continue to highlight that and forums with key opinion leaders and others throughout the year. And then finally, let me go back. There we go. The Regenerative Agricultural Pilot Program, again, we've got a couple of farms, a Glenwood farm here, 7 farms total that are participating in the study looking at what regenerative practices can happen in different farms across the country in partnership with Starbucks. And then the Dairy Conservation Navigator, which I know Lori mentioned to you all when she was last year. That's really become a great resource for dairy farmers across the country to go and look and learn from what other farmers are doing. There's a whole host of videos and expertise and additional resources that are available for you all to download, to take a look at. So I would encourage, if you have not checked it out, and would love to get your feedback if you have, but it has been a valuable resource, and we've done a number of different trainings and industry events for some of this year to make sure that folks know it's there, and to get input on what you would all like to see on that going forward. And with that, any questions?
Questions, anybody?
Yeah.
Cottage cheese is kind of like taking the world by storm. Where are you playing in that?
Nationally, we continue to highlight cottage cheese as part of our cultured work and high protein work. So in any kind of our media partnerships or content, our influencer content will showcase cottage cheese. Recipes is a big one. I know on the innovation side, you guys have done some things.
Yeah, we did.
Cottage cheese ice cream.
One of the concepts that we took all the way through was making cottage cheese ice cream and bringing it to those events that I showed earlier to IDFA, trying to get somebody Actually, we're up in Boston talking to big ice cream players, trying to get them to consider actually bringing it to life in, food service. But cottage cheese is so hot right now, the challenge isn't on their end wanting to do it, it's on all the producers that are making cottage cheese having enough in stock to wanna put something else and make cottage cheese ice cream. They're like, I can't keep up with the demand for cottage cheese.
It's actually crazy that the orders are being shorted everywhere. It's just trying to limit, it's.
Yeah, it's just to keep up, right?
Well,
Yeah, it's doing really well. So it's kind of finding that balance between promoting it and then trying to figure out where that next capacity could come and how could we help. But there's a lot of interest in the product itself and then innovation with it. So I really appreciate it.
I do have one. Do you foresee in the future that there's going to be more partnerships between, I'd say, like our consumer company, like Starbucks or Chimani or whatever, going back down into the farm or animal health issues, or they say you did the biodiversity one or regenerative one. You foresee that in the future being a trend?
In terms of partnerships looking at animal health practices on this?
Well, going from like our food manufacturers down to the farm level.
You know, one of the things that Starbucks, those public-facing food service companies, McDonald's, Dunkin', all of them, frankly, Domino's, we hear it from as well, is that they have their environmental goals that they've set, but they're also, from an activist perspective and or even from an export perspective and doing business overseas, the expectations that they are held to in terms of those environmental sustainability components are pretty high. However, they understand that this shouldn't all be on farmers' backs, and so one of the things that we really try to do is work with them to bring in their funding, their resources, so that it becomes a true two-way partnership on how can they help support dairy farmers that are through their suppliers to uncover new practices and technologies, to fund some of those technologies. So I think for us, it's a win-win when they can put some of their resources on the table and support all of you. So that is something that our environmental sustainability team, Jackie Coleman, is our partnership and resource lead on that. And so she is out looking for ways to bring in more money to support the environmental work and the science behind that.
And I think that's really important. How do those farms that are chosen get picked and get the benefit of some of those farms? Because there's a lot of farms doing cover crops and not getting paid anything for it.
So there is, and we can resend out, there is an application process. So we, through any of the research projects, there is a process whereby we work closely with the state and regions, the co-ops themselves, as well as to understand which farms are part of which supply chain for these big multinational companies. Mm-hmm. And then from there is an application process, and from there then those farms are chosen. So we can resend out the fact sheet that has, I believe, a link to where and how that application process goes, because we continually are looking and seeking additional farm partners to work on that.
I think it's important to try to get that information out to farms.
We'll make sure to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if their co-ops aren't necessarily looking at those opportunities, that they could do it on their own. I think that's important.
Perfect. So what we'll do is, I'll work with Jenny and John, and we'll get this out to you all especially, but I think it's a great point to make sure more broadly too on the farm side.
Anybody else have any questions?
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi.
All right, this is Gary. Great to see you all. Usual suspects here, so Jenny, Michael, communications. Erin, how sweet are you? All this work, you've heard Heidi talk about our work with health professionals, and we have Lisa Robertson in the back with operations. So thank you for having us again. in advance, you take the slides and the report, so you have a heads up on what we're going to talk about. So we welcome your questions. Just a reminder about our goals are very much aligned with your goals in terms of working on building trust with our key target audiences, which I know Michael will talk more about. So talking about young adults and teenagers plus parents of young children. And then also our other goal is related to dairy sales. So as you know, we focus on part of that is in schools and part of that is also at retail where many sales take place. So we'll talk you through some of our updates, through the first half of the year, that we are very much on track in terms of budget, and we plan to meet all of our goals by the end of this year. So Michael is going to talk more about how that kind of works together, how we reach our key audiences either directly or through others to influence them.
So we're just giving a little bit of an update on some refreshing of our audiences built on insights, and something that we're going to give you some update on some things that as we watched insights, begin to kind of move some things in a more positive direction. So our audiences have been defined, our consumer audiences really are focused on teens, young adults, and parents of young children. And we made this change midway through because we really wanted to focus on life stage and the factors, the things that happen in those life stages. So if you look at parents of young children, the parents have a lot of decision-making power over the food that comes into the home. And yes, they can be influenced by the children, but by and large, the parents are making choices. But they help to establish in the home habits, a behavior of having dairy on the table, milk on the table, cheese in the fridge, yogurt in the fridge. So let's get to them and establish that habit. Teens and young adults suffer from a condition called autonomous. They become more autonomous, and so they make their own decisions, and they say, I have to know my dad, and I'm going to do it my way, I know better. However, so we know that they start making choices, especially with fluid milk, where that starts to trail off. So we want to really focus on that behavior with teens and young adults to lessen that erosion during that time frame and keep them as strong consumers going forward as they become parents and adults into the future as well. So just a little bit of update on I got one other thing. And then also we have the voices that influence them. So those are our thought leaders, which are nutritionists, dietitians, school nutrition directors, dairy farmers, industry stakeholders, our brands, co-ops, processors, etc. And so we provide to them information, resources, equip them, and then they go out and they influence our consumer and how they interact with them as well. So all around, we're really staying hyper-focused on our key target audiences and the voices that influence those folks. One of the things we also want to talk about is a refreshing of strategy. So in England Dairy, we have a logo, we have a brand, we have brand guidelines, all the things you're supposed to have with a brand. And that's all good. The thing that drives our programs, though, is actually the strategy that's underneath that brand. Because good strategy tells you how you need to do your business. It tells you what direction you need to go in to really affect those consumers. It lets you say no to ideas. Our team brainstorms, we have a gazillion ideas, but are they on strategy? It allows us to say no. This allows us to understand what the message is, how we need to deliver it, what channels are working for our consumers, and making sure we're hitting those multiple touch points throughout their day, from the time they wake to the time they go to bed in the evening. So good strategy is really critical. And so our strategy, our marketing strategy is refreshed to be dairy delivers more. And we've mentioned this before, but we're being a little more forward-facing with this strategy and this language than we've been in the past. Dairy delivers more than you ever expected before. Want consumers to be a little surprised by more of the health benefits that they get. All the work you're doing as dairy farmers to provide clean water and a healthy planet. We want them to enjoy more of the joy that dairy brings to their lives. That dairy is for everyone and for every occasion. Because people love dairy. They love the taste of it. They need to be reminded of those things as well. So all of our programs connect back into the strategy. They have to. It's a ground rule for our company. It has to connect to the strategy. So our social media content may show a great recipe, but also provides some information about protein. Our thought leader webinars provide the cutting edge research and more of all the great benefits we're discovering
and our thought leaders have been going out and activating that information. Our school equipment grants provide more of what students want and love about dairy, and to help school nutrition directors reach their own goals as well, who are important stakeholders for us. So in all the slides you're going to see in the coming bit of our presentation, it's all the programs and updates you're going to hear are tied into this Dairy Delivers More, whether we're literally saying those words, or it's the essence, or to use more vernacular from the time behind that phrase, that's what's being built into our program. So in all, we have a portfolio of programs working together synergistically towards the same common goal, building trust and supporting dairy sales. So those preliminaries are important because they underpin what we're doing, and we can move into our first goal, which is building trust amongst our consumer, our target audiences. This is the CAC. You can read that, you have better eyes than I do, but you have that with you. Just by and large, we're on track about mid-year. There's some places we're a little under, but I'll address that, and then we'll address that in a few places as well. So our first consumer audiences are parents and children that are teens and young adults. Social media, okay, you've heard a lot about it today. It's really important for our audiences. You know, we've got a 10% increase in our followers through our social media. That's positive. With many people listening. Key highlight here is it's a conversation. It's a transaction with people. We posted these cheese crackers, basically, the big cheese. Someone said, oh, what a shame, I'm lactose intolerant. Our team was able to go back and say, actually, cheddar, Parmesan, those things are loaded in the lactose. You can actually eat those. So, again, we're doing education that others are seeing through social media. That's where people are, where they're living, where they're breathing, a day in and day out, moment to moment. We also work with our influencers. These are the third-party voices, right? The credible voices. We get to leverage their audiences as well, and really a diverse group, both in terms of race and ethnicity, but also backgrounds and interests and areas of focus, and covering topics that are really important to our consumer audiences as well. Now, one of the important things that you've heard some about as well is being out amongst the folks. So, you know, social media is great, but they also want to connect with one another too, and this is about being in all the places that they are as well. So this is our mobile dairy fleet. We have 2 trucks, the mobile dairy bar, and a mobile dairy education unit that goes out, and we're really canvassing different kinds of venues, from eco fairs at campuses to races. We just had breakfast on the farm in Vermont. We have 3 events on Saturdays. We have to split up the trucks in different places. So it's really a great engagement that we're getting with them, where we have people coming by, they're tasting milk, again, kind of reinventing and reliving what they love about milk, and they're also getting to learn about how our dairy farmers being more eco-friendly with what they're doing on their farms. It's a really important piece for us. And all the milk, the cheese we hand out half-ounce samples, all the fluid milk is all donated to us from our partners. So working with them through our partners moving forward. And of course, you know, the news media has changed. It's not dead. It's just more digital now, more than ever. So our earned media are really pitching story ideas, what's interesting to the media and to their audiences, whether it's hyper-local in St. Albans, whether it's in a big city like the Boston Globe, or national like HuffPost. You know, we're getting stories out there with some of our staff, some of our farmers, that are really resonating with people and getting the story out in multiple ways.
So specific to the school channel, we continue with our Adopt a Cow program. I know you all have heard about this in the past. This is in collaboration with the Dairy Excellence Foundation. So we had 2 our live farm tours this spring with our 2 host farms, and you can see here that nearly 1,700 live and recorded views of those. And I think the good news there is that's a 70% increase over the live and recorded views that we saw last year. So we're really happy that year over year we're seeing increased enrollment in this program, but we're also seeing increased engagement in the fact that they are taking the time to watch these live tours with their classrooms. And we continue to do the teacher surveys to really evaluate, okay, what's the effectiveness of this program? What's the impact that it's having on their students? You can see with the trust, it's pretty high to begin with. It's at 89%, but it still did increase to 98%, so that trust in dairy. Where you see the biggest change is in that knowledge base about dairy and having a better understanding of where dairy comes from. And you can see there that increased from 16% up to 95%, according to the teacher evaluation. So moving on to thought leaders. So Michael talked about thought leaders a little bit earlier. So these are the health professionals, the school nutrition directors, the people that we work with to reach our target consumers. New England Dairy hosted our School Nutrition Experts Forum this spring, and that's something that we do every spring. It's an opportunity to bring influential school nutrition professionals from across the region together to network. So it's a great opportunity for them to network with their peers. It's a good opportunity for us to network with them and build relationships, because relationships are at the core of what we do. So during this meeting, we educate them about what are some of the dairy successes in schools, kind of spark ideas and get them thinking about dairy in new ways. They also educate us and share insights about what they're seeing. We took them on a farm tour as well, which is a great way to answer their questions about environmental sustainability and animal care, because the reality is they're getting these questions from students and other stakeholders in the school. So it's an opportunity to educate them. One of the things we were really excited about is we kind of did an informal tour, because we know there's proposed legislation around whole milk in schools, and so or an informal survey, we kind of asked the room, if this goes through, how many of you would be interested in serving 2% or whole milk in schools? And it was like a resounding, like, yes, definitely. So that was just some good, it's just an opportunity to get that insight from them, because we know what the science says, but we also don't know what their decisions will be. So very good news to hear that.
How do you recruit for that, to get those people there? Do you reach out, or I mean, do you have repeat? Second question is, do you have repeat people coming in?
We do, because we really, to be honest, we focus on our target school districts, so those larger urban districts that have the largest reach.
Okay.
But then if there are some successes in some of those smaller districts where they have a success to share with the group, we invite them as well. So that's where we kind of see some more of the rotation. But like, we're going to invite Boston every year.
Yeah, if you have a repeat, that means that person can help you. I mean, it puts much more credibility if you have somebody who comes in the following year and volunteers to come in. That's going to build on the new ones that come in to give it that much more impact.
I think they look forward to it too, because it's regional. Like, so much of their professional development is based in the state or national, and this is a regional opportunity for them to come together. So they value that networking.
And there's also turnovers in school districts too, right? So we could invite Boston, but it might be a different director, or Springfield, Massachusetts, or Worcester, or like other districts. So there is like turnover there, but I think it's like the relationship, and they know what to expect, that they get something out of it, we get something out of it. They really help us build the programming that we roll out across, the region. So it's not just like that they benefit, but other school districts benefit, because now we're making our program kind of better or more turnkey for some of those districts, whether they're the target larger or even some of the smaller districts too.
And Heather talked a little bit about this partnership. So this is the Smart Swap partnership that's happening with EMI and then state and regions across the country. So members of our team at New England Dairy have been on the teams that have been creating the Smart Swap resources. I know folks from ADA Northeast have been involved in this as well. There have been taste tests in Connecticut, as well as New York and Long Island. So really the purpose of this project and why everyone has come together on this is that starting in the 2027-2028 school year, there are going to be added sugar limits in school meals. So 10% of calories coming from added sugars. And breakfast is currently at 17%. So we know that is where lunch is at 11%. That's the last time they measured it. It's probably already closer to 10%. Breakfast is where there's more of that threat. And the reality is, school nutrition programs need to cut added sugars. Some will say, well, I'm just going to cut flavored milk. That's an easy, check the box. We know that that's not good, right? That will lead to decrease in milk consumption. So what we're really doing is working to equip them with the resources so they can have more scratch cooking at breakfast, realistic scratch cooking. So a little bit of scratch, a little bit of prepared food to meet these added sugar limits. So it's a variety of recipes, menus, and marketing support. So this is the creation phase, and then it will be rolling out. This will be a big part of our work with school nutrition professionals moving forward in terms of the education that we're doing. And the cherry lime smoothie bowl was a huge hit for the students. So some very cool recipes that will be coming out.
And I'm going to share with you how our thought leader work extends
So through our in-person work in the first 5 months of the year, we reached almost 850 health professionals seated in a chair away from the office for an hour with us. And that's very impactful because it's a lot of opportunity to get a lot of information through just a few seconds of a full hour of education. We place third-party experts because of the cloud they bring, but we have our own experts on staff. We are dairy experts, and we have credentialed staff with master's degrees in nutrition. And Erin was asked by the State Department of Education in Massachusetts to co-present for food service directors on this very same topic she just spoke about, how to reduce sugar in school meals. So it's really nice to see that we are being pulled in by State Department of Education to work together with them hand in hand. We do bring third-party experts in as well. We continue on with our messaging on the importance of the first 1,000 days, moving into the next 5 years after that, and years that follow. We've had a expert speaker on that topic at 2 state conferences. And we also worked with a DMI-funded researcher who works at University of Massachusetts. And together we developed a session on bone health. She was a bone expert, has done some research on behalf of DMI. And what was so exciting about this is this was not your grandmother's bone conversation. She came to this meeting and to 3 different state dietetic meetings and spoke about the power of dairy for bone health. We all know calcium is foundational, right? Without calcium, there's no bone growth happening or development or maintenance. But she went even beyond that with dairy. She talked about the benefits of fermented dairy, and out of her mouth at that conference, she said full-fat dairy is more beneficial for bone health than low-fat and fat-free dairy. And it has the specific amino acids, specific fatty acids are in there. So this is a really exciting session that shows the frontier of dairy and bone health. Looking towards webinars allows us to expand our horizon beyond in-person, because not everyone can walk away from work that day, to you can sit in your seat at work and still get the information. So through our webinars, we reached almost 400 attendees, but at the end of the year, I'll give you a recording session too, because we utilize the recordings throughout the year to get more people to listen to that. This is where we really time some marketing strategy that Michael has spoken about. We time these webinars at key points in the year, specific topics that coincide with what our marketing team is doing with consumers. So that's kind of a stronger sound being out there, rallying around a key point. So the first part of the year, we were talking a lot about dairy health benefits. We had a webinar on postbiotics. We wonder what postbiotics are. You might have heard about prebiotics, probiotics, symbiotics. Postbiotics is the dead bacteria. And believe it or not, there's emerging science that shows you the dead bacteria has health benefits. And you might wonder, what does it mean for dairy? Well, if you cook with yogurt, you're killing the live active colchicum, right? But believe it or not, those live active probiotics in your yogurt, even when cooked with, have a health benefit. So we really came out there to get that message across. Dairy everywhere. We hosted a webinar when we were talking a lot about sustainability on food systems, about the intersection of affordability, food insecurity, and environmental impact. And of course, working with food service professionals, we want to continue to be sure that those who are upfront with kids are fully well-versed about the difference between lactose intolerance and milk allergy, so we hosted a webinar in that area as well. What's a great fact to look at is the trust. We measure trust in a variety of ways. We want to know, did you just trust what you heard from us? Because if they don't trust what they heard, I mean, that's not information they'll be using. And so we measure whether or not they trusted the information before and after. And we see the trust go from 84 to 92%, meaning that if they trusted what they heard, they'll put that into practice. And of course, the caveat, the widest net of all, is through digital communication. So we sent out a communication to almost 10,000 health professionals, pediatricians, nurse practitioners, and dietitians. And we really capitalized on the relationship that DMI has built with the National Medical Association, which is the organization of Black American doctors. And talking about, they had done a journal supplement through DMI's work on the benefits of dairy for Black Americans. Because of the power of tapping into the National Medical Association, we highlighted that in the communication. We got a click-through rate on the communication 8.7.
Wow.
Think about a doctor clicking on an email. I mean, how much do they get? And normally their click-through rate would be somewhere between 0.9 to 1.3, and the click-through rate on this is almost 9%. So that really shows the power of the work collaborating with large key voices.
just to highlight dairy farmers and the work that we do with them, one snippet of that is our grant program, which you've heard about before. Really enabled our farmers to do local events, to do farm camps, children's camps, to be involved in other activities, tours, community events, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a lot of hyper-local marketing that we provide to our brands throughout our region, to our dairy farmers, and we also track consumer outcomes by the end of the year as well, when we see how consumers react to these different events working with our farmers. It's a successful program that empowers you, the dairy farmers, to share your voice in your local communities as well.
So Michael and I will co-present on supporting increased dairy sales for schools and retail. So this is image of the cat, and we'll kind of address where we are against these objectives as we present in the schools and the retail channel. So schools, so far this year, we provided $90,000 in equipment and marketing grants to 68 schools and districts across New England, impacting almost 35,000 students. And the data at this point is very preliminary, so it takes a while. I've done it every year at this meeting, right? It takes a while before we have the 3 and the 6 months post-implementation data. But about 32% of the schools right now is seeing a 6% increase in dairy sales from that pre-implementation. So that number will continue to fluctuate as data comes in from such granted schools. And you can see the programs that we continue to support and that we continue to be most popular by far. I know there's been a question many times this season, like, how do we know that this is sustainable? How do we know that these schools continue to get actually finished with all of the grants or schools for 2022? We heard that 85% of that is the program. Well, we're not allowed to get very still for them. You know that these programs
there is a lot of trust with education that, what our strategy was to pivot to scale. So we're running a pilot, with these milkshakes, but our base, all the bases are going very far. And so they're creating these milkshakes in the summer, and they're interested to keep it going if the sales look good. So we have last year's milk and ice cream sales, we'll compare it to this year's milk and ice cream sales, but we convince this food service group to keep doing it without our help and without our support going into the future. That's some of the work that we're doing here locally in sales as well.
And you've already heard from CMI, so we welcome any questions you have. Questions?
You had a few things in the first section of your CAP that you said you'd come back to, and maybe to talk about some of the percentage of the goal achievements that you've done.
I was moving fast, and I want to do your second.
No, I appreciate it. No, that's fair.
Yes, so specifically,
I have a hard time reading this one too.
yeah.
For the reason, yeah.
Do I have to get longer, or I can go back up? So specifically under some of the social media measurements like impressions, engagement, this social media was through the end of May. So June was a big up for us, was now, so very much for those efforts. So some of these numbers, I don't know, ongoing, you think of like 50% mark, but we're going to get pace just with June alone. It's not there. So I wanted to address that so that, I'm staying honest to you about what you're seeing in the numbers here.
Right, and then like the youth and millennial parents' engagement through outreach and events, that was lower, and that is
related to the content as well. Because the social media capture them in their impressions and engagement, different measurements, as are like events, things like that. So the beginning of the year is a little slow. It's cold. It's hard to do events outside. So things pick up as we move into the spring and the summer. So those numbers will pick up as well.
We haven't had a post go viral yet this year. So last year we struck the lottery with the viral post, which that's just a little bit of strategy, but also a lot of luck. And that hasn't, we're still playing.
It worked well.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, thank you very much. I appreciate your time and effort.
All right, bringing up the rear, law enforcement.
Woo-hoo.
Everybody can come on up. Come on down.
Flood the zone.
There's some room over there. There's some room over there. You want to go there? I'll go over there. Julie, is there straight?
All good.
Anybody else want to talk? Does anybody need a little green?
Yeah.
Rum and Coke, anybody?
It's newest one, Saturday morning. Chester Chamberlain.
I love it.
Right at it.
There's even wet ones over here.
Couldn't be married. No, Ben's on the phone. That's 2 days ago. So,
Counter.
yeah, it is. Very good.
It's like I planned it, I did.
All good. So, they're,
Thanks for letting us take a little break.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm a giver. That's what I do. Well, thank you all. Really appreciate this. Really appreciate you all hanging in there too. I know we're last on the agenda today. But I kind of like where we are because it gives me the opportunity to hear from everybody else and kind of reinforces how I see us as an organization. And again, I'm going to be joined today by most of my counterparts, including Lindsay and Gail and Emma and Nick and Kim. But I really see us as your full-service dairy checkoff organization. When you look across this slide and you see schools, retail, influencers, health professionals, dairy producers, I'm not sure there's other organizations hitting all these touch points
And one thing that I've continued to preach, since I've been in this seat is we just need to keep evolving. We need to keep innovating. And I think throughout our slides, you're going to see examples of that, which I'm really excited about. This collaboration word gets thrown around, I think, sometimes. I remember about 3 years ago, the first time I met the board members, y'all talked to me about, Sean, you guys need to be collaborating more. But we've really, really made a concerted effort to do so. And I just want to thank all the presenters that gave us a little shout out previously. I'm sure I'll get the bill. But I just really appreciate it. I just want to highlight a couple things here. The New York Dairy Issues Team Crisis Preparedness Meeting, actually we had right here. And it was ourselves, New York Farm Bureau, is NIAC, and NEDPA. But that's an area we don't spend a whole lot of attention on, but yet it's one of the most critical areas that we have in terms of being ready for crisis and handling issues on a daily basis. A couple of these others, somebody stole smart swaps from me. I guess I could have collaborated more, but it was said earlier, but that's work that we're doing with New England and DMI. The most opportunity, Museum of Science and Technology, that's collaboration with NIAC and the New York Dairy Ambassadors. And again, we're really excited about that because this is our first year for that right here in Syracuse, and so far we're seeing really good results. So collaboration, I think you really have to work at it. You have to get kind of your personal egos aside in terms of your own organization and do what's best for the industry. So I'm really excited to share slides like this. Winning principle, people plus process plus insight. We're really data-driven. We've been spending a lot of time over the last couple months strategic planning. I feel at times, we're in such a hurry to do the next project or do the next program or prepare the cat for you that we don't pause and really take the time and have the due diligence in determining, okay, are the things that we're doing making sense? Can we do them better? What are the other types of things that we should be thinking about? So you're going to hear examples of how we've been sitting together as departments in terms of just doing the best that we can in the most impactful ways, in the most efficient ways. And again, everything that we do, we evaluate, and I just think it's really important that we're continuously innovating. So whether it's on the field, whether it's a mom at home giving yogurt to her daughter, or whether it's in-store insights that Nick and his team are getting to gain more space for dairy in our retail stores, we're touching all these different areas, which I think is really, really important. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay. She's going to take you through some programs. And Julie, if it's okay with you, I mean, you can ask as questions come up, by department.
That's good if you guys.
Yeah, just because there's so much information.
Yep, I appreciate that.
Yep.
All right, hi everyone, I'm going to be taking you through the programs update. And as we are midway through the year, we have seen some significant gains in a lot of our goals. So first and foremost is being breakfast. We've seen a 39% increase in breakfast participation. Menu enhancements, we have 21 districts participating in our yogurt always program, 20 districts in our cheese program, and we had 30 districts in our hot chocolate milk and latte program, and then 344 districts in our Strive for 35, which is the cold milk program. Summer meals, we are in the midst of this. We actually have an event this Thursday. So we've reached 600 districts and had 2 rural activations and 2 urban. Strategic alliances, thus far, we're at 4,486 school administrators and key allies reached. New York Thursdays, this begins in September. We have a new campaign that I'm really excited about. So next time I'm here, I'm going to be talking about that. And then to fuel up, 3,751 participating schools as of April. So taking a deeper dive into breakfast, what we did is our school breakfast demographic represents 48% of school districts within New York State, providing us access to 1.2 million additional students that we can reach by targeting these schools. So this chart here represents some school districts that have seen great success over the span of those few months of data that we have. And we've worked with them on strategies to increase breakfast, whether it was breakfast after the bell, or in the classroom, or grab and go.
we're adopting CEP, so removing that cost barrier to students and the families. Another area was targeting those rural area districts. So we've honed in on a USDA targeted approach and selected districts that we can have them adopt our strategies, help them with equipment, and then really customize our programs based on their demographics. And thus far, we've seen a daily participation increase of over 1,000 students in those targeted schools. Some key highlights here, reimbursable vending. So we talked about this before. It's a way for us to provide additional access to school meals. And the districts that we work with, we provide them with dairy planograms. So making sure dairy is always at the forefront of what we are doing. Rocky Point School District in Long Island, they saw a 25% increase in breakfast participation when they added machines. Lattes, Great School District, they adopted this a few months ago, and they saw great success by providing this to students for breakfast. This was a target school district that was near Starbucks, the Dunkin' Donuts. So they came to us, we were like, we need more students participating. This was the best program for them to do. We saw an additional 146 students daily getting breakfast, only at the high school, as that is in Latte. Hot chocolate milk, similar story here. Hempstead School District introduced the program, and they saw a 15% increase in breakfast participation. Here, so as you know, we are tackling those students, right? We are trying to build lifelong consumers by helping them to find their voice and their platform. And one of the avenues that we did that through was our student-led expo. We held this in Syracuse. We had over 150 students in attendance. And we flipped the script. We gave the students the opportunity to speak with the vendors, to talk about what they want in school, try new menu items, and then vote on it. Then we provided this information to the school nutrition directors to add to their menus. All the school districts that attended the Syracuse event did add a menu item from the expo to their program, which is great. And then we took this on the road and did it in Pennsylvania, where New York City students were in attendance as well. So more to come, as ULUP really provided that elevation for students to provide their voice. They voted on what they wanted, and then we distributed all of that out to districts in attendance, that took it one step further and gave it to all of our territories.
I was just gonna chime in real quick, because I was just really impressed by this, because there's no better way to find out what kids like than ask them, you know, and I think sometimes we as adults, you know, we all almost, you know, just, you know, think, oh, this is gonna work, they're gonna love this. But the feedback that we got there and just, the interactiveness with the expo, I thought was great.
Yeah, it truly was the foundation of ULUP.
So this is across multiple districts?
Yeah.
Different kids across?
Yep.
Was there any consensus?
About like what they liked the best?
Yes.
Yeah, there were some standout stars. Some were like a cheesy pizza bite. One was a chicken masala bowl. And in PA, there was an egg scrambler that stood out. So it was all different menu points, so breakfast and lunch. But it was stuff that students aren't trying because they don't know what it is on the school menu. So it was a nice chance to present them with something new.
Can I have access to that?
Absolutely.
Sounds like a big undertaking. I mean,
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, you're gonna rent buses, you know, the whole logistics of that.
That's interesting.
It was, and the school nutrition directors that attended were blown away by this because they don't get to see that. They're in the back cooking extra stuff or dealing with staff, so it was for them to really see like, oh wow, this is what the students want on the menu. This is what I need to do to boost my meal participation. So it was really impactful, and it's something we are going to continue to do because it's such a driving force. And it became this 360 program. We took the foundation of ULUP, which is really advocating for students to have their voice, you know, have their own autonomy with what they want in school, and then vice versa, working with vendors as partners, and school nutrition directors get more dairy. So it was.
And they have funding to do this within the school?
I'm going to chime in. The school board, yeah. So we found an easier way to get this, to get kids excited about it, and then we reach out to, we have partnerships with school administrators, and we just tell them what it's about. So when you see on May 29th, it was in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, we sent the New York City kids there, because the first one was in Syracuse. Syracuse is a lot further. So it was easy for them to get to Pennsylvania, but the idea was we wanted the
so on and so forth, as a last minute request for busing, but they did it. So we, Christina back there was the one that manages all of this, but we really found out what works. And then the vendors that provide most of the food to these school districts, they're more than happy to be there. Matter of fact, we didn't pay them, you know. They're there because they're getting exposure to the kids, they're getting that direct feedback, and they get to interact with the school nutrition directors that's there. So it's more intimate for them, and this is so successful, and written up in the USA Today.
Very cool.
We're able to get publicity in USA Today, that's a national publication, which we usually turn over to people like Heather and her group, but because they came directly to the Pennsylvania Summit, we were able to get that national publicity, a really great front page article.
Mm-hmm. And now when the students were here, we took the time to expose them to New York Thursdays. They watched videos on that. So there was a lot more going on than just them trying the food, but it really was an impactful day for these kids. So we've learned a lot, and we will continue to do these with our learnings and make it better.
But in terms of the event that I'd love you all to witness firsthand, and I'm glad you've opened that up in terms of calendars and that type of thing, because I don't know if we can do it justice just talking about it. I mean, just being there, talking to the students, and for me, talking to the vendors, because, yeah, they did see that as a great opportunity. Yeah.
I went about 10 years ago before I was on this board or anything. Beth had me go in Syracuse, and it opened my eyes to a lot. I didn't even know there was such a thing, so.
Why don't we give you a ride?
This whole area right here is so critically important. I've been on the school board for 8 years. I just became president last week. But this area, talking to the kids especially, every school board meeting we have, I stop the meeting and I talk to the kids directly and I ask them, it's like, what do you think about your meals? What do you like? What do you don't like? What do you want changed? And the biggest issue we have right now with our kids is that they're literally starving to death. They just do not get enough physical food to eat. And after our visit to the Buffalo School District last year, we're going to do something different, especially when it comes to snacking or choices that they have throughout the day for these kids to have. And this idea of asking the kids what they like, that's why I asked you if this information was available. And we've done surveys, we've done all kinds of things. They love pizza day, they love taco day. You know, there's certain days they love and certain days they don't love. But trying to come up with intermeal nutritious snacks, whether it be yogurt, apples, oranges, you know, cheese sticks, whatever. And luckily in our district, it's not really a money issue. We actually have the money to do it. We can do whatever we want, as long as we can get around the dietary life. And nobody hears this story. Nobody hears this. Give it to them, says no. And, because they are so, yeah. And so I have the coffee on this one. And I think the kids really appreciate having the people. So that.
I get to think what I have in my school, so we thought that they were leaving, that they were really empowered, and now we go back to the school and talk with the brand ambassador or cheesy taco, but no one is that big. Yeah, I think we're going to yeah, we'll get to that. Okay. I think one of the cool things about it is we need to talk about micro level at the school district. So we had a section for school professionals in Middletown, and Middletown district is phenomenal with what they're doing. I mean, they provide meals all day, basically. Like, it's so impressive. But then they made it put off into the district to just recreate our thing. So the kids are like, oh, it's not, you know, I'm going to search it out and Google it, and it's not. So they just did that at a micro level. So it's nice to expose students that were structured this way, and they're like, I can do that in my own school too. So it's a great kind of opportunity that way, and they teach you to carry it on in the district. You know, we also invited school nutrition directors to
you working with like Capital Region BOCES?
Yes.
And, you know, okay.
Yeah, so this was too far for them. We're eventually gonna be in that area, plan, and we just gotta figure out 2026, so we're gonna that outside. Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of the schools don't have in-house, they're all being catered and brought in.
Yeah.
So you've got to deal with the central location.
Meals.
And there was no branding there, so it wasn't them just trying it, not being influenced by the brand. But we didn't. All right, and then, the last point here is summer meals. So like I said, we are in the midst of that. We have partnered with Buffalo Bills. They will be at our event on Thursday with Buffalo City, handing out meals to the community. We've done our urban and rural activation, urban and rural liberty, summer meals to the community, letting them know where they are, when they're available. And then also partnering with the New York Times to do radio ads for the same thing, promoting summer and then transitioning to promoting breakfast as school starts. I first mentioned too, with Buffalo One, we have partnered with General Mills to do their too to hand out cereals that typically come. So all good things, and more to come in the future. We have the New York City Friends Tour, and then back to school webinars and back to school events. And that's all for what.
Okay, taking a look up. Top. I call it retail guru, but it went to the dentist. That's a funny story. Someone told me that. I John to John. You will never leave it down. On Sunday, Saturday, at church. Stop that. But as being the guru that we are, we came up with this. They were real creamer. That's milk-based creamers. It's a shelf talker. On some doors, we do little round circles just to identify them. But one of these topics, I believe, came up at this meeting where, you know, it was brought up, and he looked at the creamers, how many are dairy-based. I think it was, it's very confusing. You don't know which one's which. Oh, yeah. Because they think that, like, they should isolate it better, so we're going to isolate it a little bit. Just want to talk a little bit about our goals. I'm not going to bore you with all of them, but we're making them all. We're a little bit behind on the yogurt dividers because almost everybody's done, but we're doing independents now. We have 9 more independent stores coming. That was using the ones that we developed. Cheese pushers is just killing it. We're up to 120 already. That's going to be more. They love it. And this is something great. The more they're going, we're not paying for nothing. This is just stuff that we tested. We're at the sign packs. We've got 3 completed. The local farmer image was 197, and Kim will show you a little bit what we do through the series month. We have Syllabus with Hope going. Don't have the numbers yet. We have over 20 retailers involved with that. Our nutritional counseling is going well, and our e-commerce programs are going well. So we're kind of ahead on everything. Space Games, and I brought it too because I knew someone was going to ask me. Just some pictures. 124 feet in 4 stores. We have 7 new ShopRites opening up in the New York area. 2 in, I think, 1 in Upper New Jersey. The rest are Staten Island. God, I can't pronounce all the towns, but there's 7 coming. They should be all ready by December. They should have been ready by June, but we know how that goes. We have 124 feet in 4 stores. There's 6 stores added 40 feet using bunker style. We call them school buses. And those are SRS ShopRites, which are all up in the New York State area. And they're just, I love these things. They're the best. They're low boys. You know, they look like a bus. But you get like 46 feet worth of dairy on it. They use it for sales. They use it for extra space.
So Nick, you've done other ShopRites, right? So they know how to do it, and it's a new store. So how much do you have to put into the new store?
Financially?
Yes.
Nothing.
Okay.
Only the sign package. We control the sign package. They pay for yogurt dividers. They pay for shredded cheese. We design the sign package for them.
You design it, you do the intelligence, but it doesn't cost you anything.
Excuse me?
You help design their new store.
Well, no, we look at the dairy layout.
Yep.
And a lot of this is just repetitive now. like SRS, we tested the one bus stop with them, looked at it, we merchandised it. It's hard, but you can see in the pictures. We put weekly special signs, we developed signs for him and everything. He ran numbers and said, oh my God, it's great. He's doing 7 more stores. The new stores, we designed a whole side package for them, like the decals, the headers, what you need, farm to table. That we fund. Depends on the size of the store. ShopRite's are really big. Might be $3,000, if not more, if not less. But they pay for yogurt dividers, they pay for shred cheese, and anything else that we've done over the years, they fund them. SRS, we funded, right here, a test store for them. They're in a proposal right now to do the rest of their stores, 36 stores. So we tested, Metamoris and Monticello, and they loved it. It's like 10% increase in sales. Plus, it's so much neater and more convenient for the customer. They're doing 36 stores. Let's see, I don't lose my space. 142 feet of milk has been gained in vitamins and, what was it called, Kim? Plant-based.
140.
Did you say plant-based, Kim? That's what I thought you said, plant-based.
They all went on to a little end cap.
Yeah.
I smiled the whole day long. With my cart.
This is what I'm really proud of. The dairy aisle invention, we talked about independent stores. Grant, who's a director for us, and he works in northern New York area, lower New York, he just walked into stores. Hey, I'm here. Who's here? Happened to be the owner was there, and it was Fresh Market. Okay, try it. He did it. They loved it, and he's like, can you do my other store? So we're trying to, it's old school. Walking in the store, there's no contact. It's not like you can call ShopRite or, Price Chopper and get a contact. You're just going in and looking for someone. He did 4 stores already. He's got 9 more stores to be done with yogurt dividers. And I always say, retail's always been ahead of the curve with stuff. Oh, God, how many years ago? 15 years ago, when we started doing other sign packages, we always started adding protein on it. And I'm always a proponent of protein. I've always, back in the day, drove Rick about protein, always talking about it. We developed a protein snacking section in ShopRite. You guys remember that? Which now every store is double-digit growth. Victor, who's on a family vacation right now, it's rolling out right now in Tops and Price Chopper. Protein Smart section.
Good idea.
And it's being rolled out right now, and that's something that we're looking to try to add to all the other retailers. Because if you look, it's a growing trend. Globally, what was the number showing at one point? Because we Googled the numbers, it's like $1.3 billion in 2024. 2025 is like $1.6 billion. And the Northeast is number 1, with Chobani being number 1, as far as, and it's close to fitness craze in America, blah, blah, blah. So that's something that I'm really proud of, that he got that going. And, I'm a troublemaker, if you haven't noticed. I emailed a couple of my ShopRite owners that are really important. I go, hey, by the way, your competition's doing Protein Smart. And they're like, oh, interesting, they're good to know. We might have to look into that. Try to stir the pot, and that's what we try to do with retail. Dairy Aisle Performance Program, 18 key foods were added in Brooklyn. We continue to use the store reports to explore opportunities in retailers. So the space allocation that we look at goes back to this up here. And that's how we got it. I think last summer was here, we talked about like Clark, New Jersey. We got New Boston, Clark. That all comes from the reporting. We still got Phil Glass of Hope going. Steve, who's right there. Where's Steve? We don't really bring him around much, but he does a great job. Price Shop with Brandon and Kathy, who used to work with us, who retired, went and got 14 independent stores, like furniture stores and everything, participating in this. So, go ahead, Kim.
So,
John.
some of those look like such low-hanging fruit, like bilingual signage.
Yes.
10% increase.
Okay, I talked to you guys about Price last year. That's actually Price that owns a ShopRite. We are chief partner with New England here. We did some of the New England stores up there. They're owned by ShopRite. And that's the ShopRite.
the stores are, you know, probably like 50-50, 60-40, and they were up anywhere between 8 and 10%. The one dairy manager goes, I'm selling more stuff that I never knew I could sell here, just by having the signage. And it's funny because I always said on our signage, what we started doing years ago was putting pictures. And a lot of people used to come up to me and point to a picture. And I didn't realize it. And I'm like, oh. So I just tested that randomly. The whole chain is done. Steve's got a couple stores in Buffalo and Schenectady to do, and then the chain will be done. And that's something that, it was like 2 years ago, we just, I don't know, and Sarah ShopRite owns 2 of them, and I do a lot of work with them. I said, let me look at your price rights, and we did, and it exploded and rolled out.
I mean, is that going beyond them though, to other chains,
If needed, yes, if needed. If, Grant did one of the.
The independent retailers that you spoke about earlier,
Yes.
Fresh Market in particular was one. When we put it in one of the stores, that was when he wanted to transition it to all of their stores. And in those stores, it has a very heavy Hispanic population shopping them, so we put the bilingual signage up in those stores. We also have it running in Key Food, in the Metro New York areas where, again, there's a high population of Hispanic shoppers shopping there. So the bilingual signage is very impactful in those markets.
And one of the things we're doing, I forgot to mention, with SRS right now, we just did Poughkeepsie. Grant went out and did it. They're setting up local dairy sections in all their stores. We're using a New York agricultural logo that we've always used, and just, you know, local dairy with the milk and with some of the other products. So that's something interesting too. We'll see how that goes. We just did it in the new Poughkeepsie store, so we'll keep. Excuse me, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. That's a nice story. That's why we chose it. Yeah. Go ahead, Sam. I don't want to take up any more time.
I have a challenge for you.
Sure.
Figure out how to, you know those rolling carts where they have the milk and then a platform, milk, platform, milk, platform? You get to the very bottom and they're all leaking because of all the, figure out how to make supports within those that'll stack so that we don't have milk spilling. Like, that's, I would love, one that we know all these uses of, and because they roll anything out, but I hate going there and seeing milk spilling.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all because of the weight of all the milk. That's something that needs to be addressed because no one wants a leaking, like, it doesn't matter whose brand it is. No one wants a leaking gallon. And it makes a mess. And I like the dairy section to be as clean as possible. And I'm not afraid to go to a manager and tell them to clean it. So it doesn't matter where.
And that's what
That's a good segue.
Kansas team usually does. One of the biggest problems, the bossy carts, which are great because they're gravity feed, but the top one, if he leaks, he just ruined the whole neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
The whole thing straight down, and one little drip can destroy everything, and really, and the problem is too, if you're in the like, yo, it's leaking, dude, you know, go get it. You take that one off, it will stop the problem. But I've been in stores where I'm watching it and I'm like, dude, thing's leaking. Yeah, I know, I'll get to it. Well, I guess I'm gonna get to it, you know, but, sorry.
I'm just going to go back for a second because I want you to be able to see the animation on this side. So in June, we created a Judith's Dairy Month e-commerce campaign bringing Price Chopper's homegrown initiative to life online and in stores. And on the left, you'll see what consumers were seeing while they were navigating and shopping on PriceChopper.com. We centered around the theme of From New York Farms to Your Fridge, and we elevated local dairy in stores and online through New York certified tags on the shelf tags, as well as the label for the Pick store brand of milk, and scannable signage to navigate to this American Dairy Farmers videos. Secondary displays featuring hyper-local milks like Bat and Kill Valley, King Brothers, Zegert Farms, and Hudson's Dairy Inc. A former spotlight for Ideal Farms on PriceChopper.com, and along with smoothie recipes with nutritional benefits of milk and yogurt. And our Fill the Glass with Hope messaging was at checkout screens, which reinforced our commitment to hunger relief through consumer-driven donations. And we will have these sales results from this campaign, and probably by the time our third quarter contract assessment update comes out.
And this is the Price Chopper and Market 32 magazine. I'll leave it here, you guys can have it. Okay.
For the remainder of this year, we have a few new programs that I wanted to highlight, such as our DMI collaboration with Walmart and Costa, which is new for us, highlighting dairy health benefits for gut health, child development, and mom packs. And those will feature lactose-free and high-protein products. Our new partnership with Kellogg's, Tops, and Price Chopper will feature $1 off milk and cereal bundles, which is funded by Kellogg's. And our team, as Nick alluded to earlier, we're going to be rolling out 1,500 plus shelf tags promoting real dairy coffee creamers at the point of purchase. So although most of that section is merchandised by brand because the brand's going to be kept together, we're going to have the shelf tags highlighting every single one. So one section may have, 5 or 6 different shelf tags so that we can call out each brand that has the real dairy.
Oh, probably only 2 now.
No, there's about at least 5 brands. Chobani is a major player in that market.
Yeah, but I mean only 2 brands. Like, Wegmans only carries Flip 3 now.
We've got and other retailers.
Yeah, there's a little more, give them more idea.
Starbucks, Dunkin', Coffee Mate, and Chobani are the big ones. And as Nick also mentioned a little bit before, for the sections, typically 5 shelves, so about 20 feet in total, could be dedicated to high-protein yogurt. We're currently being implemented in Tops and Price Shoppers, and we're going to facilitate a pre and post-installation so we can share that with you earlier. This just started happening at the end of last week, so we're really looking forward to already seeing a couple of examples come through in the section, so it's really, really nice. And that's what we have.
Real quick, I just want to make a quick comment on Phil's last because we just celebrated our 10-year anniversary of that. And while it's terrific that we get, freshmen and disease, I mean, we saw that as a brand new channel for there. I mean, it was really untapped. So the days we moved 47 million through food banks that we're really proud of. Started in PA now in New York. And the team, again, we do prestige sometimes. He did a really, really good job, and we're just seeing that need rise. So it's really critical that we're working in that space.
On the food bank sales,
Food bank sales.
Yeah. What is the goal of 20 schools and infrastructure schools, but then outcoming
For the last 3 years, working with New York and for us, we've got a lot of coolers up there because we need to place those coolers to get the milk in to be cold availability. With all the grants being cut through domes and everything, and TDAP, the food banks weren't able to order milk in the second, third quarter or cheese. So no one's going to go out there and spend cooler dollars when they have done it. So that's why we're not doing any coolers this year so far. In the fourth quarter, when it opens up, if there's opportunities for more sales at new places, we'll bring coolers there. But that's why the coolers have been this year. Yeah, it's hard, but I go to every location to get the cooler because I want to see if they have a lot of coolers and they just not one, or if they really need one. And the need isn't there this year. They're not asking. We'll see New York as they're meeting with other food banks this year, and nobody has for any coolers because there's just nothing coming in from the food bank to give the food pantries right now. It's just a grand challenge right there. Hopefully, fourth quarter, we'll start with that.
Okay, so I am an image. I'm a trust person, and without trust, you can't build sales. People have to trust your product. They have to be enthusiastic about it. And one thing I learned a couple weeks ago, our chair, Dr. Donald, said something that we've taken as our own mantra, which is people really love dairy. They just, read them to buy dairy. And so we're working on those reasons to make sure that people have a purpose. Now, our purpose is to inspire passion. That's what we do. We use pretty pictures, we use videos, we use flashes, we're on social channels. But all of this is to drive trust, eventually that never works for me. Any presentation. What I want to say to you is that we have already, for the first 6 months of the year, placed 1,600 news stories. 655 news stories, put that 1,617, let me slow down a minute, news stories that we promised you. A big part of this does not include our June Dairy Month, as we talked about earlier, as well as we get a lot of attention, and we're going to get even more attention to our state fair, butter sculpture, and those events that we do there, like Dairy Day and other things. So we're really excited about what you're going to see up there today, so everybody can sure that you come. Impressions, we've had 20 million so far, other than 215 again. Those will go up as the year passes. And what I really should show is that we already have $1.8 million in publicity value. That's more than our entire budget. So if we were to purchase that, we would have had $1.8 million when we had it. That's our earned value. That's our free value. For digital media, we're a little bit slow, but we're always slow around this time of year. Again, those things kind of pick up. We've got a lot of things that go up in the fall. Social media impressions, we have 26.3 million impressions so far this year. We're on track with that. I think we're going to probably be a little bit above what we told you we were going to be. And then social media engagement. Again, this is 8 million. 8.4 million engagement. Now, what happens with that is we are concentrating. You can either get engagement or you can get people to actually do something with it. We focus, sometimes our programs focus on engagement, sometimes they don't. So it just depends. But all in all, the clicks, likes, all of that. And I think that should have been 840, not 8 million. But we're working on it towards that. Strategic partnership. When we look at this, it's not just what we do on the air, it's not just what we do on social, it's those interactions between our staff, our farmers, and events like is there, or Sean is there. Now, we just had an event in Rochester, the Strong Museum Play, and it was for the Juneteenth. It happened to be the same day that all of those programs were going on throughout all of the cities. And we were still able to reach a good portion of people that want their kids, families, caregivers, all of them want their kids to be able to touch those people and give them the cheese or something like this. Even if they are products, people that understand and then health and wellness, we just saw the ad. We have repurposed so there's some really good positive things going on as we connect with those retail dietitians because they're in the stores, they're able to connect directly with the consumer. All the other stuff that we do, we connect directly with the consumers. We don't necessarily go through others. We don't have a B2B type of market plan. We have a B2C, except when we do retail. We go to those retailers and those retail dietitians to help us get the word out about theory. Building that trust, that lasting trust, and that meaningful conversation, that meaningful connection is what we do in our department. We have unified the messages for health, sustainability, and the purpose. We've also taken what we say a functional benefit area. I mean, it helps with bones. I think we've pretty much shown that. But it also helps with other things within the body. And what we found out through our latest research is that people are very interested in their own personal environment and what's going in their mouth. We want to make sure that they understand the health benefits of dairy. And so we'll be focusing on that more and more as we move forward. But we want to make sure that there's an emotional tie to dairy, not just, something that you have to do or something that you put in your cereal, but how does it make you feel? How does it bring back those childhood memories? If we're talking about chocolate milk, or we're talking about warm milk at night. We want to connect. We also want to connect the dairy farmers to the consumers, because the consumers want to know, again, from our research, they want to know that the individual dairy farmer really cares about what it is that they're doing. Because if they care about what you're doing, or if you care about what you're doing, then they'll kind of realize that you care about what's going into their system. This is their environment. Not all of this out here, but what's going into their mouth. And then we want to make sure that we have, and I think New England brought it up, we want to give the people who are really interested, we want to give them that science-based information that we get from DMI about the benefits of dairy. We want to connect the science to the actual benefits of that. And finally, we want to position ourselves and position your product as something that consumers can trust. And I keep talking about trust because trust is a big thing, not just for the people in the room, but it's a big thing for the consumers that we serve. So we've just talked about our strategy, and we are strategic planning like crazy right now to see what we can do, how we can evolve into 2026. But we want to make sure that we are creating programs that provide a connection to dairy and consumers, dairy and everyday conversations through lifestyle, TV, and media segments. Trust in every glass with sustainability messages, health and culinary content. You know about our flavor, but we will be spending a lot more time just comparing what we offer versus what the alternatives offer. And we'll be doing that more in the coming year. And then real-time storytelling, real voices and real stories. So that's where we're headed. We think we're on the right path. We're making connections, and we are, believe, turning those tides so that people are really interested and excited about dairy.
All right, perfect. So now on to some of the farmer index work we get to do, which is pretty fun because obviously you guys are at the core of everything we do. So a few things I want to point out here because you'll see we haven't reached some of our goals yet. So the first one is within the environmental space. You'll see we haven't done any events yet. We have a lot of things planned for the last quarter, so on our next update you'll see that. Some of those things are within the Partners for Healthy Watershed program. We're also working with Ontario County Soil and Water to reach some colleges in that area, hopefully with a farm tour in the fall. So you'll see that coming. Also in the virtual farm tour space, all of our New York virtual farm tours are coming this fall, hence why there's no data there as well. But feel free to ask questions if you have any on any of these goal sets. So the areas I want to highlight today are within that environmental space. What are we doing? So the first one is within the American Dairy Engaged Influencer Program. One of the things that we encourage our farmer influencers to do is to talk about what they're doing on farm in the environmental space when it comes to best management practices. And to Gail's point earlier, we're working on that image piece, that trust piece. So when I look at this partnership that I have with these farmers, they're the ones that can say firsthand, this is what's happening on my farm. And that goes a long way in the trust space. And I joked with Johanna Voss in the post I featured up here. Anytime she does poop content, it's like her best performing content within the program. And they're hilarious. They're like, I think I'm going to do another poop piece this month. I'm like, yeah, sounds good. So this one was actually on the 4 R's of manure management, and it was real, and it kind of went through that. What does that look like, and what does that mean? And it had that video alone between Instagram and Facebook had those 72,000+ impressions. If you're someone who's running the social media pages at your farm, you'll notice that Facebook and Instagram, because it wants to be different, have switched it from impressions to views. So that's actually the same name if you're operating in this space. Why they do that, I don't know. I think it's to make my personal life harder. And then our other area is the Move the Message online portal. So that is a space where anybody within the industry who has a really busy life, probably all of us, can go and get access to resources, including captions, to post to their social pages. So we're really promoting that to all of our dairy farmers, our dairy promoters, like our dairy ambassadors. And we are calculating who's accessing that by the first time you come to the page, you actually have to register. So that way we can see how many people are registering to get these resources. And we have a plethora of content up there ranging from the environmental space all the way into health, wellness, and nutrition. And we try to keep that regularly updated as well. I'm sure this is super riveting for all of you. But yeah, it's just kind of a fun little snippet. But for those of you who follow Johanna, cliffhanger, you can go watch the rest of that, because you can drive up those views a little more. So as it pertains to farm tours, you know, one of the things that we pride ourselves in is providing virtual or in-person farm tours experiences, right? We know both are so important and certainly have a space as it pertains to promoting our industry. So the first one is through the Adopt a Calf program, which we do financially fund in partnership with Center for Dairy Excellence across our 5-state region, and we're proud and very happy to do that. One of the things we help them with is securing host farms. So Julia Faust, I'm sure some of you know, did a wonderful job in the state of New York this year doing the Adopt a Calf program. But it was hilarious because she's so close to the city of Syracuse, and all these districts were like, we're just going to come out to the farm. And she's like, cool, yeah, sure. And then all of a sudden, next thing she knew, she was like, I have 150 students all coming to the farm in the next 3 days, like, help. And we're like, we got you, it's going to be good. So one day I was able to go out and help her just with the amount of students that were coming. And the next day we actually utilized our New York State Dairy Ambassador team to go out, because that was going to be a little bit of an older student base, more middle school, high school, which was really helpful because they had a lot more in-depth questions. And it was a great opportunity for our New York State Dairy Ambassadors to get involved as well. We were pretty excited with that, and we kind of helped Julia structure 3 different stations to help the flow in the learning for everyone that was attending. So that was pretty awesome. Another cool tour that we got to do that worked out really well is Garrett Miller from Aurora Ridge, right locally here in Cuyahoga County. We actually already had pre-recorded his entire virtual farm tour because he's going to be one of our hosts in the fall. And then we had the opportunity arise from the New York City school nurses that they wanted a farm tour. And we're like, oh, this is perfect. And the virtual setting worked best for them because so many people were going to be attending. We can't afford to get all these people out to a farm. And we said, Garrett, would you actually be willing to do this as well? Because we already have that content pre-recorded. So we're already maximizing farmer dollars with this content that we filmed. He did a phenomenal job with that. And I also want to point out, you know, historically, for those of you who watched our virtual farm tour, you've probably seen Kelsey's face, right? She's usually our host. Well, with this audience, we really wanted to get a credentialed health professional that we felt would connect better with the audience and just kind of build some of that trust and loyalty. So we actually worked with a registered dietitian, Julie Raway. She's one of our longtime spokesperson. She's down in Broome, Tioga, Boces in that school district. And she actually lays ties to a dairy farm. Her grandparents used to have a dairy farm. Her and I were in New York together. She's a phenomenal spokesperson. And it's things like that that we really look at when we look at an audience. Okay, maybe it's not a staff person that's going to be the best fit for this. Who else have we built relationships with that can really maximize this experience for the viewers? So that was awesome. Garrett did awesome. I think he was like, oh my gosh, like a little bit nervous. He got so many good questions, but in the end, he was like, wow, that was so rewarding, and like I didn't even have to leave my farm. So that was pretty cool.
And I think they get 1,250 New York City school nurses. I mean, it's one thing to RSVP for, but it's another thing for them to actually show up.
Well, actually, it's mandatory. So that's where our other students.
Well, not else.
We've been working with them for probably close to 10 years, and it used to be in person, then we moved it out, and now we're part of their development stage, and they give awards and all of this. However, their people have to come, they have to register, and they have to be there. That offered a great opportunity for us to open it up to the farm tour, because normally we just have somebody speaking, but the farm tour offered a better way. And believe me, those nurses, New York City people are never shy. Those nurses are never shy, and that's why we got the RD on there as well with the farmers, so she could continue to interject those dairy messages that we wanted her to, and then he could talk about the farm. It worked out really well.
Yeah.
Often announced, back to you.
Oh, Gen Z. So Gen Z, as I said, Gen Z are growing up. When we started this a few years ago, they were 10 years old. Now the bottom of that is 13-year-olds. Andrea and them handle that very well within the schools. But what about outside of the schools? So now it's 13 to 28 is the age group. I think it's something wrong with my fingers. It's always me. Let me answer that. Okay. Oh, yeah. 13 to 28. Both of these people are transitioning from school to parenthood. So Gen Z is no longer the bottom rung. Gen Alpha is there. Andrea and them handle Gen Alpha quite well. But as the Gen Z begin to grow up, we're evolving our strategies with them as well. We want to balance the performance and functional benefits because, again, they're worried about their personal environment as well as the environment of their kids. They have now become caregivers and have families of their own. So this is a very viable group for us. But not only just the Gen Z, those millennial parents, those modern families, we're taking a different look at them as well and kind of including them in this demographic. We also combine peer-driven content. We want people to talk to people that are their own age. And so when we're talking to high schoolers, we utilize high school kids. When we're talking to young modern families that are, 23 to 28 and above, then we have parents to talk to them as well. And then we are expanding the social contacts and the social content through Pinterest and Snapchat, as well as some AI tools that we use that will complement the Instagram as well as the TikTok and YouTube that we've been on for years. Right now, towards our 16,500,000, we're a little bit behind, but again, it picks up in the fall, and we will at least meet this and probably surpass it, as well as the engagement. We're at 128,000, but we will probably surpass it because we always do. So I'm looking forward to that. Multicultural. You talked about the Hispanic signage in retail. We don't just translate, we transcreate to make sure that our audiences that speak Spanish are talked to on the level of which they would like to be. You already know we work with a Hispanic agency to help us with that. But we do other things as well, like our multicultural cooking classes that are live classes that we have every month. I think most of them should fall on your calendar, and you're welcome to sign up for those. It's only about an hour. That sends people, the call to action is to send people to Savor. And Savor is doing very well. It continues to perform for us. So we use this multicultural marketing to expand dairy's relevance. We want people to connect dairy, not just consume dairy, but connect to dairy and the relevance in their home. We have a lot of culturally relevant recipes in Spanish particularly. We have a whole section on that Savor website, as well as we utilize holidays to build more content that is relevant. So we have holiday recipes for all of the different holidays, not just the American holidays or Hispanic holidays or Muslim, Indian, all of those different holidays. We use those occasions to develop content around that. And then we want to ensure that our messaging provides a cultural pride, that we value what it is that everyone brings to our country, as well as food identity. So we want to make sure that we're not segmenting what it is. And surprisingly, a lot of the people that go on those multicultural live recipe programs enjoy it because they want to learn more about whatever's happening. And let me just remind you that when we send people to Savor magazine, there are levels of which you have to have enough dairy. So there may be some people here who have not really experienced Savor, but in Savor it has to be at least 2 cups of dairy within every recipe that's on there. We don't talk about it as being a dairy site. There has to be at least 2 cups of dairy for every discussion. We're ahead of that with 10 million. Right now, our goal is 1.7 for social media engagement. We're at 461 right now. We will build that up, and we'll make sure that we are everywhere that we should be as far as our goals are concerned.
Oh, I get to bring it home. Okay, I'm just bringing it home. I just want to kind of reinforce that none of this gets done without relationships. Mentors say to me years ago, John, you got to think individually, and I'm sure our team is tired of me saying that. I think Zoom is okay for some stuff, but I really think you got to meet them in person. So I'm thinking now you've seen examples of all that work. Again, these are just a couple highlights that I want to include here in terms of some big wins. And then I think if we could just end on this, at least for us, and we're hearing more often from people. So really appreciate your time. I mentioned it earlier. Not only do I appreciate coming back home, but it's harder and harder to get farm served on 300. And I just really appreciate that.
Thank you. Questions? I think you can hear anything.
Comment is, as you get created payments and partial bills, that's cool. Energy into actually and are really bad right now. It's not really okay. Yeah, it's bad. My son has a good in cash. They have a lot of it. Unfortunately, more of that fresh item participate. And it's a balance that we have to work out. It's hard to believe. So they have to have to sit down and we were able to initiate through it. We created somebody to actual machines. So we have already scheduled it and ready to work. That's hard to get out of it's like a it's something you know, it wasn't there when you don't do it. Yeah, you know, everything's repackaged. There's a full load of plastic around it, and it's not great. Yeah. And it has to, they have loads of servers that could stick around for months. Yeah. It's fuel, but it's not great fuel for brain activity. How can we help them? I'm a mom that eats those little comfortable sandwiches. Yeah.
Is the most program I haven't been down there yet to check it out. What's the focus on dairy there?
Yeah, great question. So with that partnership came about is, they were putting in an entire agricultural area. And they essentially needed someone to sponsor the dairy stall within the market section. So if you go in there, we're one of the stalls within the market where kids can essentially pick up dairy and then they go to the checkout and they scan it and then different kind of facts and information about dairy comes up when they do that. So when we did that partnership, we helped them formulate those facts a little bit. We wanted it to be something that represented New York State dairy as a whole and things like that. So if you go in there, Hudson Eggs was the primary sponsor. So the entire market has Hudson Eggs, and then they're a stall. And then like Reeves Farms Berries has a stall. Maple Producer, I forget the name of the group, has one, and then us. Yeah. And then there's other sections that were influenced by their essentially sweet panel of experts that they put together. Off the top of my head, I know like Mark Berger from Ontario or Onondaga County Soil and Water was on that, and a few other farmers. We were not on that committee from the start. We got brought into the conversation through Eve, actually, at CMI.
Good. Eden?
Yeah, Eden, sorry, yeah.
Yep.
And so far, so good. And they've been really enthusiastic about working.
They've been very responsive, which is good. And so within that partnership package, they threw in an estimation, and that's where we did the Votes in the Earth Day. I had kind of talked to Eileen. She said, oh, that was on our radar. I said, why don't we just collaborate? Like, if I was going to bring in a calf anyway, let's just all do it together. And then we had the state ambassadors come in and help, which is good.
Yeah, I thought it was great when I saw they had a thing with agriculture there. I was thinking about reaching out to Eileen about the mobile dairy experience, and then I saw a post and it was already all done, so.
Particularly the storefronts across Children's Museum are really popular. Like, obviously Strong has the mini
Right.
and big crowds lead there, but Michelle, our ID and our staff, has kind of tours around Children's Museum. That's all hours, like, I guess, or like an hobby, I guess. But she said, like, that connection to food is becoming very popular. Now, whether the museums do it in the space of, like, kitchen and prepping, store purchasing, it kind of looks different each place. Like, so Philly Please Touch Museum, who we've partnered with, they have, I think, a mini Red Nurse, I think, in there. It's like kind of, a supermarket that would be down that way. So it's kind of fun to see. I do think it's cool. The one at the most does have, like, the growing piece. So that interactive over in the corner, you can, like, pick crops. You can actually learn about that portion of stuff, which is pretty cool. But yeah, the dairy piece is just on the products and the product side, though.
Better than nothing.
Yeah, we're excited about it.
Yeah.
We're doing
Good.
it.
Any more questions?
Thank you all, really appreciate it. Thank you.
We appreciate all your passionate work. Thank you. Okay, so,
Well, we probably have to open it up.
not yet. We gotta do, just the discussion, and I think, Elizabeth, you said we want to talk about November meeting, is that right?
Yeah, and then just for the contractors in the back of the room, I know Casey touched on it briefly at our budget and goals meeting. The forms for official board member attendance at events, it's still in process, getting held up internally, but that will be out hopefully before our September meeting, so the board can deliberate about those events then there. So be on the lookout for your inboxes. And the RFA was released last week, and you should have received an email. If you didn't, let me know and I can resend that press release. But other than that, it's just November meeting.
Great, good, thank you. Yep, okay, so what Elizabeth wants to know is November, when can people not be available in November?
If there's a date or a week that you know that will not work, because then we can internally get back with the places you want to go. Yep. the
National
September-
Milk is in November.
Yep, the, no,
That's 9th through the 12th.
yep.
The following week, I'm gone the 18th, 19th, and 20th.
18 through 20.
And I have a meeting on the 5th and the 6th, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so the 6th through the 10th I'm not available.
Okay.
So does the week of the 17th look okay for people?
No, not for me, 18, 19, 20 is gone.
But that's yeah, I know it. Well, that's unfortunate. What about the 3rd and 4th early?
That works for me.
Is it a 2-day meeting or a 1-day meeting?
We can do what we want.
Yeah, it's whatever day.
Oh. I know, I like to be election day. I like to be home.
Oh. No, I appreciate that. You have to.
The 17th would work.
I guess I could be a non-Republican and go vote in before.
Well, you could do
I could do it before.
Try one out.
I never do it before, but I can.
It'd
be good for me. No, I can make that work. The 3rd and 4th, I can make. Can we do like the 4th, 5th? I don't like Mondays.
So what we're doing right now is just giving her.
I hate Mondays.
Because it's also
she
going
has
to depend on where you want to go.
Right.
And if then we have to repivot to check with the other people.
How about Monday if it's late day? And Tuesday, like
3rd and 4th?
3rd and 4th?
So 4th is election day, so I just don't want to vote.
We'll have to vote ahead. Yeah.
What does the last week of October look like? What about the 29th and 30th of October?
So I have something the 30th and 31st.
Okay.
October's pretty open.
But before the 27th, 28th, 29th, I could.
That's all open. I have nothing.
Does that work for?
28th, 29th, if we want to not do a Monday?
That might.
Or if we have to do a Monday, would you guys be open to that noon to noon structure where we start at, because
Where do you guys wanna go?
Is that the 24th, 25th?
I don't wanna push it into the.
Which one are you talking about?
We're talking about October.
Oh, October.
Or if where we wanna go is available on the afternoon of the 27th, like we did at Yankees Fancies. We came in and then we went to Buffalo and.
Any of that works, any of that works.
28th, 29th?
But we're not answering your question, you wanna know what would work, and you told you what would, so that's.
Avoid Mondays.
So you wanna just pencil in 28, 29?
No,
No?
no.
Why?
28th, 29th? Yes.
That's fine.
Oh, yeah, yeah. 27th, no, yeah.
No, 28.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean, yeah, yeah. Tuesday, Wednesdays.
Okay.
Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, it's fine,
Yeah.
28.
So it sounds like there's a viable
I
option,
looked at the wrong day.
28th,
29th, I said it,
4th,
yes.
or the 5th.
Okay.
Going the 4th or 5th, the 4th, we'd have to make sure everybody knew to,
I know that is the Royal, that is Louisville.
Fifth does not work for me.
And what's the, okay, so what's the following week? Everybody's busy with stuff. Would you have that week?
On which week?
Yeah.
That's
Or
National Milk,
National
right?
Milk,
11th.
National Milk runs 9th through that week of the 9th.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then the 17th, the week.
I have, 18, 19, I'll be gone that whole week, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Okay, I think so. What about elder people? Because we might have to get down to what it works for majority.
Or how about this? Why don't I go back,
Yeah,
find out if the 20.
I'm just trying to give you options, you know?
I think if we're early enough, and if it doesn't work, I can come back to you guys and say, listen, this date doesn't work, or. I'm not a dutiful person, I send a Microsoft form, because that's easier on my end. But yeah, if that doesn't
Or do
work,
that.
and then we can revisit it.
Can we do the last week of October though?
But everybody
Your
consider
preference.
that, those days in October where we just have to check.
Yeah,
I can call, yeah, I can
The
get.
last weekend is, the last weekend in November though is Thanksgiving.
Right.
Yeah, we're back in October.
Yeah, we're the 28th, 29th of
I think
28th,
that's what
28th.
we already agreed on that would work, so.
Let me see if that will work.
Well, I'm saying in this room.
I'd even do December 2nd, 3rd, to be honest.
I think it's more of the weather at that point.
Oh,
Am I right?
yeah,
We're all
probably.
chopping corn in November,
Well, that's what I'm afraid
so.
of.
Might be December too.
We're gonna be probably chopping corn mid-month, if things hold out. That's what I'm a little concerned about, but the last week should be okay.
Yeah, I think that's all we can do.
And the September meeting will be
Close.
22nd, 23rd, and 24th of September, I believe. We'll come here. Yeah, here.
Yeah.
We'll come in at, no, here. We'll come in at noon, 1 o'clock-ish, depending on the amount of RFAs we get.
Yeah.
We'll start right around that noon, 1 o'clock, probably a whole day on Tuesday, and then partial day on Wednesday.
And we start at 8 or 7?
To accommodate DFA, because they were nice enough to move internal meetings for us, we'll start at 8, which means we get breakfast at Embassy Suites, so you gotta look at it. So, more details.
It'll work.
That would be the second day.
And
The first day is gonna be a half day, you say.
Yep. Yep.
23rd is the whole day, 24th is,
Just dependent on, yes, we'll probably need it at least for deliberations, but maybe not.
We have that time frame.
Yep, I can resend that with my follow-up.
As long as I think that's good.
Yep,
And we're 8 a.m. to what?
all here.
6:30 or 5:30?
It'll be about 5. 'Cause
We don't really know yet until we know.
yeah, it'll be the art,
Right, we don't even have the,
so,
we don't even have a schedule yet because we don't know how many there'll be.
yeah, they close on August 15th, so I can send a very brief.
Yeah, but I'm asking how long the room's available.
I have
5
it for,
p.m.
starting at 11:30 on Monday, all day on Tuesday, and then till 4 on Wednesday, just in case. So, just so we don't run into any
Yep.
time constraints.
Okay, are there any other, items for board discussion? Okay, so we need to do a public comment, right? So,
Do you want me to do that, Jason? That was supposed to be a you, but I can reach out to him.
I wasn't sure, and not yet, so.
Okay.
I'll reach out.
yep, I think that's good. Okay, so, public comment, are there any public comments? Is there anybody else online?
One person left online. I muted her if there's any comments on.
Are there any comments from anybody online?
It's just sort of still on.
Oh, okay.
Everyone else has left.
All right.
So there's none in the room.
All right. That sounds good. So motion to
Adjourn.
adjourn. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. All right. We'll see everybody in September. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.